Book 1, Chapter 1 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Wheel. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Book 1. The historian of human life finds less of difficulty and of intricacy to develop in its accidents and adventures than the investigator of the human heart in its feelings and its changes. In vain may fortune wave her many-coloured banner, alternately regaling and dismaying, with hues that seem glowing with all the creation's felicities, or with tints that appear stained with ingredients of unmixed horrors. Her most rapid vicissitudes, her most unassimilating eccentricities, are mocked, laughed at, and distanced by the wilder wonders of the heart of man, that amazing assemblage of all possible contrarieties, in which one thing alone is steady, the perverseness of spirit which grafts desire onto what is denied. Its qualities are indefinable, its resources unfathomable, its weaknesses indefensible. In our neighbours we cannot judge, in ourselves we dare not trust it. We lose ere we learn to appreciate, and ere we can comprehend it we must be born again. Its capacity o'erleaps all limit, whilst its futility includes every absurdity. It lifts its own surprise, it ceases to beat, and the void is inscrutable. In one grand and general view, who can display such a portrait? Fairly, however faintly, to delineate some of its features is the sole and discriminate province of the pen which would trace nature, yet blot out personality. Chapter 1. A Family Scene. Repose is not more welcome to the worn and to the aged, to the sick and to the unhappy, than danger, difficulty, and toil to the young and adventurous. Danger they encounter but as the forerunner of success, difficulty as the spur of ingenuity, and toil as the herald of honour. The experience which teaches the lesson of truth, and the blessings of tranquillity, comes not in the shape of warning nor of wisdom, for such they turn aside, defying or disbelieving. 'Tis in the bitterness of personal proof alone, in suffering and in feeling, in erring and in repenting, that experience comes home with conviction, or impresses to any use. In the bosom of her respectable family resided Camilla. Nature, with a bounty the most profuse, had been lavish to her of attractions. Fortune, with a moderation yet kinder, had placed her between luxury and indigence. Her abode was in the parsonage house of Etherington, beautifully situated in the unequal county of Hampshire, and in the vicinity of the varied landscapes of the New Forest. Her father, the rector, was the younger son of the house of Tyrolde. The living, though not considerable, enabled its incumbent to attain every rational object of his modest and circumscribed wishes, to bestow upon a deserving wife whatever her own forbearance declined not, and to educate a lovely race of one son and 3 daughters with that expansive propriety which unites improvement for the future with present enjoyment. In goodness of heart and in principles of piety, this exemplary couple was bound to each other by the most perfect unison of character, though in their tempers there was a contrast which had scarce the gradation of a single shade to smooth off its abrupt dissimilitude. Mr. Tyrolde, gentle with wisdom and benign in virtue, saw with compassion all imperfections but his own, and there doubled the severity which to others he spared. Yet the mildness that urged him to pity blinded him not to approve. His equity was unerring, though his judgment was indulgent. His partner had a firmness of mind which nothing could shake. Calamity found her resolute, even prosperity was powerless to lull her duties asleep. The exalted character of her husband was the pride of her existence, and the source of her happiness. He was not merely her standard of excellence, but of endurance, since her sense of his worth was the criterion for her opinion of all others. This instigated a spirit of comparison which is almost always uncandid, and which here could rarely escape proving injurious. Such, at its very best, is the unskilfulness of our fallible nature, that even the noble principle which impels our love of right misleads us but into new deviations, when its ambition presumes to point at perfection. In this instance, however, distinctness of disposition stifled not reciprocity of affection, that magnetic concentration of all marriage felicity. Mr. Tyrrell revered while he softened the rigid virtues of his wife, who adored while she fortified the melting humanity of her husband. Thus, in an interchange of happiness the most deserved, and of parental occupations the most promising, passed the first married years of this blessed and blessing pair. An event then came to pass extremely interesting at the moment, and yet more important in its consequences. This was the receipt of a letter from the elder brother of Mr. Tyrrell, containing information that he meant to remove into Hampshire. Sir Hugh Tyrrell was a baronet, who resided upon the hereditary estate of the family in Yorkshire. He was many years older than Mr. Tyrrell, who had never seen him since his marriage, religious duties, prudence, and domestic affairs having from that period detained him at his benefice, while a passion for field sports had, with equal constancy, kept his brother stationary. The baronet began his letter with kind inquiries after the welfare of Mr. Tyrrell and his family, and then entered upon the state of his own affairs, briefly narrating that he had lost his health, and, not knowing what to do with himself, had resolved to change his habitation and settle near his relations. The Cleeves estate, which he heard was just by Etherington, being then upon sale, he desired his brother to make the purchase for him out of hand, and then to prepare Mrs. Tyrrell, with whom he was yet unacquainted, though he took it for granted she was a woman of great learning, to receive a mere poor country squire who knew no more of hic, haec, hoc than the baby unborn. He begged him to provide a proper apartment for their niece Indiana Linmere, whom he should bring with him, and another for their nephew Claremont, who was to follow at the next holidays, and not to forget Mrs. Margland, Indiana's governess, she being rather the most particular in point of pleasing amongst them. Mr. Tyrrell, extremely gratified by this unexpected renewal of fraternal intercourse, wrote the warmest thanks to his brother, and executed the commission with the utmost alacrity. A noble mansion, with an extensive pleasure ground, scarce 4 miles distant from the parsonage house of Etherington, was bought, fitted up, and made ready for his reception in the course of a few months. The baronet, impatient to take possession of his new territory, arrived speedily after, with his niece Indiana, and was welcomed at the gate of the park by Mr. Tyrrell and his whole family. Sir Hugh Tyrrell inherited from his ancestors an unencumbered estate of £5,000 per annum, which he enjoyed with ease and affluence to himself, and disseminated with a goodwill so generous that he appeared to think his personal prosperity, and that of all surrounded him, bestowed but to be shared in common, rather from general right than through his own dispensing bounty. His temper was unalterably sweet, and every thought of his breast was laid open to the world with an almost infantine artlessness. But his talents bore no proportion to the goodness of his heart, an insuperable want of quickness and of application in his early days having left him at a later period wholly uncultivated and singularly self-formed. A dearth of all sedentary resources became, when his youth passed away, his own constant reproach. Health failed him in the meridian of his life, from the consequences of a wound in his side, occasioned by a fall from his horse. Exercise, therefore, and active diversions were of necessity relinquished, and as these had hitherto occupied all his time, except that portion which he delighted to devote to hospitality and neighbourly offices, now equally beyond his strength, he found himself at once deprived of all employment and destitute of all comfort. Nor did any plan occur to him to solace his misfortunes, till he accidentally read in the newspapers that the Cleeves estate was upon sale. Indiana, the niece who accompanied him, a beautiful little girl, was the orphan daughter of a deceased sister, who at the death of her parents had, with Claremont as an only brother, been left to the guardianship of Sir Hugh, with the charge of a small estate for the son of scarce £200 a year, and the sum of £1,000 for the fortune of the daughter. The meeting was a source of tender pleasure to Mr. Tyrrell, and gave birth in his young family to that eager joy which is so naturally attached, by our happiest early prejudices, to the first sight of near relations. Mrs. Tyrrell received Sir Hugh with the complacency due to the brother of her husband, who now rose higher than ever in her estimation, from a fraternal comparison to the unavoidable disadvantage of the baronet, though she was not insensible to the fair future prospects of her children, which seemed the probable result of his change of abode. Sir Hugh himself, notwithstanding his best affections were all opened by the sight of so many claimants to their kindness, was the only dejected person of the group. Though too good in his nature for envy, a severe self-upbraiding followed his view of the happiness of his brother. He regretted he had not married at the same age, that he might have owned as fine a family, and repined against the unfortunate privileges of his birthright, which, by indulging him in his first youth with whatever he could covet, drove from his attention that modest foresight which prepares for later years the consolation they are sure to require. By degrees, however, the satisfaction spread around him found some place in his own breast, and he acknowledged himself sensibly revived by so endearing a reception, though he candidly avowed that if he had not been at a loss what to do, he should never have thought of taking so long a journey. "But the not having made," cried he, "the proper proficiency in my youth for the filling up of my time, has made me quite behindhand." He caressed all the children with great fondness, and was much struck with the beauty of his three nieces, particularly with that of Camilla, Mr. Tyrrell's second daughter. "Yet she is not," he cried, "so pretty as her little sister Eugenia, nor much better than t'other sister Lavinia, and not one of the three is half so great of beauty as my little Indiana, so I can't well make out what is so catching in her, but there's something in her little mouth that quite wins me, though she looks as if she was half laughing at me too, which can't very well be neither, for I suppose, as yet, at least, she knows no more of books and studying than her uncle, and that's little enough, God knows, for I never took to them in proper season, which I have been sorry enough for, upon coming to discretion." Then, addressing himself to the boy, he exhorted him to work hard while yet in his youth, and related sundry anecdotes of the industry and merit of his father when at the same age, though left quite to himself, as to his great misfortune, he had been also, "which brought about," he continued, "my being this present ignoramus that you see me, which would not have happened if my good forefathers had been pleased to keep a sharper look out upon my education." Lionel, the little boy, casting a comic glance at Camilla, begged to know what his uncle meant by a sharper look out. "Mean, my dear? Why, correction, to be sure, for all that, they tell me, is to be done by the rod, so there at least I might have stood as good a chance as my neighbours." "And pray, uncle," cried Lionel, pursing up his mouth to hide his laughter, "did you always like the thoughts of it so well?" "Why, no, my dear, I can't pretend to that. At your age I had no more taste for it than you have, but there's a proper season for everything. However, though I tell you this for a warning, perhaps you may do without it, for by what I hear the rising generation's got to a much greater pitch since my time." He then added, he must advise him as a friend to be upon his guard, as his cousin Clement Linmere, who was coming home from Eton school next Christmas for the holidays, would turn out the very mirror of scholarship, for he had given directions to have him study both night and day, except what might be taken off for eating and sleeping, "because," he continued, "having proved the bad of knowing nothing in my own case, I have the more right to intermeddle with others, and he will thank me enough when once he has got over his classics, and I hope, my dear little boy, you see it in the same light too, which, however, is what I can't expect." The house was now examined. The fair little Indiana took possession of her apartment, Miss Margland was satisfied with the attention that had been paid her, and Sir Hugh was rejoiced to find a room for Clement that had no window but a skylight, by which means his studies, he observed, would receive no interruption from gaping and staring about him. And, when the night advanced, Mr. Tyrrell had the happiness of leaving him with some prospect of recovering his spirits. The revival, however, lasted but during the novelty of the scene. Depression returned with the feelings of ill health, and the happier lot of his brother, though born to almost nothing, filled him with incessant repentance of his own mismanagement. In some measure to atone for this, he resolved to collect himself a family in his own house, and the young Camilla, whose dawning archness of expression had instinctively caught him, he now demanded of her parents to come and reside with him and Indiana at Cleves, "for certainly," he said, "for such a young little thing, she looks full of amusement." Mrs. Tyrrell objected against reposing a trust so precious where its value could so ill be appreciated. Camilla was, in secret, the fondest hope of her mother, though the rigour of her justice scarce permitted the partiality to beat even in her own breast. Nor did the happy little person need the avowed distinction. The tide of youthful glee flowed jocund from her heart, and the transparency of her fine blue veins almost showed the velocity of its current. Every look was a smile, every step was a spring, every thought was a hope, every feeling was joy, and the early felicity of her mind was without allay. O blissful state of innocence, purity, and delight! Why must it fleet so fast? Why scarcely but by retrospection is its happiness known? Mr. Tyrrell, while his tenderest hopes encircled the same object, saw the proposal in a fairer light from the love he bore to his brother. It seemed certain such a residence would secure her an ample fortune. The governess to whom Indiana was entrusted would take care of his little girl. Though removed from the hourly instruction, she would still be within reach of the general superintendence of her mother, into whose power he cast the uncontrolled liberty to reclaim her, if there started any occasion. His children had no provision ascertained, should his life be too short to fulfil his own personal schemes of economy in their favour, and while to an argument so incontrovertible Mrs. Tyrrell was silent, he begged her also to reflect that, persuasive as were the attractions of elegance and refinement, no just parental expectations could be essentially disappointed where the great moral lessons were practically inculcated by a uniform view of goodness of heart and firmness of principle. These his brother possessed in an eminent degree, and if his character had nothing more from which their daughter could derive benefit, it undoubtedly had not a point from which she could receive injury. Mrs. Tyrrell now yielded. She never resisted a remonstrance of her husband, and as her sense of duty impelled her also never to murmur, she retired to her own room, to conceal with how ill a grace she complied. Had this lady been united to a man whom she despised, she would yet have obeyed him, and as scrupulously, though not as happily, as she obeyed her honoured partner. She considered the vow taken at the altar to her husband as a voluntary vestal would have held one taken to her Maker, and no dissent in opinion exculpated, in her mind, the least deviation from his will. But here, where an admiration almost adoring was fixed of the character to which she submitted, she was sure to applaud the motives which swayed him, however little their consequences met her sentiments, and even where the contrariety was wholly repugnant to her judgment, the genuine warmth of her just affection made every compliance and every forbearance not merely exempt from pain, but, if to him any satisfaction, a sacrifice soothing to her heart. Mr. Tyrrell, whose whole soul was deeply affected by her excellencies, gratefully felt his power, and religiously studied not to abuse it. He respected what he owed to her conscience. He tenderly returned what he was indebted to her affection. To render her virtues conducive to her happiness, to soften her duties by the highest sense of their merit, were the first and most sacred objects of his solicitude in life. When the lively and lovely little girl, mingling the tears of separation with all the childish rapture which novelty, to a much later period, inspires, was preparing to change her home, "Remember," cried Mr. Tyrrell to her anxious mother, "that on you, my Georgiana, devolves the sole charge, the unlimited judgment, to again bring her under this roof, the first moment she appears to you in any danger from having quitted it." The prompt and thankful acceptance of Mrs. Tyrrell did justice to the sincerity of this offer, and the cheerful acquiescence of lessened reluctance raised her higher in that esteem to which her constant mind invariably looked up, as the summit of her chosen ambition. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Adrian Wheel.
Book 1, Chapter 2 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 2. Delighted with this acquisition to his household, Sir Hugh again revived. "My dear brother and sister," he cried, when next the family visited Cleves, "this proves the most fortunate step I have ever taken since I was born. Camilla's a little jewel. She jumps and skips about till she makes my eyes ache with looking after her, for fear of her breaking her neck. I must keep a sharp watch, or she'll put poor Indiana's nose quite out of joint, which God forbid. However, she's the life of us all, for I'm sorry to say it, but I think, my dear brother, poor Indiana promises to turn out rather dull." The sprightly little girl, thus possessed of the heart, soon guided the will of her uncle. He could refuse nothing to her endearing entreaty, and felt every indulgence repaid by the enchantment of her gaiety. Indiana, his first idol, lost her power to please him, though no essential kindness was abated in his conduct. He still acknowledged that her beauty was the most complete, but he found in Camilla a variety that was captivation. Her form and her mind were of equal elasticity. Her playful countenance rekindled his spirits, the cheerfulness of her animated voice awakened him to its own joy. He doted upon detaining her by his side, or delighted to gratify her if she wished to be absent. She exhilarated him with pleasure, she supplied him with ideas, and from the morning's first dawn to the evening's latest close, his eye followed her light springing figure, or his ear vibrated with her sportive sounds, catching, as it listened in successive rotation, the spontaneous laugh, the unconscious bound, the genuine glee of childhood's fearless happiness, uncurbed by severity, untamed by misfortune. This ascendance was soon pointed out by the servants to Indiana, who sometimes showed her resentment in unexplained and pouting sullenness, and at others let all pass unnoticed, with unreflecting forgetfulness. But her mind was soon empoisoned with a jealousy of more permanent seriousness. In less than a month after the residence of Camilla at Cleves, Sir Hugh took the resolution of making her his heiress. Even Mr. Tyrrell, notwithstanding his fondness for Camilla, remonstrated against a partiality so injurious to his nephew and niece, as well as to the rest of his family. And Mrs. Tyrrell, though her secret heart subscribed, without wonder, to a predilection in favour of Camilla, was maternally disturbed for her other children, and felt her justice sensibly shocked at a blight so unmerited to the hopes cherished by Indiana and Clermont Lynmere. For though the fruits of this change of plan would be reaped by her little darling, they were robbed of all their sweetness to a mind so correct by their undeserved bitterness towards the first expectants. Sir Hugh, however, was immovable. He would provide handsomely, he said, for Indiana and Clermont by settling £1,000 a year between them, and he would bequeath capital legacies amongst the rest of his nephews and nieces. But as to the bulk of his fortune, it should all go to Camilla. For how else could he make her amends for having amused him, or how, when he was gone, should he prove to her he loved her the best? Sir Hugh could keep nothing secret. Camilla was soon informed of the riches she was destined to inherit, and servants, who now with added respect attended her, took frequent opportunities of impressing her with the expectation by the favours they begged from her in reversion. The happy young heiress heard them with little concern. Interest and ambition could find no room in a mind which to dance, sing, and play could enliven to rapture. Yet the continued repetition of requests soon made the idea of patronage familiar to her, and though wholly uninfected with one thought of power or consequence, she sometimes regaled her fancy with the presents she should make amongst her friends, designing a coach for her mamma, that she might oftener go abroad, a horse for her brother Lionel, which she knew to be his most passionate wish, a new bureau with a lock and key for her eldest sister Lavinia, innumerable trinkets for her cousin Indiana, dolls and toys without end for her little sister Eugenia, and a new library of new books, finely bound and gilt, for her papa. But these munificent donations looked forward to no other date than the anticipation of womanhood. If a hint were surmised of her surviving her uncle, an impetuous shower of tears damped all her gay schemes, deluged every airy castle, and showed the instinctive gratitude which kindness can awaken, even in the unthinking period of earliest youth, in those bosoms it has ever the power to animate. Her ensuing birthday, upon which she would enter her 10th year, was to announce to the adjoining country her uncle's splendid plan in her favour. Her brother and sisters were invited to keep it with her at Cleves, but Sir Hugh declined asking either her father or mother that his own time, without restraint, might be dedicated to the promotion of her festivity. He even requested of Miss Margland that she would not appear that day, lest her presence should curb the children's spirits. The gay little party, consisting of Lavinia, who was 2 years older, and Eugenia, who was 2 years younger than Camilla, with her beautiful cousin, who was exactly of her own age, her brother Lionel, who counted 3 years more, and Edgar Mandelbert, a ward of Mr. Tyrrell's, all assembled at Cleves upon this important occasion at 8 o'clock in the morning to breakfast. Edgar Mandelbert, an uncommonly spirited and manly boy, now 13 years of age, was heir to one of the finest estates in the county. He was the only son of a bosom friend of Mr. Tyrrell, to whose guardianship he had been consigned almost from his infancy, and who superintended the care of his education with as much zeal, though not as much economy, as that of his own son. He placed him under the tuition of Dr. Marchmont, a man of consummate learning, and he sent for him to Etherington twice in every year, where he assiduously kept up his studies by his own personal instructions. "I leave him rich, my dear friend," said his father, when on his deathbed he recommended him to Mr. Tyrrell, "and you, I trust, will make him good, and see him happy. And should hereafter a daughter of your own, from frequent intercourse, become mistress of his affections, do not oppose such a union from a disparity of fortune, which a daughter of yours, and of your incomparable partners, could hardly fail to counterbalance in merit." Mr. Tyrrell, though too noble to avail himself of a declaration so generous by forming any plan to bring such a connection to bear, felt conscientiously absolved from using any measures of frustration, and determined, as the young people grew up, neither to promote nor impede any rising regard. The estate of Beech Park was not all that young Mandlebert inherited. The friendship of its late owner for Mr. Tyrrell seemed instinctively transfused into his breast, and he paid back the parental tenderness with which he was watched and cherished by a fondness and veneration truly filial. Whatever could indulge or delight the little set was brought forth upon this joyous meeting. Fruits, sweetmeats, and cakes, cards, trinkets, and blind fiddlers were all at the unlimited command of the fairy mistress of the ceremonies. But unbounded as were the transports of the jovial little group, they could scarcely keep pace with the enjoyment of Sir Hugh. He entered into all their plays, he forgot all his pains, he laughed because they laughed, and suffered his darling little girl to govern and direct him at her pleasure. She made him whiskers of cork, powdered his brown bob, and covered a thread paper with black ribbon to hang to it for a queue. She metamorphosed him into a female, accoutring him with her fine new cap, while she enveloped her own small head in his wig, and then tying the maid's apron round his waist, put a rattle into his hand, and Eugenia's doll upon his lap, which she told him was a baby that he must nurse and amuse. The excess of merriment thus excited spread through the whole house. Lionel called in the servants to see this comical sight, and the servants indulged their numerous guests with a peep at it from the windows. Sir Hugh meanwhile resolved to object to nothing, performed every part assigned him, joined in their hearty laughs at the grotesque figure they made of him, and cordially encouraged all their proceedings, assuring them he had not been so much diverted himself since his fall from his horse, and advising them with great zeal to be merry while they could. "For you will never, my dears," said he, "be younger, never while you live. No more, for that matter, shall I neither, for all I am so much older, which, in that point, makes no difference." He grew weary, however, first, and stretching himself his full length with a prodigious yawn, "Hey ho!" he cried, "Camilla, my dear, do take away poor doll, for fear I should let it slip." The little gigglers, almost in convulsions of laughter, entreated him to nurse it some time longer, but he frankly answered, "No, my dears, no, I can play no more now, if I'd ever so fain, for I am tired to death, which is really a pity. So you must either go out with me my airing, for a rest to your merry little sides, or stay and play by yourselves till I come back, which I think will put you all into fevers. But, however, nobody shall trouble your little souls with advice today. There are days enough in the years for teasing, without this one." Camilla instantly decided for the airing, and without a dissentient voice. So entirely had the extreme good humour of Sir Hugh won the hearts of the little party, that they felt as if the whole of their entertainment depended upon his presence. The carriage, therefore, was ordered for the baronet and his 4 nieces, and Lionel and Edgar Mandlebert, at the request of Camilla, were gratified with horses. Camilla was desired to fix their route, and while she hesitated from the variety in her choice, Lionel proposed to Edgar that they should take a view of his house, park, and gardens, which were only 3 miles from Cleves. Edgar referred the matter to Indiana, to whose already exquisite beauty his juvenile admiration paid its most early obeisance. Indiana approved, the little heroine of the day assented with pleasure, and they immediately set out upon the happy expedition. The 2 boys the whole way came with offerings of wild honeysuckle and sweetbriar, the grateful nosegays of all diffusing nature, to the coach windows, each carefully presenting the most fragrant to Indiana, for Lionel, even more than sympathizing with Edgar, declared his sisters to be mere frights in comparison with his fair cousin. Their partiality, however, struggled vainly against that of Sir Hugh, who still, in every the most trivial particular, gave the preference to Camilla. The baronet had ordered that his own garden chair should follow him to young Mandlebert's park, that he might take Camilla by his side and go about the grounds without fatigue. The rest were to walk. Here Indiana received again the homage of her 2 young beaux. They pointed out to her the most beautiful prospects, they gathered her the fairest flowers, they loaded her with the best and ripest fruits. This was no sooner observed by Sir Hugh, than hastily stopping his chair, he called after them aloud, "Hello, come hither, my boys. Here you, Mr. young Mandlebert, what are you all about? Why don't you bring that best bunch of grapes to Camilla?" "I have already promised it to Miss Linmere, sir." "Oh ho, have you so? Well, give it her then if you have. I have no right to rob you of your choice. Indiana, my dear, how do you like this place?" "Very much indeed, uncle. I never saw any place I liked so much in my life." "I am sure else," said Edgar. "I should never care for it again myself." "I could look at it forever," cried Indiana, "and not be tired." Sir Hugh gravely paused at these speeches, and regarded them in turn with much steadiness, as if settling their future destinies; but ever unable to keep a single thought to himself, he presently burst forth aloud with his new mental arrangement, saying, "Well, my dears, well, this is not quite the thing I had taken a fancy to in my own private brain, but it's all for the best, there's no doubt. Though the estate being just in my neighbourhood would have made it more suitable for Camilla, I mean provided we could have bought among us the odd 3 miles between the parks, which how many acres they make I can't pretend to say without the proper calculations, but if it was all joined, it would be the finest domain in the county, as far as I know to the contrary. Nevertheless, my dear young Mr. Mandelbert, you have a right to choose for yourself, for as to beauty, 'tis mere fancy, not but what Indiana has one or other the prettiest face I ever saw, though I think Camilla's so much prettier, I mean in point of winningness. However, there's no fear as to my consent, for nothing can be a greater pleasure to me than having 2 such good girls, both being cousins, live so near that they may overlook one another from park to park all day long by the mode of a telescope." Edgar, perfectly understanding him, blushed deeply, and forgetting what he had just declared, offered his grapes to Lavinia. Indiana, conceiving herself already mistress of so fine a place, smiled with approving complacency, and the rest were too much occupied with the objects around them to listen to so long a speech. They then all moved on, but soon after, Lionel, flying up to his uncle's chair, informed Camilla he had just heard from the gardener that only half a mile off, at Northwick, there was a fair, to which he begged she would ask to go. She found no difficulty in obliging him, and Sir Hugh was incapable of hesitating at whatever she could desire. The carriage and the horses for the boys were again ordered, and to the regret of only Edgar and Indiana, the beautiful plantations of Beech Park were relinquished for the fair. They had hardly proceeded 20 yards when the smiles that had brightened the face of Lavinia, the eldest daughter of Mr. Tyrrell, were suddenly overcast, giving place to a look of dismay, which seemed the effect of some abruptly painful recollection. And the moment Sir Hugh perceived it and inquired the cause, the tears rolled fast down her cheeks, and she said she had been guilty of a great sin, and could never forgive herself. They all eagerly endeavoured to console her, Camilla fondly taking her hand, little Eugenia sympathetically crying over and kissing her, Indiana begging to know what was the matter, and Sir Hugh holding out to her the finest peach from his stores for Camilla, and saying, "Don't cry so, my dear, don't cry. Take a little bit of peach. I dare say you are not so bad as you think for." The weeping young penitent besought leave to get out of the coach with Camilla, to whom alone she could explain herself. Camilla almost opened the door herself to hasten the discovery, and the moment they had run up a bank by the roadside, "Tell me what it is, my dear Lavinia," she cried, "and I am sure my uncle will do anything in the world to help you." "Oh, Camilla," she answered, "I have disobeyed mamma, and I did not mean it in the least, but I have forgot all her commands. She charged me not to let Eugenia stir out from Cleves because of the smallpox, and she has been already at Beech Park, and now how can I tell the poor little thing she must not go to the fair?" "Don't vex yourself about that," cried Camilla, kindly kissing the tears off her cheeks, "for I will stay behind and play with Eugenia myself, if my uncle will drive us back to Beech Park, and then all the rest may go to the fair and take us up again in the way home." With this expedient she flew to the coach, charging the 2 boys who, with great curiosity, had ridden to the bankside and listened to all that had passed, to comfort Lavinia. "Lionel," cried Edgar, "do you know, while Camilla was speaking so kindly to Lavinia, I thought she looked almost as pretty as your cousin." Lionel would by no means subscribe to this opinion, but Edgar would not retract. Camilla, jumping into the carriage, threw her arms around the neck of her uncle and whispered to him all that had passed. "Poor innocent little dear," cried he. "Is that all? It's just nothing, considering her young age." Then, looking out of the window, "Lavinia," he said, "you have done no more harm than what's quite natural, and so I shall tell your mamma, who is a woman of sense, and won't expect such a young head as yours to be of the same age as hers and mine. But come into the coach, my dear. We'll just drive as far as Northwick for an airing, and then back again." The extreme delicacy of the constitution of Eugenia had hitherto deterred Mrs. Tyrrell from inoculating her. She had therefore scrupulously kept her from all miscellaneous intercourse in the neighbourhood, but as the weakness of her infancy was now promising to change into health and strength, she meant to give to that terrible disease its best chance, and the only security it allows from perpetual alarm, immediately after the heats of the present autumn should be over. Lavinia, unused to disobedience, could not be happy in practising it. She entreated, therefore, to return immediately to Cleves. Sir Hugh complied, premising only that they must none of them expect him to be of their play-party again till after dinner. The coachman then received fresh orders, but the moment they were communicated to the two boys, Lionel, protesting he would not lose the fare, said he should soon overtake them, and regardless of all remonstrances, put spurs to his horse and galloped off. Sir Hugh, looking after him with great alarm, exclaimed, "Now he is going to break all his bones," which is always the case with those young boys when first they get a horseback. Camilla, terrified that she had begged this boon, requested that the servant might directly ride after him. "Yes, my dear, if you wish it," answered Sir Hugh, "only we have but this one man for us all, because of the rest staying to get the ball and supper ready, so that if we should be overturned ourselves, he is never a soul to pick us up." Edgar offered to ride on alone and persuade the truant to return. "Thank you, my dear, thank you," answered Sir Hugh. "You are as good a boy as any I know. But, in point of horsemanship, one's as ignorant as t'other, as far as I can tell, so we may only see both your skulls fractured instead of one in the midst of your galloping, which God forbid for either." "Then let us all go together," cried Indiana, "and bring him back." "But do not let us get out of the coach, uncle," said Lavinia. "Pray do not let us get out." Sir Hugh agreed, though he added that as to the smallpox, he could by no means see it in the same light, for he had no notion of people's taking diseases upon themselves. "Besides," continued he, "she will be sure to have it when her time comes, whether she is moped up or no, and how did people do before these new modes of making themselves sick of their own accord?" Pitying, however, the uneasiness of Lavinia, when they came near the town, he called to the footman and said, "Harkee, Jacob, do you ride on first and keep a sharp lookout that nobody has the smallpox." The fair being held in the suburbs, they soon arrived at some straggling booths, and the coach, at the instance of Lavinia, was stopped. Indiana now earnestly solicited leave to alight and see the fair, and Edgar offered to be her esquire. Sir Hugh consented, but desired that Lavinia and Camilla might be also of the party. Lavinia tried vainly to excuse herself. He assured her it would raise her spirits, and bid her be under no apprehension, for he would stay and amuse the little Eugenia himself, and take care that she came to no harm. They were no sooner gone, however, than the little girl cried to follow. Sir Hugh, compassionately kissing her, owned she had as good a right as any of them, and declared it was a hard thing to have her punished for other people's particularities. This concession served only to make her tears flow the faster, till, unable to bear the sight, he said he could not answer to his conscience the vexing such a young thing, and promising she should have whatever she liked if she would cry no more, he ordered the coachman to drive to the first booth where there were any toys to be sold. Here, having no footman to bring the trinkets to the coach, he alighted, and suffering the little girl, for whom he had not a fear himself, to accompany him, he entered the booth and told her to take whatever hit her fancy, for she should have as many playthings as she could carry. Her grief now gave way to ecstasy, and her little hands could soon scarcely sustain the loaded skirt of her white frock. Sir Hugh, determining to make the rest of the children equally happy, was selecting presents for them all, when the little group, ignorant whom they should encounter, advanced towards the same booth. But he had hardly time to exclaim, "Oho, have you caught us?" when the innocent voice of Eugenia, calling out, "Little boy, what's the matter with your face, little boy?" drew his attention another way, and he perceived a child apparently just recovering from the smallpox. Edgar, who at the same instant saw the same dreaded sight, darted forward, seized Eugenia in his arms, and in defiance of her playthings and her struggles, carried her back to the coach, while Lavinia, in an agony of terror, ran up to the little boy, and crying out, "Oh, go away," dragged him out of the booth, and, perfectly unconscious what she did, covered his head with her frock and held him fast with both her hands. Sir Hugh, all aghast, hurried out of the booth, but could scarce support himself from emotion, and while he leaned upon his stick, ejaculating, "Lord help us, what poor creatures we are, we poor mortals," Edgar had the presence of mind to make Indiana and Camilla go directly to the carriage. He then prevailed with Sir Hugh to enter it also, and ran back for Lavinia. But when he perceived the situation into which distress and affright had driven her, and saw her sobbing over the child, whom she still held confined, with an idea of hiding him from Eugenia, he was instantly sensible of the danger of her joining her little sister. Extremely perplexed for them all, and afraid, by going from the sick child, he might himself carry the infection to the coach, he sent a man to Sir Hugh to know what was to be done. Sir Hugh, totally overset by the unexpected accident, and conscience-struck at his own wilful share in risking it, was utterly helpless, and could only answer that he wished young Mr. Edgar would give him his advice. Edgar, thus called upon, now first felt the abilities which his short life had not hitherto brought into use. He begged Sir Hugh would return immediately to Cleves, and keep Eugenia there for a few days with Camilla and her cousin, while he undertook to go himself in search of Lionel, with whose assistance he would convey Lavinia back to Etherington without seeing her little sister, since she must now be as full of contagion as the poor object who had just had the disease. Sir Hugh, much relieved, sent him word he had no doubt he would become the first scholar of the age, and desired he would get a chaise for himself and Lavinia, and let the footman take charge of his horse. He then ordered the coach to Cleves. Edgar fulfilled the injunctions of Sir Hugh with alacrity, but had a very difficult task to find Lionel, and one far more painful to appease Lavinia, whose apprehensions were so great as they advanced towards Etherington that, to soothe and comfort her, he ordered the postilion to drive first to a farmhouse near Cleves, whence he forwarded a boy to Sir Hugh with entreaties that he would write a few lines to Mrs. Tyrrell in exculpation of her sorrowing daughter. Sir Hugh complied, but was so little in the habit of writing that he sent over a messenger to desire they would dine at the farmhouse, in order to give him time to compose his epistle. Early in the afternoon he conveyed to them the following letter: To Mrs. Tyrrell, at the parsonage house belonging to the Reverend Rector Mr. Tyrrell, for the time being, at Etherington in Hampshire. Dear Sister, I am no remarkable good writer in comparison with my brother, which you will excuse from my deficiencies, as it is my only apology. I beg you will not be angry with little Lavinia, as she did nothing in the whole business except wanting to do right, only not mentioning it in the beginning, which is very excusable in the light of a fault, the wisest of us having been youths ourselves once, and the most learned being subject to do wrong, but how much so the ignorant, of which I may speak more properly. However, as she would certainly have caught the smallpox herself, except from the lucky circumstance of having had it before, I think it best to keep Eugenia a few days at Cleves for the sake of her infection. Not but what if she should have it, I trust your sense won't fret about it, as it is only in the course of nature, which, if she had been inoculated, is more than any man could say, even a physician. So the whole being my own fault, without the least meaning to offend, if anything comes of it, I hope, my dear sister, you won't take it ill, especially of poor little Lavinia, for 'tis hard if such young things may not be happy at their time of life, before having done harm to a human soul. Poor dears, 'tis soon enough to be unhappy after being wicked, which God knows we are all liable to be in the proper season. I beg my love to my brother, and remain, dear sister, your affectionate brother, Hugh Tyrrell. P.S. It is but justice to my brother to mention that young Master Mandelbert's behaviour has done the greatest honour to the classics, which must be a great satisfaction to a person having the care of his education. The rest of the day lost all its delights to the young heiress from this unfortunate adventure. The deprivation of 3 of the party, with the well-grounded fear of Mrs. Tyrrell's just blame, were greater mortifications to those that remained than even the ball and supper could remove. And Sir Hugh, to whom their lowered spirits were sufficiently depressing, had an additional, though hardly to himself acknowledged, weight upon his mind relative to Eugenia and the smallpox. The contrition of the trembling Lavinia could not but obtain from Mrs. Tyrrell the pardon it deserved, but she could make no allowance for the extreme want of consideration in Sir Hugh, and anxiously waited the time when she might call back Eugenia from the management of a person whom she considered as more childish than her children themselves. End of chapter 2.
Book 1, Chapter 3 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 3, Consequences. Every precaution being taken with regard to Lavinia and her clothes, for warding off infection to Eugenia, as if yet she had escaped it, Mrs. Tyrrell fixed a day for fetching her little daughter from Cleves. Sir Hugh, at the earnest entreaty of Camilla, invited the young party to come again early that morning, that some amends might be made them for their recent disappointment of the ball and supper, by a holiday and a little sport, previous to the arrival of Mrs. Tyrrell, to whom he voluntarily pledged his word that Eugenia should not again be taken abroad, nor suffered to appear before any strangers. Various gambols were now again enacted by the once more happy group, but all was conducted with as much security as gaiety, till Lionel proposed the amusement of riding upon a plank in the park. A plank was immediately procured by the gardener, and placed upon the trunk of an old oak, where it parted into two thick branches. The boys and the three eldest girls balanced one another in turn, with great delight and dexterity, but Sir Hugh feared committing the little Eugenia, for whom he was grown very anxious, amongst them, till the repinings of the child demolished his prudence. The difficulty how to indulge her with safety was, nevertheless, considerable, and after various experiments he resolved to trust her to nobody but himself, and, placing her upon his lap, occupied one end of the plank, and desired that as many of the rest as were necessary to make the weight equal would seat themselves upon the other. This diversion was short, but its consequences were long. Edgar Mandlebert, who superintended the balance, poised it with great exactness, yet no sooner was Sir Hugh elevated than, becoming exceedingly giddy, he involuntarily loosened his hold of Eugenia, who fell from his arms to the ground. In the agitation of his fright he stooped forward to save her, but lost his equilibrium, and, instead of rescuing, followed her. The greatest confusion ensued. Edgar, with admirable adroitness, preserved the elder girls from suffering by the accident, and Lionel took care of himself by leaping instantly from the plank. Sir Hugh, extremely bruised, could not get up without pain, but all concern and attention soon centred in the little Eugenia, whose incessant cries raised apprehensions of some more than common mischief. She was carried to the house in the arms of Edgar, and delivered to the governess. She screamed the whole time she was undressing, and Edgar, convinced she had received some injury, galloped off unbid for a surgeon. But what was the horror of Sir Hugh upon hearing him pronounce that her left shoulder was put out, and that one of her knees was dislocated. In an agony of remorse he shut himself up in his room, without power to issue a command or listen to a question, nor could he be prevailed upon to open his door till the arrival of Mrs. Thirrold. Hastily then rushing out, he hurried to meet her, and, snatching both her hands, and pressing them between his own, he burst into a passionate flood of tears, and sobbed out, "Hate me, my dear sister, for you can't help it, for I'm sorry to tell it you, but I believe I have been the death of poor Eugenia, that never hurt a fly in her life." Pale, and struck with dread, yet always possessing her presence of mind, Mrs. Thirrold disengaged herself, and demanded where she might find her. Sir Hugh could make no rational answer, but Edgar, who had run downstairs, purposing to communicate the tidings more gently, briefly stated the misfortune, and conducted her to the poor little sufferer. Mrs. Thirrold, though nearly overpowered by a sight so affecting, still preserved her faculties for better uses than lamentation. She held the child in her arms while the necessary operations were performing by the surgeon. She put her to bed, and watched by her side the whole night, during which, in defiance of all precautions, a high fever came on, and she grew worse every moment. The next morning, while still in this alarming state, the unfortunate little innocent exhibited undoubted symptoms of the smallpox. Mr. Thirrold now also established himself at Cleves to share the parental task of nursing the afflicted child, whose room he never left, except to give consolation to his unhappy brother, who lived wholly in his own apartment, refusing the sight even of Camilla, and calling himself a monster too wicked to look at anything that was good, though the affectionate little girl, pining at the exclusion, continually presented herself at his door. The disease bore every prognostic of fatal consequences, and the fond parents soon lost all hope, though they redoubled every attention. Sir Hugh then gave himself up wholly to despair. He darkened his room, refused all food but bread and water, permitted no one to approach him, and reviled himself invariably with the contrition of a wilful murderer. In this state of self-punishment he persevered, till the distemper unexpectedly took a sudden and happy turn, and the surgeon made known that his patient might possibly recover. The joy of Sir Hugh was now as frantic as his grief had been the moment before. He hastened to his drawing-room, commanded that the whole house should be illuminated, promised a year's wages to all his servants, bid his housekeeper distribute beef and broth throughout the village, and sent directions that the bells of the 3 nearest parish churches should be rung for a day and a night. But when Mr. Tyrrell, to avert the horror of any wholly unprepared disappointment, represented the still precarious state of Eugenia, and the many changes yet to be feared, he desperately reversed all his orders, returned sadly to his dark room, and protested he would never more rejoice till Mrs. Tyrrell herself should come to him with good news. This anxiously waited at length arrived. Eugenia, though seamed and even scarred by the horrible disorder, was declared out of danger, and Mrs. Tyrrell, burying her anguish at the alteration, in her joy for the safety of her child, with an heart overflowing from pious gratitude, became the messenger of peace, and holding out her hand to Sir Hugh, assured him that the little Eugenia would soon be well. Sir Hugh, in an ecstasy which no power could check, forgot every pain and infirmity to hurry up to the apartment of the little girl, that he might kneel, he said, at her feet, and there give thanks for her recovery. But the moment he entered the room, and saw the dreadful havoc grim disease had made on her face, not a trace of her beauty left, no resemblance by which he could have known her, he shrunk back, wrung his hands, called himself the most sinful of all created beings, and in the deepest despondence sunk into a chair and wept aloud. Eugenia soon began to cry also, though unconscious for what cause, and Mrs. Tyrrell remonstrated to Sir Hugh upon the uselessness of such transports, calmly beseeching him to retire and compose himself. "Yes, sister," he answered, "yes, I'll go away, for I am sure I do not want to look at her again. But to think of its all being my doing! Oh, brother, oh, sister, why don't you both kill me in return? And what amends can I make her? What amends, except a poor trifle of money? And as to that, she shall have it, God knows, every penny I am worth, the moment I am gone. Ay, that she shall, to a single shilling, if I die to-morrow." Starting up with revived courage from this idea, he ventured again to turn his head towards Eugenia, exclaiming, "Oh, if she does but get well, does but ease my poor conscience by making me out not to be a murderer, a guinea for every pit in that poor face I will settle on her out of hand, yes, before I so much as breathe again, for fear of dying in the meantime." Mrs. Tyrrell scarce noticed this declaration, but his brother endeavoured to dissuade him from so sudden and partial a measure. He would not, however, listen. He made what speed he could downstairs, called hastily for his hat and stick, commanded all his servants to attend him, and muttering frequent ejaculations to himself that he would not trust to changing his mind, he proceeded to the family chapel, and approaching with eager steps to the altar, knelt down, and bidding every one hear and witness what he said, made a solemn vow, that if he might be cleared of the crime of murder by the recovery of Eugenia, he would atone what he could for the ill he had done her, by bequeathing to her everything he possessed in the world, in estate, cash, and property, without the deduction of a sixpence. He told all present to remember and witness this, in case of an apoplexy, before his new will could be written down. Returning then to the house, lightened, he said, from a load of self-reproach which had rendered the last fortnight insupportable to him, he sent for the attorney of a neighbouring town, and went upstairs with a firmer mind to wait his arrival in the sick-room. "Oh, my dear uncle," cried his long-banished Camilla, who, hearing him upon the stairs, skipped lightly after him, "how glad I am to see you again! I almost thought I should see you no more." Here ended at once the just acquired tranquillity of Sir Hugh. All his satisfaction forsook him at the appearance of his little darling. He considered her as an innocent creature whom he was preparing to injure. He could not bear to look at her. His heart smote him in her favour. His eyes filled with tears. He was unable to go on, and with slow and trembling steps he moved again towards his own room. "My dearest uncle," cried Camilla, holding by his coat and hanging upon his arm, "won't you speak to me?" "Yes, my dear, to be sure I will," he answered, endeavouring to hide his emotion. "Only not now, so don't follow me, Camilla, for I'm going to be remarkably busy." "Oh, uncle," she cried plaintively, "and I have not seen you so long, and I have wished so to see you, and I have been so unhappy about Eugenia, and you have always locked your door, and I would not rap hard at it, for fear you should be asleep. But why would you not see me, uncle, and why will you send me away?" "My dear Camilla," he replied, with increased agitation, "I have used you very ill. I have been your worst enemy, which is the very reason I don't care to see you. So go away, I beg, for I am bad enough without all this. But I give you my thanks for all your little playful gambols, for having nothing better now to offer you, which is but a poor return from an uncle to a niece." He then shut himself into his room, leaving Camilla drowned in tears at the outside of the door. Wretched in reflecting upon the shock and disappointment which the new disposition of his affairs must occasion her, he had not the fortitude to inform her of his intention. He desired to speak with Edgar Mandlebert, who, with all the Tyrrell family, resided for the present at Cleves, and abruptly related to him the new destination he had just vowed of his wealth, beseeching that he would break it in the softest manner to his poor little favourite, assuring her she would always be the first in his love, though a point of mere conscience had forced him to make a choice of another heiress. Edgar, whose zeal to serve and oblige had never been put to so severe a test, hesitated how to obey this injunction. Yet he would not refuse it, as he found that all the servants of the house were enabled, if they pleased, to anticipate more incautiously the ill news. He followed her, therefore, into the garden, whither she had wandered to weep unobserved. But he stopped short at sight of her distress, conceiving his errand to be already known to her, and determined to consult with Indiana, to whom he communicated his terrible embassy, entreating her to devise some consolation for her poor cousin. Indiana felt too much chagrined at her own part in this transaction to give her attention to Camilla. She murmured without scruple at the deprivation of what she had once expected for herself, and at another time for her brother, and expressed much resentment at the behaviour of her uncle, mingled with something very near repining, not merely at his late preference of Camilla, but even at the recovery of the little Eugenia. Edgar heard her with surprise, and wondered to find how much less her beauty attracted him from the failure of her good nature. He now pursued the weeping Camilla, who, dispersing her tears at his approach, pretended to be picking some lavender, and keeping her eyes steadfastly upon the bush, asked him if he would have any. He took a sprig, but spoke to her in a voice of such involuntary compassion that she soon lost her self-command, and the big drops again rolled fast down her cheeks. Extremely concerned, he strove gently to soothe her, but the expressions of regret at her uncle's avoidance, which then escaped her, soon convinced him his own task was still to be performed. With anxious fear of the consequences of a blow so unlooked for, he executed it with all the speed, yet all the consideration in his power. Camilla, the moment she understood him, passionately clasped her hands, and exclaimed, "Oh, if that is all! If my uncle indeed loves me so well as before all this! I am sure I can never, never be so wicked as to envy poor little Eugenia, who has suffered so much, and almost been dying, because she will be richer than I shall be." Edgar, delighted and relieved, thought she was grown 1,000 times more beautiful than Indiana, and eagerly taking her hand ran with her to the apartment of the poor disconsolate Sir Hugh, where his own eyes soon overflowed from tenderness and admiration at the uncommon scene he witnessed, of the generous affection with which Camilla consoled the fond distress of her uncle, though springing from her own disappointment and loss. They stayed till the arrival of the attorney, who took the directions of Sir Hugh, and drew up for his immediate satisfaction a short deed, making over according to his vow all that he should die possessed of, without any let or qualification whatsoever, to his niece Eugenia. This was properly signed and sealed, and Sir Hugh hastened upstairs with a copy of it to Mr. Tyrrell. All remonstrance was ineffectual. His conscience, he protested, could no other way be appeased. His noble little Camilla had forgiven him her ill usage, and he could now bear to look at the change for the worse in Eugenia, without finding his heartstrings ready to burst at the sight. "You," he cried, "brother, who do not know what it is I have suffered through my conscience, can't tell what it is to get a little ease, for if she had died, you might all have had the comfort to say 'twas I murdered her, which would have given you the satisfaction of having had no hand in it. But then, what would have become of poor me, having it all upon my own head? However, now, thank heaven, I have no need to care about the matter, for as to the mere loss of beauty, pretty as it is to look at, I hope it is no such great injury, as she'll have a splendid fortune, which is certainly a better thing in point of lasting. For as to beauty, Lord help us, what is it, except just to the eye?" He then walked up to the child, intending to kiss her, but stopped and sighed involuntarily as he looked at her, saying, "After all, she's not like the same thing, no more than I am myself. I shall never think I know her again, never as long as I live. I can't so much as believe her to be the same, though I am sure of its being true. However, it shall make no change in my love for her, poor little dear, for it's all my own doing, though innocently enough as to any meaning, God knows." It was still some time before the little girl recovered, and then a new misfortune became daily more palpable, from some latent and incurable mischief, owing to her fall, which made her grow up with one leg shorter than the other, and her whole figure diminutive and deformed. These additional evils reconciled her parents to the partial will of her uncle, which they now indeed thought less wanting in equity, since no other reparation could be offered to the innocent sufferer for ills so insurmountable. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Icy Jumbo.
Book Number 1, Chapter 4 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Prusoff. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 4. When the tumult of this affair subsided, Mr. Tyrrell and his family prepared to re-establish themselves at Etherington, and Mrs. Tyrrell, the great inducement for the separation being over, was earnest to take home again the disinherited Camilla. Sir Hugh, whose pleasure in her sight was now embittered by regret and remorse, had not courage to make the smallest opposition, yet he spent the day of her departure in groans and penitence. He thought it right, however, to detain Eugenia, who, as his decided heiress, was left to be brought up at Cleves. The loss of the amusing society of his favourite, the disappointment he had inflicted upon her, and the sweetness with which she had borne it, preyed incessantly upon his spirits, and he knew not how to employ himself, which was to direct his thoughts, nor in what manner to beguile one moment of his time, after the children were gone to rest. The view of the constant resources which his brother found in literature augmented his melancholy at his own imperfections, and the steady industry with which Mr. Tyrrell in early youth had attained them, and which, while devoted to field sports, he had often observed with wonder and pity, he now looked back to with self-reproach, and recognized it in its effect with a reverence almost awful. His imagination, neither regulated by wisdom, nor disciplined by experience, having once taken this turn, he soon fancied that every earthly misfortune originated in a carelessness of learning, and that all he wished, and all he wanted, upbraided him with his ignorance. If disease and pain afflicted him, he lamented the juvenile inattention that had robbed him of acquirements which might have taught him not to regard them. If the word scholar was named in his presence, he heaved the deepest sigh. If an article in a newspaper, with which he was unacquainted, was discussed, he reviled his early heedlessness of study, and the mention of a common pamphlet, which was unknown to him, gave him a sensation of disgrace. Even inevitable calamities he attributed to the negligence of his education, and construed every error and every evil of his life to his youthful disrespect of Greek and Latin. Such was the state of his mind when his ordinary maladies had the serious aggravation of a violent fit of the gout. In the midst of the acute anguish and useless repentance which now alternately ravaged his happiness, it suddenly occurred to him, that, perhaps, with proper instruction, he might even yet obtain a sufficient portion of this enviable knowledge to enable him to pass his evenings with some similarity to his brother. Revived by this suggestion, he sent for Mr. Tyrrell to communicate to him his idea, and to beg he would put him into a way to recover his lost time, by recommending to him a tutor, with whom he might set about a course of studies. "Not that I want," cried he, "to make any particular great figure as a scholar; but if I could only learn just enough to amuse me at odd hours, and make me forget the gout, it's as much as I desire." The total impossibility that such a project should answer its given purpose, deterred not Mr. Tyrrell from listening to his request. The mild philosophy of his character saw whatever was lenient to human sufferings as eligible, and looked no further for any obstacles to the wishes of another, than to investigate if their gratification would be compatible with innocence. He wrote, therefore, to a college associate of his younger years, whom he knew to be severely embarrassed in his affairs, and made proposals for settling him in the house of his brother. These were not merely gratefully accepted by his old friend, but drew forth a confession that he was daily menaced with a public arrest for debts, which he had incurred without luxury or extravagance, from mere ignorance of the value of money and of economy. In the award of cool reason, to attend to what is impracticable appears a folly which no inducement can excuse. Mrs. Tyrrell treated this scheme with calm but complete contempt. She allowed no palliation for a measure of which the abortive end was glaring. To hearken to it displeased her, as a false indulgence of childish vanity, and her understanding felt shocked that Mr. Tyrrell would deign to humour his brother in an enterprise which must inevitably terminate in a fruitless consumption of time. Sir Hugh soon, but without anger, saw her disapprobation of his plan. Her opinions, from a high superiority to all deceit, were as unreserved as those of the Baronet, from a nature incapable of caution. He told her he was sorry to perceive that she thought he should make no proficiency, but entreated her to take notice there was at least no great presumption in his attempt, as he meant to begin with the very beginning, and to go no farther at the first than any young little schoolboy, for he should give himself fair play by trying his hand with the rudiments, which would no sooner be run over than the rest would become plain sailing. And if once, he added, I should conquer the mastery of the classics, I shall make but very short work of all the rest. Mr. Tyrrell saw, as forcibly as his wife, the utter impossibility that Sir Hugh could now repair the omissions of his youth, but he was willing to console his want of knowledge, and soothe his mortifications, and while he grieved for his bodily infirmities, and pitied his mental repinings, he considered his idea not as illaudable, though injudicious, and in favour of its blamelessness, forgave its absurdity. He was gratified also in offering an honourable provision to a man of learning in distress, whose time and attention could not fail to deserve it, if dedicated to his brother, in whatever way they might be bestowed. He took care to be at Cleves on the day Dr. Orkburn, this gentleman, was expected, and he presented him to Sir Hugh with every mark of regard, as a companion in whose conversation, he flattered himself, pain might be lightened, and seclusion from mixed company cheerfully supported. Dr. Orkburn expressed his gratitude for the kindness of Mr. Tyrrell, and promised to make it his first study to merit the high consideration with which he had been called from his retirement. A scholastic education was all that had been given to Dr. Orkburn by his friends, and though in that their hopes were answered, no prosperity followed. His labours had been seconded by industry, but not enforced by talents, and they soon found how wide the difference between acquiring stores and bringing them into use. Application, operating upon a retentive memory, had enabled him to lay by the most ample hoards of erudition, but these, though they rendered him respectable amongst the learned, proved nearly nugatory in his progress through the world, from a total want of skill and penetration to know how or where they might turn to any account. Nevertheless, his character was unexceptionable, his manners were quiet, and his fortune was ruined. These were the motives which induced rather the benevolence than the selection of Mr. Tyrrell to name him to his brother, in the hope that, while an asylum at Cleves would exonerate him from all pecuniary hardships, his very deficiency in brilliance of parts and knowledge of mankind, which, though differently modified, was equal to that of Sir Hugh himself, would obviate regret of more cultivated society, and facilitate their reciprocal satisfaction. The introduction over, Mr. Tyrrell sought by general topics to forward their acquaintance, before any allusion should be made to the professed plan of Sir Hugh. But Sir Hugh was too well pleased with its ingenuity to be ashamed of its avowal. He began, therefore, immediately to descant upon the indolence of his early years, and to impeach the want of timely severity in his instructors. For there is an old saying, he cried, but remarkably true, that learning is better than house or land, which I am an instance of myself, for I have house and land plenty, yet don't know what to do with them properly, nor with myself neither, for want of a little notion of things to guide me by. His brother, he added, had been too partial in thinking him already fitted for such a master as Dr. Orkborne, though he promised, notwithstanding his time of life, to become the most docile of pupils, and he hoped before long to do no discredit to the doctor as his tutor. Mr. Tyrrell, whose own benign countenance could scarce refrain from a smile at this unqualified opening, endeavoured to divert to some other subject the grave astonishment of Dr. Orkborne, who, previously aware of the age and ill health of the Baronet, naturally concluded himself called upon to solace the privacy of his life by reading or discourse, but suggested not the most distant surmise he could be summoned as a preceptor. Sir Hugh, however, far from palliating any design, disguised not even a feeling. He plunged deeper and deeper in the acknowledgment of his ignorance, and soon set wholly apart the delicate circumspection of his brother, by demanding of Dr. Orkborne what book he thought he had best buy for a beginning. Receiving from the wondering doctor no answer, he good-humouredly added, "Come, don't be ashamed to name the easiest, for this reason. You must know my plan is one of my own, which it is right to tell you. As fast as I get on, I intend, for the sake of remembering my lesson, to send for one of my nephews, and teach it all over again to him myself, which will be doing service to us all at once." Mr. Tyrrell now, though for a few moments he looked down, thought it best to leave the matter to its own course, and Dr. Orkborne to his own observations. Fully persuaded that the smiles Sir Hugh might excite would be transient, and that no serious or lasting ridicule could be attached to his character in the mind of a worthy man, to whom time and opportunity would be allowed for an acquaintance with its habitual beneficence, he excused himself, therefore, from staying any longer, somewhat to the distress of Dr. Orkborne, but hardly with the notice of the Baronet, whose eagerness in his pursuit completely engrossed him. His late adventure and his new heiress now tormented him no more. Indiana was forgotten, Camilla but little thought of, and his whole mind became exclusively occupied by this fruitful expedient for retrieving his lost time. Dr. Orkborne, whose life had been spent in any study rather than that of human nature, was so little able to enter into the character of Sir Hugh, that nothing less than the respect he knew to be due to Mr. Tyrrell could have saved him, upon his first reception, from a suspicion that he had been summoned in mere mockery. The situation, however, was peculiarly desirable to him, and the experiment, in the beginning, corresponded with the hopes of Mr. Tyrrell. Placed suddenly in ease and affluence, Dr. Orkborne, with the most profound desire to please, sought to sustain so convenient a post, by obliging the patron, whom he soon saw it would be vain to attempt improving; while Sir Hugh, in return, professed himself the most fortunate of men, that he had now met with a scholar who had the good nature not to despise him. Relief from care thus combining with opportunity, Dr. Orkborne was scarce settled, ere he determined upon the execution of a long, critical, and difficult work in philology, which he had often had in contemplation, but never found leisure to undertake. By this means he had a constant resource for himself, and the Baronet, observing that time never hung heavy upon his hands, conceived a yet higher admiration of learning, and felt his spirits proportionately reanimated by the fair prospect of participating in such advantages. From this dream, however, he was soon awakened. A parcel, by the direction of Dr. Orkborne, arrived from his bookseller, with materials for going to work. Sir Hugh then sent off a message to the parsonage house, informing his brother and his family that they must not be surprised if they did not see or hear of him for some time, as he had got his hands quite full, and should be particularly engaged for a week or two to come. Dr. Orkborne, still but imperfectly conceiving the extent, either of the plan or of the simplicity of his new pupil, proposed, as soon as the packet was opened, that they should read together, but Sir Hugh replied that he would do the whole in order, and by no means skip the rudiments. The disappointment which followed may be easily imagined. With neither quickness to learn, nor memory to retain, he aimed at being initiated in the elements of a dead language, for which youth can only find time and application, and even youth but by compulsion. His head soon became confused, his ideas were all perplexed, his attention was vainly strained, and his faculties were totally disordered. Astonished at his own disturbance, which he attributed solely to not getting yet into the right mode, he laughed off his chagrin, but was steady in his perseverance, and continued wholly shut up from his family and friends, with a zeal worthy better success. Lesson after lesson, however, only aggravated his difficulties, till his intellects grew so embarrassed he scarce knew if he slept or waked. His nights became infected by the perturbation of the day, his health visibly suffered from the restlessness of both, and all his flattering hopes of new and unknown happiness were ere long exchanged for despair. He now sent for his brother, and desired to speak with him alone, when catching him fast by the hand, and looking piteously in his face, "Do you know, my dear brother," he cried, "I find myself turning out as sheer a blockhead as ever. For all I have got so many more years over my head than when I began all this hard jingle-jangle before." Mr. Tyrrell, with greater concern than surprise, endeavoured to reassure and console him, by pointing out a road more attainable for reaping benefit from the presence of Dr. Orkborne than the impracticable path into which he had erroneously entered. "Ah, no, my dear brother," he answered, "if I don't succeed this way, I am sure I shall succeed no other. For as to pains, I could not have taken more if I had been afraid to be flogged once a day, and that gentleman has done all he can too, as far as I know to the contrary. But I really think, whatever is the meaning of it, there's some people can't learn." Then shaking his head, he added, in a low voice, "To say the truth, I might as well have given it up from the very first, for any great comfort I found in it, if it had not been for fear of hurting that gentleman. However, don't let the poor gentleman know that, for I've no right to turn him off upon nothing, merely for the fault of my having no head, which how can he help?" Mr. Tyrrell agreed in the justice of this reflection, and undertook to deliberate upon some conciliatory expedient. Sir Hugh heartily thanked him. "But only in the meantime that you are thinking," cried he, "how shall I bring it about to stop him from coming to me with all those books for my study? For, do you know, my dear brother, because I asked him to buy me one for my beginning, he sent for a full score, and when he comes to me about my lesson, he brings them all upon me together, which is one thing, for aught I know, that helps to confuse me, for I am wondering all the time when I shall get through with them. However, say nothing of all this before the poor gentleman, for fear he should take it as a hint, which might put him out of heart, for which reason I'd rather take another lesson, Lord help me, than vex him." Mr. Tyrrell promised his best consideration, and to see him again the next morning. But he had hardly left Cleves 10 minutes, when a man and horse came galloping after him, with a petition that he would return without delay. The baronet received him with a countenance renovated with self-complacency. "I won't trouble you," he cried, "to think any more, for now I have got a plan of my own, which I will tell you. Not to throw this good gentleman entirely away, I intend having a kind of school set up here in my sick room, and so to let all my nephews come, and say their tasks to him in my hearing, and then, who knows but I may pick up a little amongst them myself, without all this hard study." Mr. Tyrrell stated the obvious objections to so wild a scheme, but he besought him not to oppose it, as there was no other way for him to get rid of his tutoring, without sending off Dr. Orkborne. He desired, therefore, that Lionel might come instantly to Cleves, saying, "I shall write myself to Eden, by the means of the doctor, to tell the master I shall take Claremont entirely home after the next holidays, for the sake of having him study under my own eye." He then entreated him to prepare Dr. Orkborne for his new avocation. Mr. Tyrrell, who saw that in this plan the inventor alone could be disappointed, made no further remonstrance, and communicated the design to Dr. Orkborn, who, growing now deeply engaged in his own undertaking, was perfectly indifferent to whom or to what his occasional attendance might be given. End of chapter 4.
Book 1, Chapters 5, 6 and 7 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Chapter 5, Schooling of a Young Gentleman. Mrs. Tyrrell expressed much astonishment that her husband could afford any countenance to this new plan. "Your expectations from it," she cried, "can be no higher than my own. You have certainly some influence with your brother. Why, then, will you suffer him thus egregiously to expose himself?" "I cannot protect his pride," answered Mr. Tyrrell, "at the expense of his comfort. His faculties want some object, his thoughts some employment. Inaction bodily and intellectual pervading the same character cannot but fix disgust upon every stage and every state of life. Vice alone is worse than such double inertion. Where mental vigour can be kept alive without offence to religion and virtue, innocence as well as happiness is promoted, and the starter of difficulties with regard to the means which point to such an end inadvertently risks both. To save the mind from preying inwardly upon itself, it must be encouraged to some outward pursuit. There is no other way to elude apathy or escape discontent, none other to guard the temper from that quarrel with itself, which ultimately ends in quarrelling with all mankind. But may you not, by refusing to send him your son, induce him to seek recreation in some more rational way?" "Recreation, my dear Georgiana, must be spontaneous. Bidden pleasures fly the perversity of our tastes. Let us take care, then, scrupulously, of our duties, but suffer our amusements to take care of themselves. A project, a pastime such as this, is at least as harmless as it is hopeless, since the utmost sport of wit, or acrimony of malice, can only fasten a laugh upon it, and how few are the diversions of the rich and indolent that can so lightly be acquitted." Lionel, the new young student, speedily, though but little to her satisfaction, abetted the judgment of his mother. He was no sooner summoned to Cleves than, enchanted to find himself a fellow pupil with his uncle, he conceived the highest ideas of his own premature genius, and when this vanity, from the avowed ignorance of the artless baronet, subsided, it was only replaced by a sovereign contempt of his new associate. He made the most pompous display of his own little acquirements. He took every opportunity to ask questions of Sir Hugh, which he knew he could not answer, and he would sometimes, with an arch mock solemnity, carry his exercise to him and beg his assistance. Sir Hugh bore this juvenile impertinence with unshaken good humour, but the spirits of Lionel were too mutinous for such lenity. He grew bolder in his attacks and more fearless of consequences, and in a very short time his uncle seemed to him little more than the butt at which he might level the shafts of his rising triumph, till tired at length, though not angry, the baronet applied to Dr. Orkborn, and begged he would teach him, out of hand, some small little smattering of Latin sentences, by which he might make the young pedant think better of him. Dr. Orkborn complied, and wrote him a few brief exercises, but these, after toiling day and night to learn, he pronounced so ill, and so constantly misapplied, that far from impressing his fellow labourer with more respect, the moment he uttered a single word of his new lesson, the boy almost rolled upon the floor with convulsive merriment. Sir Hugh, with whom these phrases neither lost nor gained by mistaking one word for another, appealed to Dr. Orkborn to remedy what he conceived to be an unaccountable failure. Dr. Orkborn, absorbed in his new personal pursuit, to which he daily grew more devoted, was earnest to be as little as possible interrupted, and therefore only advised him to study his last lesson before he pressed for anything new. Study, however, was unavailing, and he heard this injunction with despair, but finding it constantly repeated upon every application for help, he was seized with a horror of the whole attempt, and begged to consult with Mr. Tyrrell. "This gentleman you have recommended to me for my tutor," he cried, "is certainly a great scholar. I don't mean to doubt that the least in the world, being no judge, and he is complacent enough, too, considering all that. But yet I have rather a suspicion he is afraid I shall make no hand of it, which is a thing so disheartening to a person in the line of improvement, that, to tell you the honest truth, I am thinking of giving the whole up at a blow. For Lord help me, what shall I be the better for knowing Latin and Greek? It's not worth a man's while to think of it, after being a boy. And so, if you please, I'd rather you'd take Lionel home again." Mr. Tyrrell agreed, but asked what he meant to do further concerning the doctor. Why, that, brother, is the very thing my poor ignorant head wants your advice for, because, as to that plan about our learning altogether, I see it won't do, for either the boys will grow up to be no better scholars than their uncle, which is to say none at all, or else they'll hold everybody cheap when they meet with a person knowing nothing, so I'll have no more hand in it, and I shall really be glad enough to get such a thing off my mind, for it's been weight enough upon it from the beginning. He then desired the opinion of Mr. Tyrrell what step he should take to prevent the arrival of Clermont Lynmere, whom, he said, he dreaded to see, being determined to have no more little boys about him for some time to come. Mr. Tyrrell recommended resettling him at Eton, but Sir Hugh declared he could not possibly do that, because the poor little fellow had written him word he was glad to leave school. And I don't doubt, he added, but he'll make the best figure of us all, because I had him put in the right mode from the first, though I must needs own I had as lieve to see him a mere dunce all his life, supposing I should live so long, which God forbid in regard to his dying, as have him turn out a mere coxcomb of a pedant, laughing and grinning at everybody that can't spell a Greek noun. Mr. Tyrrell promised to take the matter into consideration, but early the next morning the baronet again summoned him and joyfully made known that a scheme had come into his own head which answered all purposes. In the first place, he said, he had really taken so prodigious a dislike to learning that he was determined to send Clermont over the seas to finish his Greek and Latin, not because he was fond of foreign parts, but for fear, if he should let him come to Cleves, the great distaste he had now conceived against those sort of languages might disgust the poor boy from his book. And he had most luckily recollected, in the middle of the night, that he had a dear friend, one Mr. Westwin, who was going the very next month to carry his own son to Leipzig, which was just what had put the thought into his head, because by that means Clermont might be removed from one studying place to t'other without loss of time. But for all that, he continued, as this good gentleman here has been doing no harm, I won't have him become a sufferer for my changing my mind, and so, not to affront him by giving him nothing to do, which would be like saying, you may go your ways, I intend he should try Indiana. Observing Mr. Tyrrell now look with the extremest surprise, he added, to be sure, being a girl, it is rather out of the way, but as there is never another boy, what can I do? Besides, I shan't so much mind her getting a little learning, because she's not likely to make much hand of it. And this one thing, I can tell you, which I have learnt of my own accord, I'll never press a person to set about studying at my time of life as long as I live, knowing what a plague it is. Lionel returned to Etherington with his father, and the rest of the scheme was put into execution without delay. Mr. Westwin conveyed Clermont from Eton to Leipzig, where he settled him with the preceptor and masters appointed for his own son, and Dr. Orkborn was desired to become the tutor of Indiana. At first, quitting his learned residence, the doctor might indignantly have blushed at the proposition of an employment so much beneath his abilities, but he now heard it without the smallest emotion, sedately revolving in his mind that his literary work would not be affected by the ignorance or absurdity of his several pupils. Chapter 6. Tuition of a Young Lady. The fair Indiana participated not in the philosophy of her preceptor. The first mention of taking lessons produced an aversion unconquerable to their teacher, and the first question he asked her at the appointed hour for study was answered by a burst of tears. To Dr. Orkborn this sorrow would have proved no impediment to their proceeding, as he hardly noticed it, but Sir Hugh, extremely affected, kindly kissed her and said he would beg her off for this time. The next day, however, gave rise but to a similar scene, and the next, which followed, would precisely have resembled it, had not the promise of some new finery of attire dispersed the pearly drops that were preparing to fall. The uncommon beauty of Indiana had made her infancy adored, and her childhood indulged by almost all who had seen her. The brilliant picture she presented to the eye by her smiles and her spirit rendered the devastation caused by crying, pouting, or fretfulness so striking and so painful to behold, that not alone her uncle, but every servant in the house, and every stranger who visited it, granted to her lamentations whatever they demanded, to relieve their own impatience at the loss of so pleasing an image. Accustomed, therefore, never to weep without advantage, she was in the constant habit of giving unbridled vent to her tears upon the smallest contradiction, well knowing that not to spoil her pretty eyes by crying was the current maxim of the whole house. Unused by this means to any trouble or application, the purposed tuition of Dr. Orkborn appeared a burden to her intolerable, yet weeping, her standing resource, was with him utterly vain. Her tears were unimportant to one who had taken no notice of her smiles, and intent upon her own learned ruminations, he never even looked at her. Bribery, day after day, could procure but a few instants' attention, given so unwillingly, and so speedily withdrawn, that trinkets, dress, and excursions were soon exhausted, without the smallest advancement. The general indulgence of the baronet made partial favours of small efficacy, and Indiana was sooner tired of receiving than he of presenting his offerings. She applied, therefore, at length to the governess, whose expostulations she knew by experience were precisely what Sir Hugh most sedulously aimed to avoid. Miss Margland was a woman of family and fashion, but reduced through the gaming and extravagance of her father to such indigence that, after sundry failures in higher attempts, she was compelled to acquiesce in the good offices of her friends, which placed her as a governess in the house of Sir Hugh. To Indiana, however, she was but nominally a tutress. Neglected in her own education, there was nothing she could teach, though born and bred in the circle of fashion, she imagined she had nothing to learn. And while a mind proudly shallow kept her unacquainted with her own deficiencies, her former rank in society imposed an equal ignorance of them upon Sir Hugh. But notwithstanding he implicitly gave her credit for possessing whatever she assumed, he found her of a temper so unpleasant and so irritable to offence that he made it a rule never to differ from her. The irksomeness of this restraint induced him to keep as much as possible out of her way, though respect and pity for her birth and her misfortunes led him to resolve never to part with her till Indiana was married. The spirit of Miss Margland was as haughty as her intellects were weak, and her disposition was so querulous that, in her constant suspicion of humiliation, she seemed always looking for an affront, and ready primed for a contest. She seized with pleasure the opportunity offered her by Indiana of remonstrating against this new system of education, readily allowing that any accomplishment beyond what she had herself acquired would be completely a work of supererogation. She represented dictatorially her objections to the baronet. Miss Linmere, she said, though both beautiful and well brought up, could never cope with so great a disadvantage as the knowledge of Latin. "Consider, sir," she cried, "what an obstacle it will prove to her making her way in the great world, when she comes to be of a proper age for thinking of an establishment. What gentleman will you ever find that will bear with a learned wife, except some mere downright fogram that no young lady of fashion could endure?" She then spoke of the danger of injuring her beauty by study, and ran over all the qualifications really necessary for a young lady to attain, which consisted simply of an enumeration of all she had herself attempted, a little music, a little drawing, and a little dancing, which should all, she added, be but slightly pursued, to distinguish a lady of fashion from an artist. Sir Hugh, a good deal disturbed because unable to answer her, thought it would be best to interest Dr. Awkbourne in his plan, and to beg him to reconcile her to its execution. He sent, therefore, a message to the doctor to beg to speak with him immediately. Dr. Awkbourne promised to wait upon him without delay, but he was at that moment hunting for a passage in a Greek author, and presently forgot both the promise and the request. Sir Hugh, concluding nothing but sickness could detain him, went to his apartment, where, finding him perfectly well, he stared at him a moment, and then sitting down, begged him to make no apology, for he could tell his business there as well as anywhere else. He gave a long and copious relation of the objections of Miss Margland, earnestly begging Dr. Awkbourne would save him from such another harangue, it being bad for his health, by undertaking to give her the proper notion of things himself. The doctor, who had just found the passage for which he had been seeking, heard not one word that he said. Sir Hugh, receiving no answer, imagined him to be weighing the substance of his narration, and therefore, bidding him not to worry his brain too much, offered him half an hour to fix upon what should be done, and returned quietly to his own room. Here he sat, counting the minutes, with his watch in his hand, till the time stipulated arrived. But finding Dr. Awkbourne let it pass without any notice, he again took the trouble of going back to his apartment. He then eagerly asked what plan he had formed. Dr. Awkbourne, much incommoded by this second interruption, coldly begged to know his pleasure. Sir Hugh, with great patience, though much surprise, repeated the whole, word for word, over again, but the history was far too long for Dr. Awkbourne, whose attention, after the first sentence or two, was completely restored to his Greek quotation, which he was in the act of transcribing when Sir Hugh re-entered the room. The baronet at length more categorically said, "Don't be so shy of speaking out, doctor, though I am afraid, by your silence, you've rather a notion poor Indiana will never get on, which perhaps makes you think it not worth while contradicting Mrs. Margland. Come, speak out. Is that the case with the poor girl?" "Yes, sir," answered Dr. Awkbourne, with great composure, though perfectly unconscious of the proposition to which he assented. "Lack-a-day, if I was not always afraid she had rather returned to being a dunce. So it's your opinion it won't do, then?" "Yes, sir," again replied the doctor, his eye the whole time fastened upon the passage which occupied his thoughts. "Why, then, we are all at a stand again. This is worse than I thought for. So the poor dear girl has really no head? Hey, doctor, do speak, pray. Don't mind vexing me. Say so at once if you can't help thinking it." Another extorted "Yes, sir," completely overset Sir Hugh, who, imputing the absent and perplexed air with which it was pronounced to an unwillingness to give pain, shook him by the hand, and, quitting the room, ordered his carriage and set off for Etherington. "Oh, brother," he cried, "Indiana's the best girl in the world, as well as the prettiest, but do you know, Dr. Orkborn says she has got no brains, so there's an end of that scheme. However, I have now thought of another that will settle all differences." Mr. Tyrrell hoped it was an entire discontinuance of all pupillage and tutorship, and that Dr. Orkborn might henceforth be considered as a mere family friend. "No, no, my dear brother, no, 'tis a better thing than that, as you shall hear. You must know I have often been concerned to think how glum poor Claremont will look when he hears of my will in favour of Eugenia, which was my chief reason in my own private mind for not caring to see him before he went abroad. But I have made myself quite easy about him now, by resolving to set little Eugenia upon learning the classics." "Eugenia? And of what benefit will that prove to Claremont?" "Why, as soon as she grows a little old, that is to say, a young woman, I intend, with your good will and my sister's, to marry her to Claremont." Mr. Tyrrell smiled, but declared his entire concurrence if the young people, when they grew up, wished for the alliance. "As to that," said he, "I mean to make sure work by having them educated exactly to fit one another. I shall order Claremont to think of nothing but his studies till the proper time, and as to Eugenia, I shall make her a wife after his own heart, by the help of this gentleman. For I intend to bid him teach her just like a man, which, as she's so young, may be done from the beginning, the same as if she was a boy." He then enumerated the advantages of this project, which would save Claremont from all disappointment, by still making over to him his whole fortune, with a wife ready formed into a complete scholar for him into the bargain. He then enumerated the advantages of this project, which would save Claremont from all disappointment, by still making over to him his whole fortune, with a wife ready formed into a complete scholar for him into the bargain. It would also hinder Eugenia from being a prey to some sop for her money, who, being no relation, could not have so good a right to it, and it would prevent any affront to Dr. Orkborn by keeping him a constant tight task in hand. Mr. Tyrrell forbore to chagrin him with any strong expostulation, and he returned, therefore, to Cleves in full glee. He repaired immediately to the apartment of the doctor, who, only by what was now said, was apprised of what had passed before. Somewhat, therefore, alarmed to understand that the studies of Indiana were to be relinquished, he exerted all the alacrity in his power for accepting his new little pupil, not from any idea of preference, for he concluded that incapacity of Indiana to be rather that of her sex than of an individual, but from conceiving that his commodious abode at Cleves depended upon his retaining one scholar in the family. Eugenia therefore was called, and the lessons were begun. The little girl, who was naturally of a thoughtful turn, and whose state of health deprived her of most childish amusements, was well contented with the arrangement, and soon made a progress so satisfactory to Dr. Orkborn, that Sir Hugh, letting his mind now rest from all other schemes, became fully and happily occupied by the prosecution of his last suggestion. Chapter 7. Lost Labour. From this period, the families of Etherington and Cleves lived in the enjoyment of uninterrupted harmony and repose, till Eugenia, the most juvenile of the set, had attained her 15th year. Sir Hugh then wrote to Leipzig, desiring his nephew Linmere to return home without delay. "Not that I intend," he said to Mr. Tyrrell, "marrying them together at this young age, Eugenia being but a child, except in point of Latin. Though I assure you, my dear brother, she's the most sensible of the whole, poor Indiana being nothing to her, for all her prettiness. But the thing is, the sooner Claremont comes over, the sooner they may begin forming the proper regard." The knowledge of this projected alliance was by no means confined to Sir Hugh and Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell. It was known throughout the family, though never publicly announced, and understood from her childhood by Eugenia herself, though Mrs. Tyrrell had exerted her utmost authority to prevent Sir Hugh from apprising her of it in form. It was nevertheless the joy of his heart to prepare the young people for each other, and his scheme received every encouragement he could desire from the zeal and uncommon progress in her studies made by Eugenia, which most happily corresponded with all his injunctions to Leipzig for the application and acquirements of Claremont. Thus circumstanced, it was a blow to him the most unexpected to receive from the young bridegroom-elect, in answer to his summons home, a petition to make the tour of Europe while yet on the continent. "What!" cried Sir Hugh, "and is this all his care for us? After so many years' separation from his kin and kind, has he no natural longings to see his native land, no yearnings to know his own relations from strangers?" Eugenia, notwithstanding her extreme youth, secretly applauded and admired a search of knowledge she would gladly have participated, though she was not incurious to see the youth she considered as her destined partner for life, and to whom all her literary labours had been directed, for the never-failing method of Sir Hugh to stimulate her if she was idle had been to assure her that, unless she worked harder, her cousin Claremont would eclipse her. She had now acquired a decided taste for study, which, however unusual for her age, most fortunately rescued from weariness or sadness the sedentary life which a weak state of health compelled her to lead. This induced her to look with pleasure upon Claremont as the object of her emulation, and to prosecute every plan for her improvement with that vigour which accompanies a pursuit of our own choice, the only labour that asks no relaxation. Steady occupations such as these kept off all attention to her personal misfortunes, which Sir Hugh had strictly ordered should never be alluded to, first, he said, for fear they should vex her, and next, lest they should make her hate him for being their cause. Those incidents, therefore, from never being named, glided imperceptibly from her thoughts, and she grew up as unconscious as she was innocent, that though born with a beauty which surpassed that of her lovely sisters, disease and accident had robbed her of that charm ere she knew she possessed it. But neither disease nor accident had power over her mind. There, in its purest proportions, moral beauty preserved its first energy. The equanimity of her temper made her seem, though a female, born to be a practical philosopher. Her abilities and her sentiments were each of the highest class, uniting the best adorned intellects with the best principled virtues. The dissatisfaction of Sir Hugh with his nephew reached not to prohibition. His consent was painful, but his remittances were generous, and Claremont had 3 years allowed him for his travels through Europe. Yet this permission was no sooner granted than the baronet again became dejected. 3 years appeared to him to be endless. He could hardly persuade himself to look forward to them with expectation of life, and all the learned labours he had promoted seemed vain and unpromising, ill requiting his toils and still less answering his hopes. Even the studious turn of Eugenia, hitherto his first delight, he now thought served but to render her unsociable, and the time she devoted to study he began to regret as lost to himself. Nor could he suggest any possible consolation for his drooping spirits, till it occurred to him that Camilla might again enliven him. This idea, and the order for his carriage, were the birth of the same moment, and upon entering the study of Mr. Tyrrell, he abruptly exclaimed, "My dear brother, I must have Camilla back. Indiana says nothing to amuse me, and Eugenia is so bookish, I might as well live with an old woman, which God forbid I should object to, only I like Camilla better." This request was by no means welcome to Mr. Tyrrell, and utterly distasteful to his lady. Camilla was now just 17 years of age and attractively lovely, but of a character that called for more attention to its development than to its formation, though of a disposition so engaging that affection kept pace with watchfulness, and her fond parents knew as little for their own sakes as for hers how to part with her. Her qualities had a power which, without consciousness how or consideration why, governed her whole family. The airy thoughtlessness of her nature was a source of perpetual amusement, and, if sometimes her vivacity raised a fear for her discretion, the innocence of her mind reassured them after every alarm. The interest which she excited served to render her the first object of the house. It was just short of solicitude, yet kept it constantly alive. Her spirits were volatile, but her heart was tender. Her gaiety had a fascination, her persuasion was irresistible. To give her now up to Sir Hugh seemed to Mrs. Tyrrell rather impossible than disagreeable, but he was too urgent with his brother to be wholly refused. She was granted him, therefore, as a guest for the 3 ensuing months, to aid him to dissipate his immediate disappointment from the procrastinated absence of Claremont. Sir Hugh received back his first favourite with all the fond glee of a ductile imagination, which in every new good sees a refuge from every past or present evil. But as the extremest distaste of all literature now succeeded those sanguine views which had lately made it his exclusive object, the first words he spoke upon her arrival were, to inform her she must learn no Latin, and the first step which followed her welcome was a solemn charge to Dr. Orkborn that he must give her no lessons. The gaiety, the spirit, the playful good humour of Camilla had lost nothing of their charm by added years, though her understanding had been sedulously cultivated, and her principles modelled by the pure and practical tenets of her exemplary parents. The delight of Sir Hugh in regaining her consisted not merely of the renovation of his first prejudice in her favour, it was strengthened by the restoration it afforded his own mind to its natural state, and the relief of being disburthened of a task he was so ill calculated to undertake as superintending, in any sort, intellectual pursuits. End of chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 1. New Projects. The baronet would, at length, have enjoyed perfect contentment had he not been molested by the teasing spirit of Miss Margland, now daily at work in proposing a journey to London, and in representing as an indispensable duty that the young ladies should see and be seen in a manner suitable to their situation in life. Miss Margland, equally void either of taste or of resources for the country, had languished and fretted away 12 years in its bosom, with no other opening to any satisfaction beyond a maintenance, except what she secretly nourished in her hopes that when her beautiful pupil was grown up, she should accompany her to the metropolis. Her former connections and acquaintance in high life still continued to be the stationary pride of her heart, the constant theme of her discourse, and the perpetual illusion of some lamentation and regret. This excursion, therefore, in prospect, had been her sole support during her retirement, nor had she failed to instruct her fair disciple to aid her scheme, though she had kept from her its private motive. Most successfully indeed had she instilled into the youthful breast of Indiana a wondering curiosity to see the place which she described as the sole residence of elegance and fashion, and an eager impatience to exhibit there a person which she was assured would meet with universal homage. But neither the exhortations of the governess nor the wishes of her pupil could in this point move Sir Hugh. He had a fixed aversion to London and to all public places, and had constantly some disaster to relate of every visit he had accidentally made to them. The amusements which had decided his partiality for the country were now, indeed, no longer within his reach; but his sanguine temper, which occasionally entertained him with hopes of a recovery, determined him always to keep upon the right spot, he said, for sport, in the case of any sudden and favourable change in his health. Upon the visit of Camilla, Miss Margland grew yet more urgent, expecting through her powerful influence to gain her point. She strove, therefore, to engage her intercession, but Camilla, careless, easy, and gay, had no wish about the matter, and could not be brought into the cabal. This disappointment so much soured and provoked Miss Margland, that she lost the usual discretion she had hitherto practised, of confining her remonstrances to those times when she saw Sir Hugh alone. Such opportunities, indeed, weary of the use she made of them, the baronet contrived daily to lessen; but every meeting now, whether public or private, was seized alike for the same purpose, and the necessity of bringing the young ladies out, and the duty of thinking of their establishment, were the sentences with which he was so regularly assailed, that the moment he saw her, he prepared to hear them, and commonly with a heavy sigh anticipated their fatigue to his spirits. No arguments, however, relative to disposing of the young ladies, had any weight with him. He had long planned to give Eugenia to Claremont Lynmere, and he depended upon Edgar Mandelbert for Indiana, while with regard to Camilla, to keep her unmarried, that he might detain her under his own roof, was the favourite wish of his heart. Nevertheless, this perpetual persecution became by degrees insupportable, and unused to be deaf to any claimant, he was upon the point of constrained compliance, when his passion for forming schemes came again to his aid, upon hearing that Edgar Mandelbert, after a 12-months' absence, was just returned to Etherington. This youth had been making the tour of England, Wales, and Scotland, with Dr. Marchmont, who had been induced by Mr. Tyrrell to relinquish all other avocations, and devote to him his whole time. Sir Hugh, hastening, upon this news, to the parsonage house, said, "Don't imagine, brother, I am going to make any complaint against Mrs. Margland, for she is an excellent governess, and I have no fault to find with her, except her making too many objections, which I take to be her worst part. But as everybody has something, it would be very unfair to quarrel with her for such a mere nothing, especially as she can't help it, after so many years going on in the same way, without coming to a stop. But the thing I have thought of now may set it all to rights, which I hope you'll approve, and especially my sister." He then explained that as he had fixed upon marrying Eugenia to Claremont Lynmere, she was put so completely under the care of Dr. Awkbourne, in order to make her fit for the young scholar, that Miss Margland was of little or no use to her. He meant, therefore, to bring forward immediately the marriage of Indiana with young Mandelbert, and then to ask Miss Margland to go and live with them entirely, as he could very well spare her. This, he continued, Indiana can't object to, from the point of having had her so long, and young Mr. Edgar's remarkably complaisant for such a young youth, which I saw a great while ago. By this means, Mrs. Margland will get her main end of going to London, which she may show off to the young bride, without my budging from home, Lord help me, being a thing I don't much like, to be taken about to dances and shows, now that I am not a boy. So then Camilla will be left to stay with me for my own companion, which I assure you I desire no better, though she knows no more, as the doctor tells me, of the classics, than my old spaniel, which to give everyone his due is much the same with myself. Mr. Tyrrell, with a very unpleasant astonishment, inquired further into his meaning concerning Mandelbert, but his surprise ended in a smile when he heard the juvenile circumstances upon which alone Sir Hugh built his expectations. To argue with him, however, was always fruitless. He had found out, he said, the intentions of Edgar from the first, and he came now to invite him to pass a month at Cleves for the sake of cutting the courtship short by letting him see Indiana every day, so that no time might be lost in coming to the conclusion. The first wish of the secret heart of Mr. Tyrrell was, that one of his own daughters should be the choice of his ward. He did not, therefore, totally unmoved, hear this project for Indiana, though its basis was so little alarming. Edgar, who was now just of age, was receiving the last cares of his guardian, and taking into his own hands his fortune and affairs. He was at Etherington at present, only for that purpose, Beech Park being already fitted up for his residence. Sir Hugh, desiring to speak with him, most cordially made his invitation. Besides myself, he cried, whom I only mention first, as being master of the house, which I hope is my excuse for it, you will meet 3 very good young girls, not to mention Dr. Awkbourne and Miss Margland, who are rather not of the youngest at present, whatever they may have been in former times, and they will all, myself included, make you as welcome as themselves. Edgar accepted the proposal with pleasure, and agreed to wait upon him the next day, Mr. Tyrrell consenting that they should transact their mutual business at Etherington by morning rides. At dinner, Sir Hugh told the family at Cleves the new guest they were so soon to expect, assuring them he was become a very fine young gentleman, and bidding Indiana, with a significant nod, hold up her head. Indiana wanted no charge upon this subject. She fully understood the views of her uncle, and it was now some years since she had heard the name of Beech Park without a smile or a blush. Upon the arrival of the young man, Sir Hugh summoned his household to meet him in the hall, where he received him with a hearty welcome, and in the flutter of his spirits, introduced him to them all, as if this had been his first appearance in the family, remarking, that a full week of shyness might be saved by making acquaintance with the whole set in a clump. From eagerness irrepressible, he began with Indiana, apologizing when he had done by saying it was only because she was oldest, having the advantage of 3 weeks over Camilla. For which, however, he added, I must beg pardon of Mrs. Margland and Dr. Awkbourne, who, to be sure, must be pretty much older. He next presented him to Camilla, and then, taking him apart, begged, in a whisper, that he would not seem to notice the ugliness of Eugenia, which, he said, was never mentioned in her hearing, by his particular order. Though, to be sure, he added, since that smallpox, she's grown plain enough, in point of beauty, considering how pretty she was before. However, she's a remarkable good girl, and with regard to Virgil and those others will pose you in a second, for aught I know to the contrary, being but an indifferent judge in things of that sort, from leaving off my own studies rather short, on account of the gout, besides some other reasons. Edgar assured him these introductions were by no means necessary, a single 12 months' absence being very insufficient to obliterate from his memory his best and earliest friends. Edgar Mandelbert was a young man who, if possessed neither of fortune nor its expectations, must from his person and his manners have been as attractive to the young, as from his morals and his conduct to those of riper years. His disposition was serious and meditative, but liberal, open, and candid. He was observant of the errors of others, and watched till he nearly eradicated his own. But though with difficulty he bestowed admiration, he diffused, both in words and deeds, such general amity and goodwill, that if the strictness of his character inspired general respect, its virtues could no less fail engaging the kinder meed of affection. When to merit of a species so rare were added a fine estate and a large independent fortune, it is not easy to decide whether in prosperity or desert he was most distinguished. The first week which he spent at Cleves was passed with a gaiety as unremitting as it was innocent. All parties felt his arrival as an acquisition. Indiana thought the hour of public exhibition, long promised by Miss Margland, at length fast approaching. Camilla, who escaped all expectation for herself, from being informed of what was entertained by her cousin, enjoyed the tranquil pleasure of undesigning friendship, uncheckered either by hope or fear. Eugenia met with a respect for her acquirements that redoubled her ambition to increase them. Sir Hugh looked forward with joy to the happy disposal of Indiana, and a blameless riddance of Miss Margland, who, on her part, with an almost boundless satisfaction, saw her near return to a town life, from the high favour in which she stood with the supposed bride-elect. Even Dr. Awkbourne, though he disdained with so young a scholar to enter into much philological disquisition, was gratified by a presence which afforded a little relief to the stores of his burdened memory, from authorizing some occasional utterance of the learned recollections which for many years had encumbered it without vent. Edgar, meanwhile, obliging and obliged, received pleasure from them all, for though not blind to any of their imperfections, they had not a merit which he failed to discern. The second week opened with a plan which promised a scene more lively, though it broke into the calm retirement of this peaceful party. Lionel, who was now at Etherington to spend his university vacation, rode over to Cleves to inform Edgar that there would be a ball the next evening at Northwick, at which the officers of the regiment, which was quartered in the neighbourhood, and all the beaux and belles of the county were expected to assemble. Miss Margland, who was present, struck with a desire that Indiana might make her first public appearance in the county, at a ball where Edgar might be her partner, went instantly to Sir Hugh to impart the idea. Sir Hugh, though averse to all public places, consented to the plan, from the hope of accelerating the affair, but declared that if there was any amusement, his little Camilla should not be left out. Eugenia, won by the novelty of a first expedition of this sort, made her own request to be included. Lionel undertook to procure tickets, and Miss Margland had the welcome labour of arranging their dress, for which Sir Hugh, to atone for the shortness of the time, gave her powers unlimited. Indiana was almost distracted with joy at this event. Miss Margland assured her that now was the moment for fixing her conquest of Mandelbert, by adroitly displaying to him the admiration she could not but excite in the numerous strangers before whom she would appear. She gave her various instructions how to set off her person to most advantage, and she delighted Sir Hugh with assurances of what this evening would effect. "There is nothing, sir," said she, "so conducive towards a right understanding between persons of fashion as a ball. A gentleman may spend months and months in this drowsy way in the country, and always think one day will do as well as another for his declaration; but when he sees a young lady admired and noticed by others, he falls naturally into making her the same compliments, and the affair goes into a regular train without his almost thinking of it." Sir Hugh listened to this doctrine with every desire to give it credit, and though the occupations of the toilet left him alone the whole of the assembly day, he was as happy in the prospect of their diversion as they were themselves in its preparation. When the young ladies were ready, they repaired to the apartment of the baronet to show themselves, and to take leave. Edgar and Lionel were waiting to meet them upon the stairs. Indiana had never yet looked so lovely. Camilla, with all her attractions, was eclipsed, and Eugenia could only have served as a foil, even to those who had no pretensions to beauty. Edgar, nevertheless, asked Camilla to dance with him. She willingly, though not without wonder, consented. Lionel desired the hand of his fair cousin, but Indiana, self-destined to Edgar, whose address to Camilla she had not heard, made him no answer, and ran on to present herself to her uncle, who, struck with admiration as he beheld her, cried, "Indiana, my dear, you really look prettier than I could even have guessed, and yet I always knew there was no fault to be found with the outside, nor indeed with the inside neither, Mr. Mandelbert, so I don't mean anything by that. Only by use one is apt to put the outside first." Lionel was now hurrying them away, when Sir Hugh, calling to Edgar, said, "Pray, young Mr. Mandelbert, take as much care of her as possible, which I am sure you will do of your own accord." Edgar, with some surprise, answered, he should be happy to take whatever care was in his power of all the ladies; "but," added he, "for my own particular charge to night, I have engaged Miss Camilla." "And how came you to do that? Don't you know I let them all go on purpose for the sake of your dancing with Indiana, which I mean as a particular favor?" "Sir," replied Edgar, a little embarrassed, "you are very good, but as Lionel cannot dance with his sisters, he has engaged Miss Lynmere himself." "Pho, pho, what do you mind Lionel for? Not but what he's a very good lad, only I had rather have you and Indiana dance together, which I dare say so had she." Edgar, somewhat distressed, looked at Camilla. "Oh, as to me," cried she gaily, "pray let me take my chance; if I should not dance at all, the whole will be so new to me, that I am sure of entertainment." "You are the best good girl, without the smallest exception," said Sir Hugh, "that ever I have known in the world; and so here's her hand, young Mr. Mandelbert, and if you think you shall meet a prettier partner at the ball, I beg when you get her there, you will tell her so fairly, and give her up." Edgar, who had hardly yet looked at her, was now himself struck with the unusual resplendence of her beauty, and telling Camilla he saw she was glad to be at liberty, protested he could not but rejoice to be spared a decision for himself, where the choice would have been so difficult. "Well, then, now go," cried the delighted baronet. "Lionel will find himself a partner, I have no doubt, because he is nothing particular in point of shyness. And as to Camilla, she'll want nothing but to hear the fiddlers to be as merry as a grig, which what it is I never knew; so I have no concern," added he, in a low voice, to Edgar, "except for little Eugenia, and poor Mrs. Margland; for Eugenia being so plain, which is no fault of hers, on account of the small pox, many a person may overlook her from that objection. And as to Mrs. Margland, being with all these young chickens, I am afraid people will think her rather one of the oldest for a dancing match, which I say in no disrespect, for oldness gives one no choice." End of Chapter 1.
Book 2, Chapter 2 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 2. New Characters. The dancing was not yet begun, but the company was met, and the sprightly violins were employed to quicken their motions, when the Cleves party entered the ballroom. They were distinguished immediately by a large party of officers, who assured Lionel, with whom they were acquainted, that they had impatiently been expected. "I shall recompense you for waiting," answered he, in a whisper, "by introducing you to the rich heiress of Cleves, who now makes her first appearance from the nursery. Though, no, upon further thoughts, I will only tell you she is one of our set, and leave it to your own ingenuity to find her out." While this was passing, Indiana, fluttering with all the secret triumph of conscious beauty, attended by Edgar, and guarded by Miss Margland, walked up the room, through a crowd of admiring spectators, in whom a new figure, without half her loveliness, would have excited the same curiosity, that her extreme inexperience attributed solely to her peculiar charms. Camilla and Eugenia followed rather as if in her train than of her party, but Lionel kept entirely with the officers, insisting upon their guessing which was the heiress, to whom, while he purposely misled their conjectures, he urged them to make their court by enumerating the present possessions of Sir Hugh and her future expectations. Camilla, however, passed not long unnoticed, though the splendour of Indiana's appearance cast her at first on the background, a circumstance which, by impressing her with a sensation of inferiority, divested her mind of all personal considerations, and gave to her air and countenance a graceful simplicity, a disengaged openness, and a guileless freedom from affectation, that rendered her, to the observant eye, as captivating upon examination as Indiana, from the first glance, was brilliant and alluring. And thus, as they patrolled the room, Indiana excited an unmixed admiration, Camilla awakened an endless variety of remark, while each being seen for the first time, and everyone else of the company for at least the second, all attention was their own, whether for criticism or for praise. To Indiana this answered in fulfilling her expectations. By Camilla it was unheeded, for, not awaiting, she did not perceive it, yet both felt equal satisfaction. The eyes of Camilla sparkled with delight as she surveyed all around her the gay novelty of this scene. The heart of Indiana beat with a pleasure wholly new, as she discovered that all surrounding her regarded her as the principal object. Eugenia, meanwhile, had not even the negative felicity to pass unobserved. Impertinent witticisms upon her face, person, and walk, though not uttered so audibly as to be distinctly heard, ran round the room in a confused murmur, and produced a disposition for sneering in the satirical, and for tittering in the giddy, that made her as valuable an acquisition to the company at large, who collect for any amusement, indifferent to its nature, as her fair cousin proved to the admirers of beauty, and her sister to the developers of expression. She was shielded, however, herself from all undeserved mortifications by not suspecting any were meant for her, and by a mind delightedly preoccupied with that sudden expansion of ideas with which new scenery and new objects charm a youthful imagination. When they had taken 2 or 3 turns up and down the room, the saunterers were called upon to give place to the dancers. Edgar then led out Indiana, and the master of the ceremonies brought Major Sherwood to Camilla. Eugenia, wholly left out, became the exclusive charge of Miss Margland. She felt no resentment of neglect, for she had formed no species of expectation. She looked on with perfect contentment, and the motley and quick-changing group afforded her ample entertainment. Miss Margland was not so passive. She seized the opportunity of inveighing very angrily against the mismanagement of Sir Hugh. "If you had all," she cried, "been taken to town, and properly brought out according to my advice, such a disgrace as this could never have happened. Everybody would have known who you were, and then, there is no doubt, you might have had partners enough. However, I heartily hope you won't be asked to dance all the evening, that he may be convinced who is in the right. Besides, the more you are tired, the more you may see, against another time, Miss Eugenia, that it is better to listen a little to people's opinions when they speak only for your own advantage, than to go on with just the same indifference as if you had no proper person to consult with." Eugenia was too well amused to heed this remonstrance, and, long accustomed to hear the voice of Miss Margland without profit or pleasure, her ear received its sound, but her attention included not its purpose. Indiana and Camilla in this public essay acquitted themselves with all the merits and all the faults common to a first exhibition. The spectators upon such occasion, though never equally observant, are never afterwards so lenient. Whatever fails is attributed to modesty, more winning than the utmost success of excellence. Timidity solicits that mercy which pride is most gratified to grant. The blushes of juvenile shame atone for the deficiencies which cause them, and awkwardness itself, in the unfounded terrors of youth, is perhaps more interesting than grace. Indiana could with difficulty keep to the figure of the dance, from the exulting yet unpractised certainty of attracting all eyes; and Camilla perpetually turned wrong, from the mere flutter of fear which made her expect she should never turn right. Major Sherwood, her partner, with a view to encourage her, was profuse in his compliments, but as new to what she had heard as what she performed, she was only the more confused by the double claim to her attention. Edgar, meanwhile, was most assiduous to aid his fair partner. Miss Margland, though scarcely even superficial in general knowledge, was conversant in the practical detail of the hackneyed mode of forming matrimonial engagements. She judged, therefore, rightly, that her pupil would be seen to most advantage in the distinction of that adulation by which new beholders would stamp new value on her charms. From the time of his first boyish gallantry, on the ill-fated birthday of Camilla, Indiana had never so much struck young Mandlebear as when he attended her up the assembly room. Miss Margland observed this with triumph, and prophesied the speediest conclusion to her long and weary sojourn at Cleves, in the much wished-for journey to London, with a bride ready made and an establishment ready formed. When the 2 first dances were over, the gentlemen were desired to change partners. Major Sherwood asked the hand of Indiana, and Edgar repaired to Camilla. "Do you bear malice?" he cried with a smile, "or may I now make the claim that Sir Hugh relinquished for me?" "Oh yes," answered she with alacrity, when informed of the plan of change, "and I wish there was anybody else that would dance with me afterwards, instead of that major." "I dare believe," said he, laughing, "there are many bodies else who would oblige you, if your declaration were heard. But what has the major done to you? Has he admired you without knowing how to keep his own counsel?" "Oh, no, no, only has treated me like a country simpleton, and made me as many fine speeches as if he had been talking to Indiana." "You think, then, Indiana would have swallowed flattery with less difficulty?" "Oh, no, indeed; but I think the same thing said to her would no longer have been so extravagant." Edgar, to whom the sunbeams of the mind gave a glow which not all the sparkling rays of the brightest eyes could emit, respected her modesty too highly to combat it, and, dropping the subject, inquired what was become of Eugenia. "Oh, poor Eugenia!" cried she, "I see nothing of her, and I am very much afraid she has no better partner all this time than Miss Margland." Edgar, turning round, presently discerned her. She was still looking on, with an air of the most perfect composure, examining the various parties, totally without suspicion of the examination she was herself sustaining, while Miss Margland was vainly pouring in her ears observations or exhortations, evidently of a complaining nature. "There is something truly respectable," said Edgar, in the innate philosophy with which she bears such neglect." "Yet I wish it were put less to the proof," said Camilla. "I would give the world somebody would take her out." "You don't think she would dance?" "Oh yes, she would. Her lameness is no impediment, for she never thinks of it. We all learnt together at Cleves. Dancing gives her a little more exertion, and therefore a little more fatigue than other people, but that is all." "After these 2 dances, then—" "Will you be her partner?" interrupted Camilla. "Oh, go to her at once, immediately, and you will give me 20 times more pleasure than I can have in dancing myself." She then flew to a form, and eagerly seated herself where she perceived the first vacancy, to stop any debate and enforce his consent. The dance, which had been delayed by a dispute about the tune, was now beginning. Edgar, looking after her with affected reproach, but real admiration, asked the hand of Eugenia, who gave it with readiness and pleasure, for though contented as a spectatress, she experienced an agreeable surprise in becoming a party engaged. Camilla, happy in her own good humour, now looked at her neighbours, one of which was an elderly lady, who, wholly employed in examining and admiring the performance of her own daughters, saw nothing else in the room. The other was a gentleman, much distinguished by his figure and appearance, and dressed so completely in the extreme of fashion as more than to border upon foppery. The ease and negligence of his air denoted a self-settled superiority to all about him, yet from time to time there was an archness in the glance of his eye that promised, under a deep and wilful veil of conceit and affectation, a secret disposition to deride the very follies he was practising. He was now lounging against the wainscot, with one hand on his side and the other upon his eyelids, occupying the space, without using the seat, to the left of Camilla. Miss Margland, perceiving what she regarded as a fair vacancy, made up to the spot, and saying, "Sir, by your leave," was preparing to take possession of the place, when the gentleman, as if without seeing her, dropped suddenly into it himself, and pouring a profusion of eau suave upon his handkerchief, exclaimed, "What a vastly bad room this is for dancing!" Camilla, concluding herself addressed, turned round to him, but seeing he was sniffing up the eau suave without looking at her, imagined he meant to speak to Miss Margland. Miss Margland was of the same opinion, and with some pique at his seizing thus her intended seat, rather sharply answered, "Yes, sir, and it's a vast bad room for not dancing, for if every body would dance that ought, there would be accommodation sufficient for other people." "Incomparably well observed," cried he, collecting some bonbons from a bonbonniere, and swallowing one after another with great rapidity. "But won't you sit down? You must be enormously tired. Let me supplicate you to sit down." Miss Margland, supposing he meant to make amends for his inattention by delivering up the place, civilly thanked him, and said she should not be sorry, for she had stood a good while. "Have you indeed?" cried he, sprinkling some jessamine drops upon his hands. "How horribly abominable! Why don't some of those Mercuries, those Ganymedes, those waiters, I believe you call them, get you a chair?" Miss Margland, excessively affronted, turned her back to him, and Camilla made an offer of her own seat, but as she had been dancing, and would probably dance again, Miss Margland would not let her rise. "Shall I call to one of those barbarians, those Goths, those Vandals?" cried the same gentleman, who was now spurting lavender water all about him, with grimaces that proclaimed forcibly his opinion of the want of perfume in the room. "Do pray let me harangue them a little for you upon their inordinate want of sensibility." Miss Margland deigned not any answer, but of that he took no notice, and presently called out, though without raising his voice, "Here, Mr. Waiter, purveyor, surveyor, or whatsoever other title please thine ear. Art thou deaf? Why dost not bring this lady a chair? Those people are most amazing hard of hearing. Shall I call again? Waiter, I say," still speaking rather lower than louder, "don't I stun you by this shocking vociferation?" "Sir, you're vastly obliging," cried Miss Margland, unable longer to hold silence, yet with a look and manner that would much better have accorded with vastly impertinent. She then pursued a waiter herself, and procured a chair. Casting his eyes next upon Camilla, he examined her with much attention. Abashed, she turned away her head, but not choosing to lose his object, he called it back again by saying, "How is Sir Hugh?" A good deal surprised, she exclaimed, "Do you know my uncle, sir?" "Not in the least, ma'am," he coolly answered. Camilla, much wondering, was then forced into conversation with Miss Margland, but without paying any regard to her surprise, he presently said, "It's most extremely worth your while to take a glance at that inimitably good figure. Is it not exquisite? Can you suppose anything beyond it?" Camilla, looking at the person to whom he pointed, and who was sufficiently ludicrous from an air of vulgar solemnity and a dress stiffly new, though completely old-fashioned, felt disposed to join in his laugh, had she not been disconcerted by the mingled liberty and oddity of his attack. "Sir," said Miss Margland, winking at her to be silent, though eager to answer in her stead, "the mixed company one always meets at these public halls makes them very unfit for ladies of fashion, for there's no knowing who one may either dance with or speak to." "Vastly true, ma'am," cried he, superciliously dropping his eyes not to look at her. Miss Margland, perceiving this, bridled resentfully, and again talked on with Camilla till another exclamation interrupted them. "Oh, pray," cried he, "I do entreat you to look at that group. Is it not past compare? If ever you held a pencil in your life, I beg and beseech you to take a memorandum of that tall maypole. Have you ever seen anything so excessively delectable?" Camilla could not forbear smiling, but Miss Margland, taking all reply upon herself, said, "Caricatures, sir, are by no means pleasing for young ladies to be taking at their first coming out. One does not know who may be next, if once they get into that habit." "Immeasurably well spoken, ma'am," returned he, and rising with a look of disgust, he sauntered to another part of the room. Miss Margland, extremely provoked, said she was sure he was some Irish fortune hunter, dressed out in all he was worth, and charged Camilla to take no manner of notice of him. When the 2 second dances were over, Edgar, conducting Eugenia to Miss Margland, said to Camilla, "Now, at least, if there is not a spell against it, will you dance with me?"
"And if there is one too," cried she gaily, "for I am perfectly disposed to help breaking it." She rose, and they were again going to take their places, when Miss Margland, reproachfully calling after Edgar, demanded what he had done with Miss Lindmere. At the same moment, led by Major Sherwood, who was paying her in full all the arrears of that gallantry Miss Margland had taught her to regret hitherto missing, Indiana joined them, the Major, in making his bow, lamenting the rules of the assembly that compelled him to relinquish her hand. "Mr. Mandlebear," said Miss Margland, "you see Miss Lindmere is again disengaged." "Yes, ma'am," answered Edgar, drawing Camilla away, "and every gentleman in the room will be happy to see it too." "Stop, Miss Camilla," cried Miss Margland. "I thought, Mr. Mandlebear, Sir Hugh had put Miss Lindmere under your protection." "Oh, it does not signify," said Indiana, colouring high with a new raised sense of importance. "I don't at all doubt but one or the other of the officers will take care of me." Edgar, though somewhat disconcerted, would still have proceeded, but Camilla, alarmed by the frowns of Miss Margland, begged him to lead out her cousin, and promising to be in readiness for the next 2 dances, glided back to her seat. He upbraided her in vain. Miss Margland looked pleased, and Indiana was so much piqued that he found it necessary to direct all his attention to appeasing her as he led her to join the dance. A gentleman now, eminently distinguished by personal beauty, approached the ladies that remained, and in the most respectful manner
began conversing with Miss Margland, who received his attentions so gratefully that when he told her he only wanted to see the master of the ceremonies at leisure in order to have the honour of begging the hand of one of her young ladies, his civilities so conquered all her pride of etiquette that she assured him there was no sort of occasion for such a formality with a person of his appearance and manners, and was bidding Camilla rise, who was innocently preparing to obey, when, to the surprise of them all, he addressed himself to Eugenia. "There," cried Miss Margland, exultingly, when they were gone, "that gentleman is completely a gentleman. I saw it from the beginning. How different to that impertinent fop that spoke to us just now! He has the politeness to take out Miss Eugenia, because he sees plainly nobody else will think of it, except just Mr. Mandlebear, or some such old acquaintance." Major Sherwood was now advancing towards Camilla, with that species of smiling and bowing manner which is the usual precursor of an invitation to a fair partner, when the gentleman whom Miss Margland had just called an impertinent fop, with a sudden swing not to be eluded, cast himself between the Major and Camilla, as if he had not observed his approach, and spoke to her in a voice so low that though she concluded he asked her to dance, she could not distinctly hear a word he said. A good deal confused, she looked at him for an explanation, while the Major, from her air of attention, supposing himself too late, retreated. Her new beau then, carelessly seating himself by her side, indolently said, "What a heat! I have not the most distant idea how you can bear it." Camilla found it impossible to keep her countenance at such a result of a whisper, though she complied with the injunctions of Miss Margland in avoiding mutual discourse with a stranger of so showy an appearance. "Yet they're dancing on," he continued, "just as if the Greenland snows were inviting their exercise. I should really like to find out what those people are made of. Can you possibly imagine their composition?" Heedless of receiving no answer, he soon after added, "I am vastly glad you don't like dancing." "Me?" cried Camilla, surprised out of her caution. "Yes, you hold it in antipathy, don't you?" "No, indeed, far from it." "Don't you really?" cried he, starting back. "That's amazingly extraordinary, surprising in the extreme. Will you have the goodness to tell me what you like in it?" "Sir," interfered Miss Margland, "there's nothing but what's very natural in a young lady's taking pleasure in an elegant accomplishment, provided she is secure from any improper partner or company." "Irrefragably just, ma'am," answered he, affecting to take a pinch of snuff, and turning his head another way. Here Lionel, hastily running up to Camilla, whispered, "I have made a fine confusion among the redcoats about the heiress of Cleves. I have put them all upon different scents." He was then going back, when a faint laugh from the neighbour of Camilla detained him. "Look, I adjure you," cried he, addressing her, "if there's not that delightful creature again, with his brand new clothes, and they sit upon him so tight he can't turn round his vastly droll figure except like a puppet with one jerk for the whole body. He is really an immense treat. I should like of all things in nature to know who he can be." A waiter then passing with a glass of water for a lady, he stopped him in his way, exclaiming, "Pray, my extremely good friend, can you tell me who that agreeable person is that stands there with the air of a poker?" "Yes, sir," answered the man, "I know him very well. His name is Dubster. He is quite a gentleman, to my knowledge, and has very good fortunes." "Camilla," cried Lionel, "will you have him for a partner?" And immediately hastening up to him, he said 2 or 3 words in a low voice, and skipped back to the dance. Mr. Dubster then walked up to her, and with an air conspicuously awkward, solemnly said, "So you want to dance, ma'am?" Convinced he had been sent to her by Lionel, but by no means choosing to display herself with a figure distinguished only as a mark for ridicule, she looked down to conceal her ever ready smiles, and said she had been dancing some time. "But if you like to dance again, ma'am," said he, "I am very ready to oblige you." She now saw that this offer had been requested as a favour, and while half provoked, half diverted, grew embarrassed how to get rid of him, without involving a necessity to refuse afterwards Edgar and every other. For Miss Margland had informed her of the general rules upon these occasions. She looked therefore at that lady for counsel, while her neighbour, sticking his hands in his sides, surveyed him from head to foot with an expression of such undisguised amusement that Mr. Dubster, who could not help observing it, cast towards him from time to time a look of the most angry surprise. Miss Margland, approving, as well as understanding the appeal, now authoritatively interfered, saying, "Sir, I suppose you know the etiquette in public places?" "The what, ma'am?" cried he, staring. "You know, I suppose, sir, that no young lady of any consideration dances with a gentleman that is a stranger to her, without he's brought to her by the master of the ceremonies?" "Oh, as to that, ma'am, I have no objection. I'll go see for him, if you're a mind. It makes no difference to me." And away he went.
"So you really intend dancing with him?" cried Camilla's neighbour. "'Twill be a vastly good sight. I have not the most remote conception how he will bear the pulling and jostling about. Bend he cannot, but I am immensely afraid he will break. I will give 50 guineas for his portrait. He is indubitably put together without joints."
Mr. Dubster now returned, and with a look of some disturbance said to Miss Margland, "Ma'am, I don't know which is the master of the ceremonies. I can't find him out, for I don't know as ever I see him." "Oh, pray," cried Camilla eagerly, "do not take the trouble of looking for him. 'Twill answer no purpose."
"Why, I think so too, ma'am," said he, misunderstanding her; "for as I don't know the gentleman myself, he could go no great way towards making us better acquainted with one another, so we may just as well take our skip at once."
Camilla now looked extremely foolish, and Miss Margland was again preparing an obstacle, when Mr. Dubster started one himself.
"The worst is," cried he, "I have lost one of my gloves, and I'm sure I had two when I came. I suppose I may have dropped it in the other room. If you shan't mind it, I'll dance without it, for I don't mind these things myself of a straw."
"Oh, sir," cried Miss Margland, "that's such a thing as never was heard of. I can't possibly consent to let Miss Camilla dance in such a manner as that."
"Why then, if you like it better, ma'am, I'll go back and look for it."
Again Camilla would have declined giving him any trouble, but he seemed persuaded it was only from shyness, and would not listen.
"Though the worst is," he said, "you're losing so much time. However, I'll give a good hunt, unless indeed that gentleman, who is doing nothing himself except looking on at us all, would be kind enough to lend me his."
"I rather fancy, sir,"
cried the gentleman, immediately recovering from a laughing fit, and surveying the requester with supercilious contempt,
"I rather suspect they would not perfectly fit you."
"Why then," cried he, "I think I'll go and ask Tom Hicks to tend me a pair, for it's a pity to let the young lady lose her dance for so small a trifle as that."
Camilla began remonstrating, but he tranquilly walked away.
"You are superlatively in the good graces of fortune tonight," cried her new friend, "superlatively to a degree. You may not meet with such an invaluably uncommon object in 20 Leicesters."
"Certainly," said Miss Margland, "there's a great want of regulation at balls to prevent low people from asking who they will to dance with them. It's bad enough one can't keep people one knows nothing of from speaking to one."
"Admirably hit off! Admirable in the extreme!" he answered, suddenly twisting himself round, and beginning a whispering conversation with a gentleman on his other side.
Mr. Dubster soon came again, saying somewhat dolorously,
"I have looked high and low for my glove, but I am no nearer. I dare say someone has picked it up out of a joke and put it in their pocket. And as to Tom Hicks, where he can be hid I can't tell unless he has hanged himself, for I can't find him no more than my glove. However, I got a boy to go and get me a pair, if all the shops ain't shut up."
Camilla, fearing to be involved in a necessity of dancing with him, expressed herself very sorry for this step, but again misconceiving her motive, he begged her not to mind it, saying, "A pair of gloves here or there is no great matter. All I am concerned for is putting you off so long from having a little pleasure, for I dare say the boy won't come till the next 2 batches. So, if that gentleman that looks so particular at me has a mind to jig it with you a bit himself in the interim, I won't be his hindrance." Receiving no answer, he bent his head lower down and said in a louder voice, "Pray, sir, did you hear me?"
"Sir, you are ineffably good,"
was the reply, without a look or any further notice. Much affronted, he said no more, but stood pouting and stiff before Camilla till the second dance was over, and another general separation of partners took place.
"I thought how it would be, ma'am," he then cried, "for I know it's no such easy matter to find shops open at this time of night. For if people's prentices can't take a little pleasure by now, they can't never."
Tea being at this time ordered, the whole party collected to remove to the next room. Lionel, seeing Mr. Dubster standing by Camilla, with a rapturous laugh, cried,
"Well, sister, have you been dancing?"
Camilla, though laughing too, reproachfully shook her head at him, while Mr. Dubster gravely said,
"It's no fault of mine, sir, that lady's sitting still, for I come and I offered myself to her the moment you told me she wanted a partner. But I happened of the misfortune of losing one of my gloves, and not being able to find Tom Hicks, I've been waiting all this while for a boy as has promised to get me a pair, though I suppose he's fell down in the dark and broke his skull by his not coming. And indeed, if that elderly lady had not been so particular, I might as well have done without, for if I had one on, nobody would have been the wiser but that t'other might have been in my pocket."
This speech, spoken without any ceremony in the hearing of Miss Margland, to the visible and undisguised delight of Lionel, so much enraged her, that hastily calling him aside, she peremptorily demanded how he came to bring such a vulgar partner to his sister.
"Because you took no care to get her a better," he answered heedlessly.
Camilla also began to remonstrate, but without hearing her, he courteously addressed himself to Mr. Dubster, and told him he was sure Miss Margland and his sister would expect the pleasure of his company to join their party at tea. Miss Margland frowned in vain. Mr. Dubster bowed as at a compliment but his due, observing he should then be close at hand for his partner, and they were proceeding to the tea room, when the finer new acquaintance of Camilla called after Mr. Dubster,
"Pray, my good sir, who may this Signor Tommaso be, that has the honour to stand so high in your good graces?"
"Mine, sir," cried Mr. Dubster, "I know no Signor Tommaso, nor Signor nothing else neither, so I don't know what you mean."
"Did I not hear you dilating, my very good sir, upon a certain Mr. Tom somebody?"
"What, I suppose then, sir, if the truth be known, you would say Tom Hicks?"
"Very probably, sir, though I am not of the first accuracy as the gentleman's nomenclator."
"What, don't you know him, sir? Why, he's the head waiter."
Then, following the rest of the party, he was placed, by the assistance of Lionel, next to Camilla, in utter defiance of all angry glances of Miss Margland, who herself invited the handsome partner of Eugenia to join their group, and reaped some consolation in his willing civilities, till the attention of the whole assembly was called, or rather commanded, by a new object. A lady, not young, but still handsome, with an air of fashion easy almost to insolence, with a complete but becoming undress, with a work-bag hanging on her arm, whence she was carelessly nodding, entered the ballroom alone, and, walking straight through it to the large folding glass doors of the tea-room, there stopped, and took a general survey of the company, with a look that announced a decided superiority to all she saw, and a perfect indifference to what opinion she occurred in return. She was immediately joined by all the officers, and several other gentlemen, whose eagerness to shew themselves of her acquaintance marked her for a woman of some consequence, though she took little other notice of them than of giving to each some frivolous commission, telling one to hold her work-bag, bidding another to fetch her a chair, a third ask her a glass of water, and a fourth take care of her cloak. She then planted herself just without the folding doors, declaring there could be no breathing in the smaller apartment, and sent about the gentlemen for various refreshments, all which she rejected when they arrived, with extreme contempt and 1,000 fantastic grimaces. The tea-table at which Miss Margland presided being nearest to these folding doors, she and her party heard from time to time most of what was said, especially by the newly arrived lady, who, though she now and then spoke for several minutes in a laughing whisper to some one she called to her side, uttered most of her remarks and all her commands quite aloud, with that sort of deliberate ease which belongs to the most determined negligence of who heard, or who escaped hearing her, who were pleased or who were offended. Camilla and Eugenia were soon wholly engrossed by this new personage, and Lionel, seeing her surrounded by the most fashionable men of the assembly, forgot Mr. Dubster and his gloves in an eagerness to be introduced to her. Colonel Andover, to whom he applied, willingly gratified him. "Give me leave, Mrs. Albury," cried he, to the lady who was then conversing with General Kinsale, "to present to you Mr. Tyrrell." "For heaven's sake, don't speak to me just now," cried she. "The General is telling me the most interesting thing in the world. Go on, dear General." Lionel, who, if guided by his own natural judgment, would have conceived this to be the height of ill breeding or of ignorance, no sooner saw Colonel Andover bow in smiling submission to her orders, than he concluded himself all in the dark with respect to the last licenses of fashion; and while contentedly he waited her leisure for his reception, he ran over in his own mind the triumph with which he should carry to Oxford the newest flourish of the bon ton. In a few minutes, after gaily laughing with the General, she turned suddenly to Colonel Andover, and striking him on the arm with her fan, exclaimed, "Well now, Colonel, what is it you would say?" "Mr. Tyrrell," he answered, "is very ambitious of the honour of being introduced to you." "With all my heart. Which is he?" And then nodding to Lionel's bow, "You live, I think," she added, "in this neighbourhood? By the way, Colonel, how came you never to bring Mr. Tyrrell to me before? Mr. Tyrrell, I flatter myself you intend to take this very ill." Lionel was beginning to express his sense of the loss he had suffered by the delay, when again patting the Colonel, "Only look, I beg you," she cried, "at that insupportable Sir Sedley Clarendel, how he sits at his ease there, amusing his ridiculous fancy with every creature he sees. Yet what an elegant posture the animal has found out! I make no doubt he would as soon forfeit his estate as give up that attitude. I must make him come to me immediately for that very reason. Do go to him, good Andover, and say I want him directly." The Colonel obeyed, but not so the gentleman he addressed, who was the new acquaintance of Camilla. He only bowed to the message, and kissing his hand across the room to the lady, desired the Colonel to tell her he was ineffably tired, but would incontestably have the honour to throw himself at her feet the next morning. "Oh, intolerable!" cried she. "He grows more conceited every hour. Yet what an agreeable wretch it is! There's nothing like him. I cannot possibly do without him. Andover, tell him, if he does not come this moment, he kills me." "And is that a message," said General Kinsale, "to cure him of being conceited?" "Oh, heaven forbid, my good General, I should cure him. That would utterly spoil him. His conceit is precisely what enchants me. Rob him of that, and you'll lose all hold of him." "Is it then necessary to keep him a fop in order to retain him in your chains?" "Oh, he is not in my chains, I promise you. A fop, my dear General, wears no chains but his own. However, I like to have him, because he is so hard to be got, and I am fond of conversing with him, because he is so ridiculous. Fetch him, therefore, Colonel, without delay." This second embassy prevailed. He shrugged his shoulders, but arose to follow the Colonel. "See, madame, your victory," said the General. "What would not a military man give for such talents of command?" "Ay, but look with what magnificent tardiness he obeys orders. There is something quite irresistible to his impertinence. 'Tis so conscious and so piquant. I think, General, 'tis a little like my own." Sir Sedley, now advancing, seized the back of a chair, which he twirled round for a resting place to his elbow, and exclaimed,
"You know yourself, Invisible,"
with an air that shewed him languidly prepared for her reproaches; but to his own surprise, and that of all around him, she only with a smile and a nod cried, "How do you do?" and immediately turning wholly away from him, addressed herself to Colonel Andover, desiring him to give her the history of who was in the tea room. At this time a young ensign, who had been engaged at a late dinner in the neighbourhood, strolled into the ballroom with the most visible marks of his unfitness for appearing in it, and, in total ignorance of his own condition, went up to Colonel Andover, and, clapping him upon the back, called out, with a loud oath,
"Colonel, I hope you have taken care to secure me the prettiest little young angel in the room. You know with what sincerity I despise an old hag."
The colonel, with some concern, advised him to retire, but, insensible to his counsel, he uttered oath upon oath, and added,
"I'm not to be played upon, Colonel. Beauty in a pretty girl is as necessary an ingredient as honor in a brave soldier. And I could find in my heart to sink down to the bottom of the channel every fellow without one, and every dear creature without the other."
Then, in defiance of all remonstrance, he staggered into the tea room, and after a short survey, stopped opposite to Indiana, and swearing aloud she was the handsomest angel he had ever beheld, begged her hand without further ceremony, assuring her he had broken up the best party that had yet been made for him in the country, merely for the joy of dancing with her. Indiana, to whom not the smallest doubt of the truth of this assertion occurred, and who, not suspecting he was intoxicated, thought his manner the most spirited and gallant she had ever seen, was readily accepting his offer, when Edgar, who saw her danger, started up and exclaimed, "This lady, sir, is engaged to dance the next 2 dances with me."
"The lady did not tell me so, sir,"
cried the ensign, firing. "Miss Lindmere," replied Edgar coolly, "will pardon me that on this occasion my memory has an interest to be better than hers. I believe it is time for us to take our places." He then whispered a brief excuse to Camilla, and hurried Indiana to the ballroom. The ensign, who knew not that she had danced with him the last time, was obliged to submit, while Indiana, not conjecturing the motive that now impelled Edgar, was in a yet brighter blaze of beauty from an exhilarating notion that there was a contest for the honour of her hand. Camilla, once more disappointed of Edgar, had now no resource against Mr. Dubster, but the non-arrival of the gloves, for he had talked so publicly of waiting for them to dance with her, that every one regarded her as engaged. No new proposition being made for Eugenia, Miss Margland permitted her again to be led out by the handsome stranger. When she was gone, Mr. Dubster, who kept constantly close to Camilla, said, "They tell me, ma'am, that ugly little body's a great fortune." Camilla very innocently asked who he meant.
"Why, that little lame thing that was here drinking tea with you. Tom Hicks says she'll have a power o' money."
Camilla, whose sister was deservedly dear to her, looked much displeased, but Mr. Dubster, not perceiving it, continued,
"He recommended to me to dance with her myself from the first upon that account. But I says to him, says I had no notion that a person who had such a hobble in their gait would think of such thing as going to dancing. But there I was out, for as to the women, asking your pardon, ma'am, there's nothing'll put them off from their pleasure. But, however, for my part, I had no thought of dancing at all, if it had not been for that young gentleman's asking me, for I'm not over fond of such jiggets, as they've no great use in 'em. Only I happened to be this way, upon a little matter of business, so I thought I might as well come and see the hop as Tom Hicks could contrive to get me a ticket." This was the sort of discourse with which Camilla was regaled till the 2 dances were over, and then, begging her to sit still till he came back, he quitted her to see what he could do about his gloves.
Edgar, when he returned with Indiana, addressed himself privately to Miss Margland, whom he advised to take the young ladies immediately home, as it would not be possible for him a second time to break through the rules of the assembly, and Indiana must, therefore, inevitably accept the young ensign, who already was following and claiming her, and whose condition was obviously improper for the society of ladies. Miss Margland, extremely pleased with him for thus protecting her pupil, instantly agreed, and collecting her 3 young charges, hastened them down the stairs, though the young ensign, inflamed with angry disappointment, uttered the most bitter lamentations at their sudden departure, and though Mr. Dubster, pursuing them to the coach door, called out to Camilla, in a tone of pique and vexation, "Why, what are you going for now, ma'am, when I have just got a new pair of gloves that I have brought o' purpose?" End of chapter 2.
Book 2, Chapter 3 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 3. A Family Breakfast. In their way home, Edgar apologized to Camilla for again foregoing the promised pleasure of dancing with her by explaining the situation of the ensign. Camilla, internally persuaded that any reason would suffice for such an arrangement, where Indiana was its object, scarce listened to an excuse which she considered as unnecessary. Indiana was eager to view in the glass how her dress and ornaments had borne the shaking of the dance, and curiously impatient to look anew at a face and a figure of which no self-vanity, nor even the adulation of Miss Margland, had taught her a consciousness such as she had acquired from the adventures of this night. She hastened, therefore, to her apartment as soon as she arrived at Cleves, and there indulged in an examination which forbade all surprise, and commanded equal justice for the admirers and the admired. Miss Margland, anxious to make her own report to Sir Hugh, accompanied Camilla and Eugenia to his room, where he was still sitting up for them. She expatiated upon the behavior of young Mandelbert, in terms that filled the baronet with satisfaction. She exulted in the success of her own measures, and, sinking the circumstance of the intended impartiality of Edgar, enlarged upon his dancing, out of his turn, with Indiana, as at an event which manifested his serious designs beyond all possibility of mistake. Sir Hugh, in the fullness of his content, promised that when the wedding day arrived they should all have as fine new gowns as the bride herself. The next morning, not considering that every one else would require unusual repose, he got up before his customary hour, from an involuntary hope of accelerating his favorite project; but he had long the breakfast parlor to himself, and became so fatigued and discomfited by fasting and waiting, that when Indiana, who appeared last, but for whom he insisted upon staying, entered the room, he said, "My dear, I could really find a pleasure in giving you a little scold, if it were not for setting a bad example, which God forbid! And, indeed, it's not so much your fault as the balls, to which I can never be a sincere friend, unless it be just to answer some particular purpose." Miss Margland defended her pupil, and called upon Mandelbert for assistance, which he readily gave. Sir Hugh then was not merely appeased but gratified, and declared, the next moment, with a marked smile at Indiana, that his breakfast had not relished so well for a 12-month, owing to the advantage of not beginning till he had got an appetite. Soon after, Lionel, galloping across the park, hastily dismounted and scampered into the parlor. The zealot for every species of sport, the candidate for every order of whim, was the light-hearted, mirthful Lionel. A stranger to reflection, and incapable of care, laughter seemed not merely the bent of his humor, but the necessity of his existence. He pursued it at all seasons, he indulged it upon all occasions. With excellent natural parts, he trifled away all improvement. Without any ill temper, he spared no one's feelings. Yet, though not radically vicious, nor deliberately malevolent, the egotism which urged him to make his own amusement his first pursuit, sacrificed his best friends and first duties if they stood in its way. "Come, my little girls, come!" cried he, as he entered the room. "Get your hats and cloaks as fast as possible. There is a public breakfast at Northwick, and you are all expected without delay." This sudden invitation occasioned a general commotion. Indiana gave an involuntary jump. Camilla and Eugenia looked delighted, and Miss Margland seemed ready to second the proposition; but Sir Hugh, with some surprise, exclaimed, "A public breakfast, my dear boy! Why, where's the need of that when we have got so good a private one?" "Oh, let us go, uncle!" cried Indiana. "Miss Margland, do pray speak to my uncle to let us go." "Indeed, sir," said Miss Margland, "it is time now, in all conscience, for the young ladies to see a little more of the world, and that it should be known who they are. I am sure they have been immured long enough, and I only wish you had been at the ball last night, sir, yourself." "Me, Mrs. Margland? Lord help me, what should I do at such a thing as that, with all this gout in my hip?" "You would have seen, sir, the fine effects of keeping the young ladies out of society in this manner. Miss Camilla, if I had not prevented it, would have danced with I don't know who, and as to Miss Eugenia, she was as near as possible to not dancing at all, owing to nobody's knowing who she was." Sir Hugh had no time to reply to this attack, from the urgency of Indiana and the impetuosity of Lionel, who, applying to Camilla, said, "Come, child, ask my uncle yourself, and then we shall go at once." Camilla readily made it her own request. "My dear," answered Sir Hugh, "I can't be so unnatural to deny you a little pleasure, knowing you to be such a merry little whirligig. Not but what you'd enjoy yourself just as much at home if they had let you alone. However, as Indiana's head is so much turned upon it, for which I beg you won't think the worse of her, Mr. Mandelbert, it being no more than the common fault of a young person no older than her, why, you must all go, I think, provided you're not satisfied already, which, by the breakfast you have made, I should think likely enough to be the case." They then eagerly arose, and the females hastened to make some change in their dress. Sir Hugh, calling Eugenia back, said, "As to you, my little classic, I make but small doubt you will be half ready to break your heart at missing your lesson, knowing hic, haec, hoc, to be dearer to you, and for good reasons enough too, in the end, than all the hopping and skipping in the world. So if you had rather stay away, don't mind all those dances, for so I must needs call them, in comparison to you and Dr. Ogborn, though without the least meaning to undervalue them." Eugenia frankly acknowledged she had been much amused the preceding evening, and wished to be again of the party. "Why, then, if that's the case," said the baronet, "the best way will be for Dr. Ogborn to be your squire; by which means you may have a little study as you go along, to the end that the less time may be thrown away in doing nothing." Eugenia, who perceived no objection to this idea, assented, and went quietly upstairs to prepare for setting out. Sir Hugh, by no means connecting the laughter of Lionel, nor the smile of Edgar, with his proposal, gravely repeated it to Dr. Ogborn, adding, "And if you want a nice pair of gloves, doctor, not that I make the offer in any detriment to your own, but I had 6 new pair come home just before my gout, which, I can assure you, have never seen the light since, and are as much at your service as if I had bespoke them on purpose." The mirth of Lionel grew now so outrageous that Dr. Ogborn, much offended, walked out of the room without making any answer. "There is something," cried Sir Hugh after a pause, "in these men of learning prodigious nice to deal with. However, not understanding them, in point of their maxims, it's likely enough I may have done something wrong, for he could not have seemed much more affronted if I had told him I had 6 new pair of gloves lying by me, which he should be never the better for." When they were all ready, Sir Hugh, calling to Edgar, said, "Now as I don't much trust to have my girls go to these sort of places often, which is a prudence that I dare say you approve as much as myself, I would wish to have the most made of them at once; and therefore, as I've no doubt but they'll strike up a dance after having eat what they think proper, why I would advise you, Mr. Mandelbert, to let Indiana trip it away till she's heartily tired, for else she'll never give it up, with a good grace, of her own accord." "Certainly, sir," answered Edgar. I shall not hurry the ladies. Oh, as to any of the rest," interrupted Sir Hugh, "they'll be as soon satisfied as yourself, except," lowering his voice, "Mrs. Margland, who, between friends, seems to me as glad as one of those freaks as when she was but 16. Which how long it is since she was no more I can pretend to say, being a point she never mentions." Then, addressing them in general, "I wish you a good breakfast," he cried, "with all my heart, which I think you pretty well deserve, considering you go so far for it, with one close at your elbow, but just swallowed. And so, my dear Indiana, I hope you won't tire Mr. Mandelbert more than can't be avoided." "How came you to engage Indiana again, Mandelbert?" cried Lionel, in their way to the carriage. "Because," said Miss Margland, finding he hesitated, "there is no other partner so proper for Miss Linmere." "And pray what's the matter with me? Why am not I as proper as Mandelbert?" "Because you are her relation, to be sure." "Well," cried he, vaulting his horse, "if I meet but the widow, I shall care for none of you." Chapter 4
Book 2, Chapter 4 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 4, A Public Breakfast. The unfitting, however customary, occasion of this speedy repetition of public amusement in the town of Northwick was that the county assizes were now held there, and the arrival of the judges of the land, to hear causes which kept life or death suspended, was the signal for entertainment to the surrounding neighborhood, a hardening of human feelings against human crimes and human miseries, at which reflection revolts, however habit may persevere. The young men, who rode on first, joined the ladies as they entered the town, and told them to drive straight to the ballroom where the company had assembled, in consequence of a shower of rain which had forced them from the public garden intended for the breakfast. Here, as they stopped, a poor woman, nearly in rags, with one child by her side and another in her arms, approached the carriage, and presenting a petition, besought the ladies to read or hear her case. Eugenia, with the ready impulse of generous affluence, instantly felt for her purse, but Miss Margland, angrily holding her hand, said with authority, "Miss Eugenia, never encourage beggars. You don't know the mischief you may do by it." Eugenia reluctantly desisted, but made a sign to her footman to give something for her. Edgar, then alighting, advanced to hand them from the coach, while Lionel ran forward to settle their tickets of admittance. The woman now grew more urgent in her supplications, and Miss Margland in her remonstrances against attending to them. Indiana, who was placed under the care of Edgar, enchanted to again display herself, or sure of again being admired, neither heard nor saw the petitioner, but dimpling and smiling, quickened her motions toward the assembly room, while Camilla, who was last, stopping short, said, "What is the matter, poor woman?" and took her paper to examine. Miss Margland, snatching it from her, threw it on the ground, peremptorily saying, "Miss Camilla, if once you begin such a thing as that, there will be no end to it. So come along with the rest of your company like other people." She then haughtily proceeded, but Camilla, brought up by her admirable parents never to pass distress without inquiry, nor to refuse giving at all because she could give but little, remained with the poor object and repeated her question. The woman, shedding a torrent of tears, said she was wife to one of the prisoners who was to be tried the next day, and who expected to lose his life, or be transported, for only one bad action of stealing a leg of mutton, which, though she knew it to be a sin, was not without excuse, being a first offense, and committed in poverty and sickness. And this, she was told, the judges would take into consideration. But her husband was now so ill that he could not feed on the jail allowance, and not having wherewithal to buy any other, would either die before his trial, or be too weak to make known his sad story in his own behalf, for want of some wine or some broth to support him in the meanwhile. Camilla, hastily giving her a shilling, took one of her petitions, and promising to do all in her power to serve her, left the poor creature almost choked with sobbing joy. She was flying to join her party, when she perceived Edgar at her side.
"I came to see," cried he with glistening eyes, "if you were running away from us, but you were doing far better in not thinking of us at all." Camilla, accustomed from her earliest childhood to attend to the indigent and unhappy, felt neither retreating shame nor parading pride in the office. She gave him the petition of the poor woman, and begged he would consider if there was anything that could be done for her husband. "I have received a paper from herself," he answered, "before you alighted, and I hope I should not have neglected it, but I will now take yours, that my memory may run no risk." They then went on to the assembly room. The company, which was numerous, was already seated at breakfast. Indiana and Camilla, now first surveyed by daylight, again attracted all eyes, but in the simplicity of undress, the superiority of Indiana was no longer wholly unrivaled, though the general voice was still strongly in her favor. Indiana was a beauty of so regular a cast that her face had no feature, no look to which criticism could point as susceptible of improvement, or on which admiration could dwell with more delight than on the rest. No statuary could have modeled her form with more exquisite symmetry, no painter have harmonized her complexion with greater brilliancy of coloring. But here ended the liberality of nature, which, in not sullying this fair workmanship by enclosing in it what was bad, contentedly left it vacant of whatever was noble and desirable. The beauty of Camilla, though neither perfect nor regular, had an influence so peculiar on the beholder, it was hard to catch its fault, and the cynic connoisseur, who might persevere in seeking it, would involuntarily surrender the strict rules of his art to the predominance of its loveliness. Even judgment itself, the coolest and last betrayed of our faculties, she took by surprise, though it was not till she was absent the seizure was detected. Her disposition was ardent in sincerity, her mind untainted with evil. The reigning and radical defect of her character, an imagination that submitted to no control, proved not any antidote against her attractions. It caught by its force and fire the quick kindling admiration of the lively. It possessed, by magnetic persuasion, the witchery to create sympathy in the most serious. In their march up the room, Camilla was spoken to by a person from the tea-table, who was distinct from every other by being particularly ill-dressed, and who, though she did not know him, asked her how she did with a familiar look of intimacy. She slightly curtsied, and endeavored to draw her party more nimbly on, when another person, equally conspicuous, though from being accoutred in the opposite extreme of full dress, quitting his seat, formally made up to her, and drawing on a stiff pair of new gloves as he spoke, said, "So you are come at last, ma'am. I began to think you would not come at all, begging that gentleman's pardon, who told me to the contrary last night, when I thought, thinks I, here I've bought these new gloves for no reason but to oblige the young lady, and now I might as well have not bought 'em at all." Camilla, ready to laugh, yet much provoked at this renewed claim from her old persecutor, Mr. Dubster, looked vainly for redress at the mischievous Lionel, who archly answered, "Oh, ay, true, sister. I told the gentleman last night you would be sure to make him amends this morning for putting him to so much expense." "I'm sure, sir," said Mr. Dubster, "I did not speak for that. Expense being no great matter to me at this time, only nobody likes to fool away their money for nothing." Edgar, having now at the end of one of the tables secured places for the ladies, Lionel again, in defiance of the frowns of Miss Margland, invited Mr. Dubster to join them. Even the appealing looks of Camilla served but to increase her brother's ludicrous diversion, in coupling her with so ridiculous a companion, who, without seeming at all aware of the liberty he was taking, engrossed her wholly. "So I see, ma'am," he cried, pointing to Eugenia, "you've brought that limping little body with you again. Tom Hicks had like to have took me in finely about her. He thought she was the great fortune of these here parts, and if it had not been for the young gentleman, I might have known no better neither, for there's half the room in the same scrape at this minute." Observing Camilla regard him with an unpleasant surprise, he more solemnly added, "I ask pardon, ma'am, for mentioning the thing, which I only do in excuse for what I said last night, not knowing then you was the fortune yourself." An eager sign of silence from Lionel forbade her explaining this mistake. Mr. Dubster therefore proceeded. "When Tom Hicks told me about it, I said at the time, says I, she looks more like to some sort of a humble young person, just brought out of a little good nature to see the company and the like of that, for she's not a bit like a lady of fortunes, with that nudging look. And I said to Tom Hicks, by way of joke, says I, if I was to think of her, which I don't think I shall, at least she would not be much in my way, for she could not follow a body much about because of that hitch in her gait, for I'm a pretty good walker." Here the ill-dressed man, who had already spoken to Camilla, quitting his seat, strolled up to her, and fastening his eyes upon her face, though without bowing, made some speech about the weather, with the lounging freedom of manner of a confirmed old acquaintance. His whole appearance had an air of even wilful slovenliness. His hair was uncombed, he was in boots which were covered with mud, his coat seemed to have been designedly immersed in powder, and his universal negligence was not only shabby but uncleanly. Astonished and offended by his forwardness, Camilla turned entirely away from him. Not disconcerted by this distance, he procured a chair, upon which he cast himself, perfectly at his ease, immediately behind her. Just as the general breakfast was over, and the waiters were summoned to clear away the tables and prepare the room for dancing, the lady who had so strikingly made her appearance the preceding evening again entered. She was alone, as before, and walked up the room with the same decided air of indifference to all opinion, sometimes nodding with as much diligence and earnestness as if her substance depended upon the rapidity of her work, and at other times stopping short, she applied to her eye a near-sighted glass which hung to her finger, and intently examined some particular person or group. Then, with a look of absence, as if she had not seen a creature, she hummed an opera song to herself and proceeded. Her rouge was remarkably well put on, and her claim to being still a fine woman, though past her prime, was as obvious as it was conscious. Her dress was more fantastic and studied than the night before, in the same proportion as that of every other person present was more simple and quiet. And the commanding air of her countenance, and the easiness of her carriage, spoke a confirmed internal assurance that her charms and her power were absolute, wherever she thought their exertion worth her trouble. When she came to the head of the room, she turned about, and with her glass surveyed the whole company. Then, smilingly advancing to the sloven whom Camilla was shunning, she called out, "Oh, are you there? What rural deity could break your rest so early?" "None," answered he, rubbing his eyes. "I am invulnerably asleep at this very moment, in the very centre of the Morphetic dominions. But how barbarously late you are! I should never have come to this vastly horrid place before my ride, if I had imagined you could be so excruciating." Struck with a jargon of which she could not suspect two persons to be capable, Camilla turned round to her slighted neighbor, and with the greatest surprise recognized, upon examination, the most brilliant beau of the preceding evening in the worst-dressed man of the present morning. The lady now, again holding her glass to her eye, which she directed without scruple towards Camilla and her party, said, "Who have you got there?" Camilla looked hastily away, and her whole set, abashed by so unseasoned an inquiry, cast down their eyes. "Hey!" cried he, calmly viewing them as if for the first time himself. "Why, I'll tell you." Then, making her bend to hear his whisper, which nevertheless was by no means intended for her own ear alone, he added, "Two little things as pretty as angels, and two others as ugly as—I say no more." "Oh, I take in the full force of your metaphor," cried she, laughing, "and acknowledge the truth of its contrast." Camilla alone, as they meant, had heard them, and ashamed for herself, and provoked to find Eugenia coupled with Miss Margland, she endeavored to converse with some of her own society, but their attention was entirely engaged by the whispers, nor could she, for more than a minute, deny her own curiosity the pleasure of observing them. They now spoke together for some time in low voices, laughing immoderately at the occasional sallies of each other. Sir Sedley Clarendel sitting at his ease, Mrs. Arlbury standing and nodding by his side. The officers, and almost all the beaux, began to crowd to this spot, but neither the gentleman nor the lady interrupted their discourse to return or receive any salutations. Lionel, who with much eagerness had quitted an inside seat at a long table, to pay his court to Mrs. Arlbury, could catch neither her eye nor her ear for his bow or his compliment. Sir Sedley, at last, looking up in her face and smiling, said, "Aren't you shockingly tired?" "To death," answered she coolly. "Well, then, I'm afraid I must positively do the thing that's old-fashioned." And rising, and making her a very elegant bow, he presented her a seat, adding, "There, ma'am, I have the honour to give you my chair, at the risk of my reputation." "I should have thought," cried Lionel, now getting forward, "that omitting to give it would rather have risked your reputation." "It is possible you could be born before all that was over," said Mrs. Arlbury, dropping carelessly upon the chair as she perceived Lionel, whom she honoured with a nod. "How do, Mr. Tyrrell? Are you just come in?" But turning again to Sir Sedley, without waiting for his answer, "I swear, you barbarian," she cried, "you have really almost killed me with fatigue." "Have I indeed?" said he, smiling. Mr. Dubster now, leaning over the table, solemnly said, "I am sure I should have offered the lady my own place if I had not been so tired myself. But Tom Hicks over-persuaded me to dance a bit before you came in, ma'am," addressing Camilla, "for you have lost a deal of dancing by coming so late, for they all fell to it as soon as ever they come. And as I'm not over and above used to it, it soon makes one a little stiffish, as one may say, and indeed the lady's much better off in getting a chair, for one sits mighty little at one's ease on these here benches, with nothing to lean one's back against." "And who's that?" cried Mrs. Arlbury to Sir Sedley, looking Mr. Dubster full in the face. Sir Sedley made some answer in a whisper, which proved highly entertaining to them both. Mr. Dubster, with an air much offended, said to Camilla, "People's laughing and whispering, which one don't know what it's about, is not one of the politest things I know for polite people to do, and in my mind they ought to be above it." This resentment excited Lionel to join in the laugh, and Mr. Dubster, with great gravity of manner, rose and said to Camilla, "When you are ready to dance, ma'am, I am willing to be your partner, and I shan't engage myself to nobody else. But I shall go to t'other end of the room till you choose to stand up, for I don't much care to stay here only to be laughed at when I don't know what it's for." They now all left the table, and Lionel eagerly begged permission to introduce his sisters and cousin to Mrs. Arlbury, who readily consented to the proposal. Indiana advanced with pleasure into a circle of beaux, whose eyes were most assiduous to welcome her. Camilla, though a little alarmed in being presented to a lady of so singular a deportment, had yet a curiosity to see more of her that willingly seconded her brother's motion, and Eugenia, to whose early reflecting mind every new character and new scene opened a fresh fund for thought, if not for knowledge, was charmed to take a nearer view of what promised such food for observation. But Miss Margland began an angry remonstrance against the proceedings of Lionel in thus taking out of her hands the direction of her charges. What she urged, however, was vain. Lionel was only diverted by her wrath, and the three young ladies, as they had not requested the introduction, did not feel themselves responsible for its taking effect. Lionel led them on. Mrs. Arlbury half rose to return their curtsies, and gave them a reception so full of vivacity and good humour that they soon forgot the ill will with which Miss Margland had suffered them to quit her, and even lost all recollection that it belonged to them to return to her. The satisfaction of Indiana, indeed, flowed simply from the glances of admiration which everywhere met her eye. But Eugenia attended to every word and every motion of Mrs. Arlbury, with that sort of earnestness which marks an intelligent child at a first play; and Camilla, still more struck by the novelty of this new acquaintance, scarce permitted herself to breathe, lest she should lose anything she said. Mrs. Arlberry perceived their youthful wonder, and felt propensity to increase it, which strengthened all her powers, and called forth all her faculties. Wit she possessed at will, and with exertions which rendered it uncommonly brilliant, she displayed it, now to them, now to the gentlemen, with a gaiety so fantastic, a raillery so arch, a spirit of satire so seasoned with the delight in coquetry, and a certain negligence of air so enlivened by a whimsical pleasantry, that she could not have failed to strike with admiration even the most hackneyed seekers of character, much less the inexperienced young creatures now presented to her, who with open eyes and ears regarded her as a phenomenon, upon finding that the splendor of her talents equalled the singularity of her manners. When the room was prepared for dancing, Major Sherwood brought to Indiana Mr. Macdurcy, the young ensign who had so improperly addressed her at the ball, and after a formal apology in his name for what had passed, begged the honor of her hand for him this morning. Indiana, flattered and fluttered together by this ceremony, almost forgot Edgar, who stood quietly but watchfully aloof, and was actually giving her consent, when, meeting his eye, she recollected she was already engaged. Mr. Macdurcy hoped for more success another time, and Edgar advanced to lead his fair partner to her place. Major Sherwood offered himself to Camilla, but Mr. Dubster, coming forward, pulled him by the elbow, and making a stiff low bow, said, "Sir, I ask your pardon for taking the liberty of giving you such a jog, but the young lady's been engaged to me ever so long." The Major looked surprised, but observing that Camilla colored, he bowed respectfully and retreated. Camilla, ashamed of her beau, determined not to dance at all, though she saw, with much vexation, upon the general dispersion, Miss Margland approach to claim her. Educated in all the harmony of contentment and benevolence, she had a horror of a temper so irascible that made it a penance to remain a moment in its vicinity. Mr. Dubster, however, left her not alone to it. When she positively refused his hand, he said it was equal agreeable to him to have only a little dish of chat with her, and composedly stationed himself before her. Eugenia had already been taken out by the handsome stranger with whom she had danced the evening before, and Lionel, bewitched with Mrs. Arlberry, enlisted himself entirely in her train, and with Sir Sedley Clarendale and almost every man of any consequence in the room, declined all dancing for the pleasure of attending her. Mr. Dubster, unacquainted with the natural high spirits of Camilla, inferred nothing to his own disadvantage from her silence, but talked incessantly himself with perfect complacency. "Do you know, ma'am," cried he, "just as that elderly lady, that I suppose is your mamma, took you all away in that hurry last night, up comes the boy with my new pair of gloves. But though I run down directly to tell you of it, there was no making the old lady stop, which I was fool to try at, for as to women, I know their obstinacy of old. But what I grudged the most was, as soon as I come up again, as ill luck would have it, Tom Hicks finds me my own t'other glove, so that I had two pair, when I might as well have had never a one." Observing that Eugenia was dancing, "Lack a day!" he exclaimed, "I'll lay a wager that poor gentleman has been took in, just as I was yesterday. He thinks that young lady that's had the smallpox so bad is you, ma'am. 'Twould be a fine joke if such a mistake as that should get the little lame duck, as I call her, a husband. He'd be in a fine hubble when he found he'd got nothing but her ugly face for his bargain. Though, provided she'd had the rhino, it would not much have signified, for as to being pretty or not, it's not great matter in a wife. A man soon tires of seeing nothing but the same face, if it's one of the best." Camilla here, in the midst of her chagrin, could not forbear asking him if he was married. "Yes, ma'am," answered he calmly. "I've had 2 wives to my share already, so I know what I'm speaking of, though I've buried them both. Why, it was all along of my wives, what with the money I had with one, and what with the money I had with the other, that I got out of business so soon." "You were very much obliged to them, then?" "Why, yes, ma'am, as to that, I can't say to the contrary, now that they're gone. But I can't say I had much comfort with 'em while they lived. They was always a-thinking they had a right to what they had a mind, because of what they brought me, so that I had enough to do to scrape a little matter together in case of outliving them. One of 'em has not been dead above a 12-month, or thereabout. These are the first clothes I've bought since I left off my blacks." When Indiana passed them, he expressed his admiration of her beauty. "That young lady, ma'am," he said, "cuts you all up, sure enough. She's as fine a piece of red and white as ever I see. I could think of such a young lady as that myself, if I did not remember that I thought no more of my wife that was pretty than of my wife that was ugly, after the first month or so. Beauty goes for a mere nothing in matrimony, when once one's used to it. Besides, I've no great thoughts at present of entering into the state again of one while, at any rate, being but just got to be a little comfortable." The second dance was now called, when Mrs. Arlberry, coming suddenly behind Camilla, said in a low voice, "Do you know who you are talking with?" "No, ma'am." "A young tinker, my dear, that's all." And with a provoking nod she retreated. Camilla, half ready to laugh, half to cry, restrained herself with difficulty from running after her, and Mr. Dubster, observing that she abruptly turned away, and would listen no more, again claimed her for his partner, and upon her absolute refusal, surprised and affronted, walked off in silence. She was then finally condemned to the morose society of Miss Margland, and invectives against Sir Hugh for mismanagement, and Lionel, with whom now that lady was at open war, for impertinence, filled up the rest of her time, till the company was informed that refreshments were served in the card-room. Thither immediately everybody flocked, with as much speed and avidity as if they had learnt to appreciate the blessing of plenty by the experience of want. Such is the vacancy of dissipated pleasure, that, never satisfied with what it possesses, an opening always remains for something yet to be tried, and, on that something still to come, all enjoyment seems to depend. The day beginning now to clear, the sashes of a large bow window were thrown up. Sir Sedley Clarendale sauntered thither, and instantly everybody followed, as if there were no breathing anywhere else, declaring, while they pressed upon one another almost to suffocation, that nothing was so reviving as the fresh air, and in a minute not a creature was to be seen in any other part of the room. Here, in full view, stood sundry hapless relations of the poorer parts of the prisoners to be tried the next morning, who with supplicating hands and eyes implored the compassion of the company, whom their very calamities assembled for amusement. Nobody took any notice of them. Nobody appeared even to see them. But one by one all glided gently away, and the bow window was presently the only empty space in the apartment. Camilla, contented with having already presented her mite, and Eugenia with having given hers in commission, retired unaffectedly with the rest, while Miss Margland, shrugging up her shoulders and declaring there was no end of beggars, pompously added, "However, we gave before we came in." Presently a paper was handed about to collect half-guineas for a raffle. A beautiful locket, set round with pearls, ornamented at the top with a little knot of small brilliants, and very elegantly shaped with a space left for a braid of hair or a cipher, was produced, and, as if by magnetic power, attracted into almost every hand the capricious coin, which distress but the moment before had repelled. Miss Margland lamented she had only guineas or silver, but suffered Edgar to be her paymaster, privately resolving that if she won the locket she would remember the debt. Eugenia, amused in seeing the humour of all that was going forward, readily put in. Indiana, satisfied her uncle would repay the expenses of the day, with a heart panting from hope of the prize, did the same. But Camilla hung back, totally unused to hazard upon what was unnecessary the little allowance she had been taught to spend sparingly upon herself, that something might be always in her power to bestow upon others. The character of this raffle was not of that interesting nature which calls forth from the affluent and easy respect as well as aid. The prize belonged to no one whom adversity compelled to change what was once an innocent luxury into the means of subsistence. It was the mere common mode of getting rid of a mere common bauble, which no one had thought worth the full price affixed to it by its toyman. She knew not, however, till now, how hard to resist was the contagion of example, and felt a struggle in her self-denial that made her, when she put the locket down, withdraw from the crowd and resolve not to look at it again. Edgar, who had observed her, read her secret conflict with an emotion which impelled him to follow her, that he might express his admiration. But he was stopped by Mrs. Arlberry, who just then hastily attacked her with, "What have you done with your friend the tinker, my dear?" Camilla, laughing, though extremely ashamed, said she knew nothing at all about him. "You talked with him, then, by way of experiment, to see how you might like him?" "No, indeed. I merely answered him when I could not help it. But still, I thought, at a ball, gentlemen only would present themselves." "And how many couples," said Mrs. Arlberry, smiling, "do you calculate would, in that case, stand up?" She then ordered one of the beaux who attended her to bring her a chair, and told another to fetch her the locket. Edgar was again advancing to Camilla, when Lionel, whose desire to obtain the good graces of Mrs. Arlberry had suggested to him an anticipation of her commands, pushed forward with the locket. "Well, really, it is not ugly," cried she, taking it in her hand. "Have you put in yet, Miss Tyrrell?" "No, ma'am." "Oh, I am vastly glad of that, for now we shall try our fortune together." Camilla, though secretly blushing at what she felt was an extravagance, could not withstand this invitation. She gave her half-guinea. Edgar, disappointed, retreated in silence. The money being collected, and the names of the rafflers taken down, information was given that the prize was to be thrown for in 3 days' time, at 1 o'clock at noon, in the shop of a bookseller at Northwick. Some of the company now departed, others prepared for a last dance. Miss Margland desired Lionel to see for their carriage, but Lionel had no greater joy than to disregard her. Indiana asked earnestly to stay longer. Miss Margland said she could only give way to her request upon condition her partner should be Mr. Mandlebert. It was in vain she urged that she was already engaged to Colonel Andover. Miss Margland was inexorable, and Edgar, laughing, said he should certainly have the whole corps upon his back, but the honour was sufficient to counterbalance the risk, and he would therefore beg the Colonel's patience. "Mr. Mandlebert," said Miss Margland, "I know enough of quarrels at balls about partners, and ladies changing their minds, to know how to act pretty well in those cases. I shall desire, therefore, to speak to the Colonel myself, and not trust 2 gentlemen together upon such a nice matter." She then beckoned to the Colonel, who stood at a little distance, and taking him apart told him she flattered herself he would not be offended if Miss Lindmere should dance again with Mr. Mandlebert, though rather out of rule, as there were particular reasons for it. The Colonel, with a smile, said he perceived Mr. Mandlebert was the happy man, and acquiesced. A general murmur now ran buzzing round the room that Mr. Mandlebert and Miss Lindmere were publicly contracted to each other, and amongst many who heard with displeasure that the young beauty was betrothed before she was exhibited to view, Mr. Macdurcy appeared to suffer the most serious mortification. As soon as this dance was over, Edgar conducted his ladies to an apartment below stairs, and went in search of the carriage. He did not return for some time. Miss Margland, as usual, grumbled, but Camilla, perceiving Mrs. Arlberry, rejoiced in the delay, and stationed herself by her side, all alive and attending to the pleasantry with which she was amusing herself and those around her. When Edgar, who seemed out of breath from running, came back, he made but short answers to the murmurs of Miss Margland, and hastening to Camilla said, "I have been with your petitioner. She has all that can comfort her for the present, and I have learnt the name of her husband's counsel. You will be so good as to excuse me at dinner to Sir Hugh. I shall remain here till I can judge what may be done." The attention of Camilla was now effectually withdrawn from Mrs. Arlberry, and the purest delight of which human feelings are susceptible took sudden and sole possession of her youthful mind, in the idea of being instrumental to the preservation of a fellow creature. Edgar saw in the change, yet brightness of her countenance, what passed within, and his disappointment concerning the raffle was immediately forgotten. A short consultation followed, in which both spoke with so much energy as not only to overpower the remonstrances of Miss Margland for their departure, but to catch the notice of Mrs. Arlberry, who, coming forward, and leaning her hand on the shoulder of Camilla, said, "Tell me, what is it that has thus animated you? Have you heard any good tidings of your new friend?" Camilla instantly and eagerly related the subject that occupied them, without observing that the whole company around were smiling at her earnestness in a cause of such common distress. "You are new, my dear," said Mrs. Arlberry, patting her cheek. "Very new. But I take the whim sometimes of being charitable myself, for a little variety. It always looks pretty, and begging is no bad way of showing off one's powers. So, give me your documents, and I'll give you my eloquence." Camilla presented her the petition, and she invited Mandeville to dine with her. Miss Margland then led the way, and the female party returned to Cleves. End of Book 2, Chapter 4.
Book 2, Chapter 5 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or a Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 5. A Raffle. It was late when Edgar returned to Cleves. Camilla flew to meet him. He told her everything relative to her petitioner was in the most prosperous train. He had seen the prisoner, heard the particulars of his story, which all tended to his exculpation, and Mrs. Arlberry had contrived to make acquaintance with his counsel, whom she found perfectly well disposed to exert himself in the cause, and whom she had invited to a splendid supper. The trial was to take place the next morning. Camilla, already powerfully struck with Mrs. Arlberry, was enchanted to find her thus active in benevolence. Edgar was to dine with that lady the next day, and to learn the event of their joint exertions. This proved all that could be wished. The prosecution had been mild, the judge and jury had been touched with compassion, and the venial offender had been released with a gentle reprimand. Mandelbert returned to communicate these tidings to Camilla, with a pleasure exactly in unison with her own. Mrs. Arlberry, he avowed, had been as zealous as himself, and had manifested a charity of disposition which the flightness of her manners had not led him to expect. The next object of attention was the raffle, which was to take place the following morning. Sir Hugh was averse to letting his nieces go abroad again so soon, but Miss Margland, extremely anxious about her own chance for the prize, solemnly asserted its necessity, inveighed against the mismanagement of everything at Cleves, stifled all her complaints of Lionel, and pronounced a positive decision that to carry Indiana to public places was the sole method of promoting the match. Sir Hugh, then, willing to believe, and yet more willing to get rid of disputing with her, no longer withheld his consent. They were advanced within half a mile of Northwick, when a sick man, painfully supported by a woman with a child in her arms, caught their eyes. The ready hand of Eugenia was immediately in her pocket. Camilla, looking more intently upon the group, perceived another child, and presently recognized the wife of the prisoner. She called to the coachman to stop, and Edgar at the same moment rode up to the carriage. Miss Margland angrily ordered the man to drive on, saying she was quite sick of being thus for ever infested with beggars, who really came so often they were no better than pickpockets. "Oh, don't refuse to let me speak to them," cried Camilla. "It will be such a pleasure to see their joy." "Oh, yes, they look in much joy indeed. They seem as if they had not eat a morsel these 3 weeks. Drive on, I say, coachman. I like no such melancholy sights for my part. They always make me ill. I wonder how anybody can bear them." "But we may help them, we may assist them," said Camilla, with increasing earnestness. "And pray, when they have got all our money, who is to help us?" Eugenia, delighted to give, but unhabituated to any other exertion, flung half a crown to them, and Indiana, begging to look out, said, "Dear, I never saw a prisoner before." Encouraged by an expressive look from Camilla, Edgar dismounted to hand her from the carriage, affecting not to hear the remonstrances of Miss Margland, though she scrupled not to deliver them very audibly. Eugenia languished to join them, but could not venture to disobey a direct command, and Indiana, observing the road to be very dusty, submitted to save a pair of beautiful new shoes. Camilla had all the gratification she promised herself in witnessing the happiness of the poor petitioner. He was crawling to Cleves with his family to offer thanks. They were penniless, sick, and wretched, yet the preservation of the poor man seemed to make misery light to them all. Edgar desired to know what were their designs for the future. The man answered that he should not dare go back to his own country, because there his disgrace was known, and he should procure no work, nor indeed was he now able to do any. "So we must make up our minds to beg from door to door, and in the streets and on the high road," he continued, "till I get back a little strength and can earn a living more creditably. But as long as we have kept you alive and saved you from being transported," said his wife, "for which all thanks be due to this good gentleman, we shall mind no hardships, and never go astray again in wicked unthinkingness of this great mercy." Edgar inquired what had been their former occupations. They answered they had both been day workers in the field till a fit of sickness had hindered the poor man from getting his livelihood. Penury and hunger then pressing hard upon them all, he had been tempted to commit the offence for which he was taken, and brought to death's door. "But as now," he added, "I have been saved, I shall make it a warning for the time to come, and never give myself up to so bad a course again." Edgar asked the woman what money she had left. "Ah, sir, none, for we had things to pay and people to satisfy, and so everything you and the good ladies gave us is all gone, for while anything was left us they would not be easy. But this is no great mischief now, as my husband is not taken away from us, and is come to a right sense." "I believe," said Edgar, "you are very good sort of people, however distress has misguided you." He then put something into the man's hand, and Eugenia, who from the carriage window heard what passed, flung him another half-crown. Camilla added a shilling, and turning suddenly away, walked a few paces from them all. Edgar, gently following, inquired if anything was the matter. Her eyes were full of tears. "I was thinking," she cried, "what my dear father would have said had he seen me giving half a guinea for a toy, and a shilling to such poor starving people as these." "Why, what would he have said?" cried Edgar, charmed with her penitence, though joining in the apprehended censure. "He would more than ever have pitied those who want money, in seeing it so squandered by one who should better have remembered his lessons. Oh, if I could but recover that half guinea!" "Will you give me leave to get it back for you?" "Leave! You would lay me under the greatest obligation. How far half a guinea would go here, in poverty such as this!" He assured her he could regain it without difficulty, and then telling the poor people to postpone their walk to Cleves till the evening, when Camilla meant to prepare her uncle also to assist them, he handed her to the coach, with feelings yet more pleased than her own, and galloped forward to execute his commission. He was ready at the door of the library to receive them. As they alighted, Camilla eagerly cried, "Well, have you succeeded?" "Can you trust yourself to this spot, and to a review of the allurement?" answered he, smiling and holding half a guinea between his fingers. "Yet be content to see your chance for the prize withdrawn?" "Oh, give it me, give it me!" cried she, almost seizing it from him. "My dear father will be so glad to hear I have not spent it so foolishly." The Rafflers were not yet assembled. No one was in the shop but a well-dressed, elegant young man, who was reading at a table, and who neither raised his eyes at their entrance, nor suffered their discourse to interrupt his attention. Yet, though abstracted from outward objects, his studiousness was not of a solemn cast. He seemed wrapped in what he was reading with a pleasure amounting to ecstasy. He started, acted, smiled, and looked pensive in turn, while his features were thrown into 1,000 different expressions, and his person was almost wreathed with perpetually varying gestures. From time to time his rapture broke forth into loud exclamations of "Exquisite! Exquisite!" while he beat the leaves of the book violently with his hands, in token of applause, or lifting them up to his lips, almost devoured with kisses the passages that charmed him. Sometimes he read a few words aloud, calling out "Heavenly!" and vehemently stamping his approbation with his feet, then suddenly shutting up the book, folded his arms, and casting his eyes towards the ceiling, uttered, "Oh, too much, too much! There's no standing it!" Yet again the next minute opened it and resumed the lecture. The youthful group was much diverted with this unintended exhibition. To Eugenia alone it did not appear ridiculous. She simply envied his transports, and only wished to discover by what book they were excited. Edgar and Camilla amused themselves with conjecturing various authors. Indiana and Miss Margland required no such aid to pass their time, while, with at least equal delight, they contemplated the hoped-for prize. Lionel now bounced in. "Why, what," cried he, "are you all doing in this musty old shop, when Mrs. Albury and all the world are enjoying the air on the public walks?" Camilla was instantly for joining that lady, but Eugenia felt an unconquerable curiosity to learn the running title of the book. She stole softly round to look over the shoulder of the reader, and her respect for his raptures increased when she saw they were raised by Thomson's Seasons. Neither this approach nor the loud call of Lionel had interrupted the attention of the young student, who perceived and regarded nothing but what he was about, and though occasionally he ceased reading to indulge in passionate ejaculations, he seemed to hold everything else beneath his consideration. Lionel, drawn to observe him from the circuit made by Eugenia, exclaimed, "What, Melmond! Why, how long have you been in Hampshire?" The youth, surprised from his absence of mind by the sound of his own name, looked up and said, "Who's that?" "Why, when the deuce did you come into this part of the world?" cried Lionel, approaching him to shake hands. "Oh, for pity's sake," answered he with energy, "don't interrupt me." "Why not? Have not you enough of that dry work at Oxford? Come, come, have done with this boyish stuff and behave like a man." "You distract me," answered Melmont, motioning him away. "I am in a scene that entrances me to Elysium. I have never read it since I could appreciate it." "What, old Thomson!" said Lionel, peeping over him. "Why, I never read him at all. Come, man," giving him a slap on the shoulder, "come along with me, and I'll show you something more worth looking at." "You will drive me mad if you break in upon this episode. 'Tis a picture of all that is divine upon earth. Hear it, only hear it." He then began the truly elegant and feeling description that concludes Thomson's Spring, and though Lionel with a loud shout cried, "Do you think I come thither for such fogram stuff as that?" and ran out of the shop, The rapt enthusiast continued reading aloud, too much delighted with the pathos of his own voice in expressing the sentiments of the poet, to deny himself a regale so soothing to his ears. Eugenia, enchanted, stood on tiptoe to hear him, her uplifted finger petitioning silence all around, and her heart fondly repeating, "Oh, just such a youth be Clermont! Just such his passion for reading! Just such his fervor for poetry! Just such his exaltation of delight in literary yet domestic felicity!" Mandlebert, also caught by the rehearsal of his favorite picture of a scheme of human happiness, which no time, no repetition can make vapid to a feeling heart, stood pleased and attentive to hear him. Even Indiana, though she listened not to the matter, was struck by the manner in which it was delivered, which so resembled dramatic recitation, that she thought herself at a play, and, full of wonder, advanced straight before him, to look full in his face, and watch the motions of his right arm, with which he acted incessantly, while the left held his book. Miss Margland concluded he was a strolling player, and did not suffer him to draw her eyes from the locket. But when, at the words, "Content, retirement, rural quiet, friendship, books, ease and alternate labor, useful life, progressive virtue, and approving heaven," Mandlebert turned softly round to read their impression on the countenance of Camilla. She was gone. Attracted by her wish to see more of Mrs. Arbury, she had run out of the shop after Lionel, before she either knew what was reading, or was missed by those the reader had engaged. Edgar, though disappointed, wondered he should have stayed himself to listen to what had long been familiar to him, and was quietly gliding away when he saw her returning. He then went back to his post, wondering with still less satisfaction how she could absent herself from hearing what so well was worth her studying. The young man, when he came to the concluding line, "To scenes where love and bliss immortal reign," rose, let fall the book, clasped his hands with a theatrical air, and was casting his eyes upwards in a fervent and willing trance, when he perceived Indiana standing immediately before him. Surprised and ashamed, his sublimity suddenly forsook him, his arms dropped, and his hands were slipped into his waistcoat pockets. But the very next moment the sensation of shame and of self was superseded by the fair object that had thus aroused him. Her beauty, her youth, her attitude of examination, struck him at first with an amazement that presently gave place to an admiration as violent as it was sudden. He started back, bowed profoundly, without any pretence of bowing at all, and then, riveting his eyes, in which his whole soul seemed centered on her lovely face, stood viewing her with a look of homage, motionless, yet enraptured. Indiana, still conceiving this to be some sort of acting, unabashed kept her post, expecting every moment he would begin spouting something more. But the enthusiasm of the young Oxonian had changed his object. The charms of poetry yielded to the superior charms of beauty, and while he gazed on the fair Indiana, his fervent mind fancied her some being of celestial order, wonderfully accorded to his view. How, or for what purpose, he as little knew as cared. The play of imagination in the romance of early youth is rarely interrupted with scruples of probability. This scene of dumb transport and unfixed expectation was broken up neither by the admirer nor the admired, but by the entrance of Mrs. Arbury, Sir Sedley Clarendel, Lionel, the officers, and many of the rest of the company that had been present at the public breakfast. Nor would even this intrusion have disengaged the young Oxonian from his devout and ecstatic adoration, had it been equally indifferent to Indiana. But the appearance of a party of gay officers was not to her a matter of little moment. Eager for the notice in which she delighted, she looked round in full confidence of receiving it. The rapture of the Oxonian, as she had seen it kindled while he was reading, she attributed to something she did not understand, and took in it, therefore, no part, but the adulation of the officers was by no means ambiguous, and its acceptance was as obvious as its presentation. Willingly, therefore, as well as immediately encompassed, she received 1,000 compliments, and, in the gratification of hearing them, completely forgot her late short surprise. But the Oxonian, more forcibly struck, ardently followed her with his eyes, started back theatrically at every change of attitude which displayed her fine figure, and at her smiles smiled again, from the uncontrollable sympathy of a fascinated imagination. Miss Margland felt no small pride in seeing her pupil thus distinguished, since it marked the shrewdness of her capacity in foretelling the effect of bringing her forth. Anxious to share in a consequence to which she had industriously contributed, she paradingly forced her way through the group, and calling the attention of Indiana to herself, said, "I am glad you came away, my dear, for I am sure that man is only a poor strolling player." "Dear, let me look at him again," cried Indiana, "for I never saw a player before, only at a play." She then turned back to examine him. Enchanted to again meet her eyes, the youth bowed with intense respect, and advanced a few paces, as if with intention to speak to her, though immediately, and with still more precipitance, he retreated from being ready with nothing to say. Lionel, going up to him and pulling him by the arm, cried, "Why, man, what's come to you? These are worse heroics than I have seen you in yet." The bright eyes of Indiana being still fixed upon him, he disdained all notice of Lionel beyond a silent repulse. Indiana, having now satisfied her curiosity, restored her attention to the beaux that surrounded her. The Oxonian, half sighing, unfolded his clasped hands, one of which he reposed upon the shoulder of Lionel. "Come, prithee, be a little less in alt," cried Lionel, "and answer a man when he speaks to you. Where did you leave Smithson?" "Who is that divinity? Can you tell me?" said the Oxonian in a low and respectful tone of inquiry. "What divinity?" "What divinity? Insensible Tyrol, tasteless, adamantine! Look yonder, and ask me again, if you can." "Oh, what, my cousin Indiana?" "Your cousin? Have you any affinity with such a creature as that?" "Oh, Tyrol, in glory in your acquaintance! She is all I ever read of, all I ever conceived. She is beauty in its very essence. She is elegance, delicacy, and sensibility personified." "All very true," said Lionel. "But how should you know anything of her besides her beauty?" "How? By looking at her. Can you view that countenance and ask me how? Are not those eyes all soul? Does not that mouth promise everything that is intelligent? Can those lips ever move but to diffuse sweetness and smiles? I must not look at her again. Another glance may set me raving." "May?" cried Lionel, laughing. "Why, what have you been doing all this time? However, be a little less in the sublime, and I'll introduce you to her." "Is it possible? Shall I owe to you so celestial a happiness? Oh, Tyrol, you bind me to you for life." Lionel, heartily hallowing, then brought him forward to Indiana. "Miss Lynmere," he cried, "a fellow student of mine, though somewhat more given to study than your poor cousin, most humbly begs the honor of kissing your toe." The uncommon lowness of the bow which the Oxonian, ignorant of what Lionel would say, was making, led Miss Margland to imagine he was really going to perform that popish ceremony, and hastily pulling Lionel by the sleeve, she angrily said, "Mr. Lionel, I desire to know by whose authority you present such actormen to a young lady under my care." Lionel, almost in convulsions, repeated this aloud, and the young student, who had just, in a voice of the deepest interest and respect, begun, "The high honor, madam," hearing an universal laugh from the company, stopped short, utterly disconcerted, and after a few vainly stammering attempts, bowed again and was silent. Edgar, who in this distress read the ingenuousness of nature that counterpoised its romantic enthusiasm, felt for the young man, and taking Lionel by the arm, said, "Will you not introduce me also to your friend? Mr. Melmond of Brazen Nose, Mr. Mandelbert of Beech Park," cried Lionel, flourishing and bowing from one to the other. Edgar shook hands with the youth, and hoped they should be better acquainted. Camilla, gliding round, whispered him, "How like my dear father was that, to give relief to embarrassment, instead of joining in the laugh which excites it." Edgar, touched by a comparison to the person he most honored, gratefully looked his acknowledgment, and all displeasure at her flight, even from Thompson's scene of conjugal felicity, was erased from his mind. The company grew impatient for the raffle, though some of the subscribers were not arrived. It was voted, at the proposition of Mrs. Arbury, that the master of the shop should represent, as their turns came round, those who were absent. While this was settling, Edgar, in some confusion, drew Camilla to the door, saying, "To avoid any perplexity about your throwing, suppose you step into the haberdasher's shop that is over the way." Camilla, who already had felt very awkward with respect to her withdrawn subscription, gladly agreed to the proposal, and begging him to explain the matter to Miss Margland, tripped across the street, while the rafflers were crowding to the point of action. Here she sat making some small purchases till the business was over. The whole party then came forth into the street, and all in a body poured into the haberdasher's shop, smiling, bowing, and of one accord wishing her joy. Concluding this to be in derision of her desertion, she rallied as well as she was able. But Mrs. Arbury, who entered the last and held the locket in her hand, said, "Miss Tyrrell, I heartily wish you equally brilliant success in the next and far more dangerous lottery, in which I presume you will try your fate," and presented her the prize. Camilla, coloring, laughing, and unwillingly taking it, said, "I suppose, ma'am, I hope it's yours," and she looked about for Edgar to assist her, but he was gone to hasten the carriage. Everybody crowded round her to take a last sight of the beautiful locket. Eager to get rid of it, she put it into the hands of Indiana, who regarded it with the partiality which her numerous admirers had courted, individually, in vain, though the young Oxonian, by his dramatic emotions, had engaged more of her attention than she had yet bestowed elsewhere. Eugenia, too, caught by his eccentricity, was powerfully impelled to watch and admire him, and not the less in the unenvying innocency of her heart for his evident predilection in favor of her cousin. This youth was not, however, suffered to engross her. The stranger, by whom she had already been distinguished at the ball and public breakfast, was one in the group, and resumed a claim upon her notice, too flattering in its manner to be repulsed, and too new to her extreme inexperience to be obtrusive. Meanwhile, Camilla gathered from Major Sherwood that the prize had really fallen to her lot. Edgar had excused her not staying to throw for herself, but the general proxy, the bookseller, had been successful in her name. In great perplexity how to account for this incident, she apprehended Edgar had made some mistake, and determined through his means to restore the locket to the subscription. The carriage of Mrs. Arbury was first ready, but pushing away from the throng of beaux offering assistance, she went up to Camilla and said, "Fair object of the spleen of all around, will you bring a little of your influence with good fortune to my domain, and come and dine with me?" Delighted at the proposal, Camilla looked at Miss Margland, but Miss Margland, not being included in the invitation, frowned a refusal. Edgar now entered and announced the coach of Sir Hugh. "Make use of it as you can," said Mrs. Arbury. "There is room for one more to go back than it brought, so pray do the honors prettily. Clarendel, take care of Miss Tyrrell to my coach." Sir Sedley smiled and played with his watch chain, but did not move. "Oh, you laziest of all lazy wretches!" cried Mrs. Arbury. "I shall reverse the epithet and be the alertest of the alert," said Major Sherwood, "if the commission may be devoted to myself." Positively not for the world. There is nothing so pleasant as working the indolent, except indeed making the restless keep quiet. So come forth, Clarendel, be civil, and strike us all with astonishment." "My adored Mrs. Albury," cried he, hoisting himself upon the shop counter, and swinging a switch to and fro with a languid motion, "your maxims are all of the first superlative, except this. But nobody's civil now, you know. 'Tis a fogramity quite out." "So you absolutely won't stir, then?" "Oh, pray, pray," answered he, putting on his hat and folding his arms. "A little mercy. 'Tis so vastly insufferably hot. Calcutta must be in the frigid zone to this shop, a very ice house." Camilla, who never imagined rudeness could make a feature of affection, internally attributed this refusal to his pique that she had disregarded him at the public breakfast, and would have made him some apology, but knew not in what manner to word it. The Major again came forward, but Miss Margland, advancing also, said, "Miss Camilla, you won't think of dining out unknown to Sir Hugh?" "I am sure," cried Mrs. Albury, "you will have the goodness to speak for me to Sir Hugh." Then turning to Lionel, "Mr. Tyrrell," she added, "you must go with us, that you may conduct your sister safe home. Don't be affronted. I shall invite you for your own sake another time. Come, you abominable Clarendel, awake, and give a little spring to our motions." "You are most incommodiously cruel," answered he, "but I am bound to be your slave." Then calling to one of the apprentices in the shop, "My vastly good boy," he cried, "do you want to see me irrecoverably subdued by this immensely inhuman heat?" The boy stared and said, "Sir?" "If not, do get me a glass of water." "Oh, worse and worse," said Mrs. Albury. "Your whims are insupportable. I give you up. Major, advance." The Major, with alacrity, offered his hand. Camilla hesitated. She wished passionately to go, yet felt she had no authority for such a measure. The name, though not the person of Mrs. Albury, was known both at Cleves and at Etherington, as belonging to the owner of a capital house in the neighbourhood, and though the invitation was without form, Camilla was too young to be withheld by ceremony. Her uncle, she was sure, could refuse her nothing, and she thought, as she was only a visitor at Cleves, Miss Margland had no right to control her. The pleasure, therefore, of the scheme soon conquered every smaller difficulty, and looking away from her party, she suffered herself to be led to the coach. Miss Margland, as she passed, said aloud, "Remember, I give no consent to this." But Eugenia, on the other side, whispered, "Don't be uneasy. I will explain to my uncle how it all happened." Mrs. Albury was following, when Indiana exclaimed, "Cousin Camilla, what am I to do with your locket?" Camilla had wholly forgotten it. She called to Edgar, who slowly, and with a seriousness very unusual, obeyed her summons. "There has been some great mistake," said she, "about the locket. I suppose they neglected to scratch out my name from the subscription, for Major Serwood says it really came to me. Will you be so good as to return it to the bookseller?" The gravity of Edgar immediately vanished. "Are you so ready," he said, "even when it is in your possession, to part with so pretty a trinket?" "You know it cannot be mine, for here is my half-guinea." Mrs. Albury then got into the coach, but Camilla, still farther recollecting herself, again called to Edgar, and holding out the half-guinea, said, "How shall I get this to the poor people?" "They were to come," he answered, "to Cleves this afternoon." "Will you then give it them for me?" "No commission to Mr. Mandelbert," interrupted Mrs. Albury, "for he must positively dine with us." Mandelbert bowed a pleased assent, and Camilla applied to Eugenia. But Miss Margland, in deep wrath, refused to let her move a step. Mrs. Albury then ordered the coach to drive home. Camilla, begging a moment's delay, desired Edgar to approach nearer, and said in a low voice, "I cannot bear to let those poor expectants toil so far for nothing. I will sooner go back to Cleves myself. I shall not sleep all night if I disappoint them. Pray invent some excuse for me." "If you have set your heart upon this visit," answered Mandlebert with vivacity, though in a whisper, "I will ride over myself to Cleves and arrange all to your wishes. But if not, certainly there can need no invention to decline an invitation of which Sir Hugh has no knowledge." Camilla, who at the beginning of this speech felt the highest glee, sunk involuntarily at its conclusion, and turning with a blank countenance to Mrs. Arbory, stammeringly said, will you be so very good as not to take it ill if I don't go with you?" Mrs. Arbory, surprised, very coldly answered, "Certainly not. I would be no restraint upon you. I hate restraint myself." She then ordered the footman to open the door, and Camilla, too much abashed to offer any apology, was handed out by Edgar. "Amiable Camilla," said he, in conducting her back to Miss Margland, "this is a self-conquest that I alone, perhaps, expected from you." Cheered by such approbation, she forgot her disappointment, and, regardless of Miss Margland and her ill humour, jumped into her uncle's coach, and was the gayest of the party that returned to Cleves. Edgar took the locket from Indiana, and promised to rectify the mistake, and then, lest Mrs. Albury should be offended with them all, rode to her house without any fresh invitation, accompanied by Lionel, whose anger against Camilla for suffering Miss Margland to gain a victory was his theme the whole ride. End of chapter 5. Read by Lars Rolander.
Book 2, Chapter 6 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Bell-West. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 6, A Barn. The first care of Camilla was to interest Sir Hugh in the misfortunes of the prisoner and his family; her next, to relate the invitation of Mrs. Arlberry, and to beg permission that she might wait upon the lady the next morning, with apologies for her abrupt retreat, and with acknowledgments for the services done to the poor woman, which first the Oxonian and then the raffle had driven from her mind. Sir Hugh readily consented, blaming her for supposing it possible he could ever hesitate in what could give her any pleasure. Before the tea party broke up, Edgar returned. He told Camilla he had stolen away the instant the dinner was over, to avoid any mistake about the poor people, whom he had just overtaken by the park gate, and conducted to the great barn, where he had directed them to wait for orders. "I'll run to them immediately," cried she, "for my half-guinea is in an agony to be gone."
"The barn, my dear Mr. Mandlebear!" exclaimed Sir Hugh; "and why did you not bring them to the servants' hall? My little girl has been telling me all their history, and God forbid I should turn hard-hearted because of their wanting a leg of mutton in preference to being starved, though they might have had no great right to it, according to the forms of law, which, however, is not much impediment to the calls of nature, when a man sees a butcher's stall well covered, and has got nothing within him except his own poor craving appetite, which is a thing I always take into consideration, though, God forbid, I should protect a thief, no man's property being another's, whether he's poor or rich." He then gave Camilla 3 guineas to deliver to them from himself, to set them a little a-going in an honest way, that they might not, he said, repent leaving off bad actions. Her joy was so excessive that she passionately embraced his knees, and Edgar, while he looked on, could nearly have bent to her his own, with admiration of her generous nature. Eugenia desired to accompany her, and Indiana, rising also, said, "Dear, I wonder how they will look in the barn. I should like to see them too."
Miss Margland made no opposition, and they set out. Camilla, leading the way with a fleetness that mocked all equality, ran into the barn, and saw the whole party, according to their several powers, enjoying themselves. The poor man, stretched upon straw, was resting his aching limbs. His wife, by his side, was giving nourishment to her baby, and the other child, a little boy of 3 years old, was jumping and turning head over heels with the true glee of unspoilt nature, superior to poverty and distress. To the gay heart of Camilla, whatever was sportive was attractive. She flew to the little fellow, whose skin was clean and bright in the midst of his rags and wretchedness, and, making herself his playmate, bid the woman finish feeding her child, told the man to repose himself undisturbed, and began dancing with the little boy, not less delighted than himself at the festive exercise. Miss Margland cast up her hands and eyes as she entered, and poured forth a warm remonstrance against so demeaning a condescension. But Camilla, in whose composition pride had no share, though spirit was a principal ingredient, danced on unheeding, to the equal amaze and enchantment of the poor man and woman, at the honour done to their little son. Edgar came in last. He had given his arm to Eugenia, who was always in the rear if unassisted. Miss Margland appealed to him upon the impropriety of the behaviour of Camilla, adding, "If I had had the bringing up a young lady who could so degrade herself, I protest I should blush to shew my face. But you cannot, I am sure, fail remarking the difference of Miss Lindmere's conduct." Edgar attended with an air of complacency, which he thought due to the situation of Miss Margland in the family, yet kept his eyes fixed upon Camilla, with an expression that, to the least discernment, would have evinced his utmost approbation of her, his innocent gaiety. But Miss Margland was amongst that numerous tribe who, content as well as occupied with making observations upon others, have neither the power nor thought of developing those that are returned upon themselves. Camilla at length, wholly out of breath, gave over, but perceiving that the baby was no longer at its mother's breast, flew to the poor woman, and taking the child in her arms, said, "Come, I can nurse and rest at the same time. I assure you the baby will be safe with me, for I nurse all the children in our neighbourhood." She then fondled the poor little half-starved child to her bosom, quieting and kissing and cooing over it. Miss Margland was still more incensed, but Edgar could attend to her no longer. Charmed with the youthful nurse, and seeing in her unaffected attitudes 1,000 graces he had never before remarked, and reading in her fondness for children the genuine sweetness of her character, he could not bear to have the pleasing reflections revolving in his mind interrupted by the spleen of Miss Margland, and slipping away, posted himself behind the baby's father, where he could look on undisturbed, certain it was a vicinity to which Miss Margland would not follow him. Had this scene lasted till Camilla was tired, its period would not have been very short; but Miss Margland, finding her exhortations vain, suddenly called out, "Miss Lindmere, Miss Eugenia, come away directly. It's 10 to 1, but these people have all got the gowl distemper." Edgar, quick as lightning at this sound, flew to Camilla, and snatched the child from her arms. Indiana, with a scream, ran out of the barn. Miss Margland hurried after, and Eugenia following, earnestly entreated Camilla not to stay another moment. "And what is there to be alarmed at?" cried she. "I always nurse poor children when I see them at home, and my father never prohibits me." "There may be some reason, however," said Edgar, while still he tenderly held the baby himself, "for the present apprehension. I beg you, therefore, to hasten away." "At least," said she, "before I depart, let me execute my commission." And then, with the kindest good wishes for their better fortune, she put her uncle's 3 guineas into the hands of the poor man, and her own rescued half-guinea into those of his wife, and desiring Edgar not to remain himself where he would not suffer her to stay, ran to give her arm to Eugenia, leaving it a doubtful point whether the good humour accompanying her alms made the most pleased impression upon their receivers, or upon their observer. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. A Declaration. At night, while they were enjoying the bright beams of the moon from an apartment in the front of the house, they observed a strange footman in a superb livery ride towards the servants' hall, and presently a letter was delivered to Miss Margland. She opened it with an air of exulting consequence. One, which was enclosed, she put into her pocket, and read the other 3 or 4 times over, with looks of importance and complacency. She then pompously demanded a private audience with Sir Hugh, and the young party left the room. "Well, sir," she cried proudly, "you may now see if I judged right as to taking the young ladies a little into the world. Please to look at this letter, sir." To Miss Margland, at Sir Hugh Tyrold's, Bart, Cleves, Hampshire. Madam, with the most profound respect I presume to address you, though only upon the strength of that marked politeness which shines forth in your deportment. I have the highest ambition to offer a few lines to the perusal of Miss Eugenia Tyrold, previous to presenting myself to Sir Hugh. My reasons will be contained in the letter which I take the liberty to put into your hands. It is only under your protection, madam, I can aim at approaching that young lady, as all that I have either seen or heard convinces me of her extraordinary happiness in being under your direction. Your influence, madam, I should therefore esteem as an honour, and I leave it wholly to your own choice whether to read what I have addressed to that young lady before or after she has deigned to cast an eye upon it herself. I remain, with the most profound respect, madam, your most obedient and obliged servant, Alfonso Bellamy. I shall take the liberty to send my servant for an answer to-morrow evening. This, sir, continued Miss Margland, when Sir Hugh had read the letter, this is the exact conduct of a gentleman, all open, all respectful. No attempt at any clandestine intercourse. All is addressed where it ought to be, to the person most proper to superintend such an affair. This is that very same gentleman whose politeness I mentioned to you, and who danced with Miss Eugenia at Northwick, when nobody else took any notice of her. This is
Why, then, this is one of the most untoward things,
cried Sir Hugh, who, vainly waiting for a pause, began to speak without one,
that has ever come to bear. For where's the use of Eugenia's making poor young fellows fall in love with her for nothing, which I hold to be a pity, provided it's sincere, which I take for granted.
As to that, sir, I can't say I see a reason why Miss Eugenia should not be allowed to look about her, and have some choice, especially as the young gentleman abroad has no fortune, at least none answerable to her expectations.
But that's the very reason for my marrying them together. For, as he has not had the smallpox himself, that is not in the natural way, which, Lord help me, I thought the best, owing to my want of knowledge, why, he'll the more readily excuse her face not being one of the prettiest, for her kindness in putting up with his having so little money, being a thing some people think a good deal of.
But, sir, won't it be very hard upon poor Miss Eugenia, if a better offer should come, that she must not listen to it, only because of a person she has never seen, though he has no estate?
Miss Margland, said Sir Hugh with some heat, this is the very thing that I would sooner have given a crown than to have had happen. Who knows but Eugenia may take a fancy to this young jackanapes, who, for aught I know, may be as good a man as another, for which I beg his pardon, but as he has nothing to me, and my nephew's my nephew, why am I to have the best scheme I ever made knocked on the head for a person I had as lieve were twitched into the Red Sea? Which, however, is a thing I should not say, being what I would not do.
Miss Margland took from her pocket the letter designed for Eugenia, and was going to break the seal, but Sir Hugh, preventing her, said,
No, Miss Margland, Eugenia shall read her own letters. I have not had her taught all this time by one of the first scholars of the age, as far as I can tell, to put that affront upon her.
He then rang the bell and sent for Eugenia. Miss Margland stated the utter impropriety of suffering any young lady to read a letter of that sort till proposals had been laid before her parents and guardians. But Sir Hugh spoke no more till Eugenia appeared.
"My dear," he then said, "here is a letter just come to put your education to the trial, which, I make no doubt, will stand the test properly. Therefore, in regard to the answer, you shall write it all yourself, being qualified in a manner to which I have no right to pretend, though I shall go to-morrow to my brother, which will give me a better insight, his head being one of the best."
Eugenia, greatly surprised, opened the letter and read it with visible emotion.
"Well, my dear, and what do you say to it?"
Without answering, she read it again. Sir Hugh repeated the question. "Indeed, sir," said she, in a tone of sadness, "it is something that afflicts me very much."
"Lord help us!" cried Sir Hugh. "This comes of going to a ball, which, begging Miss Margland's pardon, is the last time it shall be done."
Miss Margland was beginning a vehement defence of herself, but Sir Hugh interrupted it by desiring to see the letter. Eugenia, with increased confusion, folded it up, and said, "Indeed, sir, indeed, uncle, it is a very improper letter for me to shew." "Well, that," cried Miss Margland, "is a thing I could never have imagined, that a gentleman, who is so much the gentleman, should write an improper letter." "No, no," interrupted she, "not improper perhaps for him to write, but for me to exhibit."
"Oh, if that's all, my dear," said Sir Hugh, "if it's only because of a few compliments, I beg you not to mind them, because of their having no meaning, which is a thing common enough in the way of making love, by what I hear. Though such a young thing as you can know nothing of the matter, your learning not going in that line, nor Dr. Orkborn's neither, if one may judge, which, God forbid, I should find fault with, being no business of mine."
He then again asked to see the letter, and Eugenia, ashamed to refuse, gave it and went out of the room. To Miss Eugenia Tyrrell, Cleves. Madam, the delicacy of your highly cultivated mind awes even the violent passion which you inspire, and to this I entreat you to attribute the trembling fear which deters me from the honour of waiting upon Sir Hugh, while uncertain if my addressing him might not raise your displeasure. I forbear, therefore, to lay before him my pretensions for soliciting your favour, from the deepest apprehension you might think I presumed too far upon an acquaintance to my unhappiness so short. Yet, as I feel it to have excited in me the most lasting attachment, from my fixed admiration of your virtues and talents, I cannot endure to run the risk of incurring your aversion. Allow me then once more, under the sanction of that excellent lady in whose care I have had the honour of seeing you, to entreat one moment's audience, that I may be graced with your own commands about waiting upon Sir Hugh, without which I should hold myself ungenerous and unworthy to approach him, since I should blush to throw myself at your feet from an authority which you do not permit. I beseech you, madam, to remember that I shall be miserable till I know my doom, but still that the heart, not the hand, can alone bestow happiness on a disinterested mind. I have the honour to be, madam, your most devoted and obedient humble servant, Alfonso Bellamy. Sir Hugh, when he had finished the letter, heaved a sigh, and leant his head upon his hand, considering whether or not to let it be seen by Miss Margland, who, however, not feeling secure what his determination might be, had so contrived to sit at the table as to read it at the same time with himself. Nor had she weighed the interest of her curiosity amiss. Sir Hugh, dreading a debate with her, soon put the letter into his pocket-book, and again sent for Eugenia. Eugenia excused herself from returning, pleaded a headache, and went to bed. Sir Hugh was in the deepest alarm. Though the evening was far advanced, he could scarce refrain from going to Etherington directly. He ordered his carriage to be at the door at 8 o'clock the next morning, and sent a second order a moment after, that it should not be later than 7:30. He then summoned Camilla, and giving her the letter, bid her run with it to her sister, for fear it was that she was fretting for. And soon after he went to bed, that he might be ready in the morning. Eugenia, meanwhile, felt the placid composure of her mind now for the first time shaken. The assiduities of this young man had already pleased and interested her, but, though gratified by them in his presence, they occurred to her no more in his absence. With the Oxonian she had been far more struck. His energy, his sentiments, his passion for literature, would instantly have riveted him in her fairest favour, had she not so completely regarded herself as the wife of Claremont Lindmere, that she denied her imagination any power over her reason. This letter, however, filled her with sensations wholly new. She now first reflected seriously upon the nature of her situation with regard to Claremont, for whom she seemed bespoken by her uncle, without the smallest knowledge how they might approve or suit each other. Perhaps he might dislike her. She must then have the mortification of being refused. Perhaps he might excite her own antipathy. She must then either disappoint her uncle, or become a miserable sacrifice. Here, on the contrary, she conceived herself an elected object. The difference of being accepted or being chosen worked forcibly upon her mind, and all that was delicate, feminine, or dignified in her notions rose in favour of him who sought, when opposed to him who could only consent to receive her. Generous, too, he appeared to her, in forbearing to apply to Sir Hugh without her permission, disinterested in declaring he did not wish for her hand without her heart, and noble in not seeking her in a clandestine manner, but referring everything to Miss Margland. The idea also of exciting an ardent passion lost none of its force from its novelty to her expectations. It was not that she had hitherto supposed it impossible; she had done less, she had not thought of it at all. Nor came it now with any triumph to her modest and unassuming mind. All it brought with it was gratitude towards Bellamy, and a something soothing towards herself, which, though inexplicable to her reason, was irresistible to her feelings. When Camilla entered with the letter, she bashfully asked her if she wished to read it. Camilla eagerly cried, "Oh, yes!" but, having finished it, said, "It's not such a letter as Edgar Mandlebear would have written." "I'm sure, then," said Eugenia, colouring, "I am sorry to have received it." "Do you not observe every day," said Camilla, "the distance, the delicacy of his behaviour to Indiana, though Miss Margland says their marriage is fixed? How free from all distinction that might confuse her? This declaration, on the contrary, is so abrupt, and from so new an acquaintance." "Certainly, then, I won't answer it," said Eugenia, much discomposed. "It had not struck me thus at first reading, but I see now all its impropriety." She then bid good night to Camilla, who, concluding her the appropriated wife of Claremont, had uttered her opinion without scruple. Eugenia now again read the letter, but not again with pleasure. She thought it forward and presumptuous, and the only gratification that remained upon her mind was an half-conscious, scarce admitted, and, even to herself, unacknowledged charm, in a belief that she possessed the power to inspire an animated regard. End of chapter 7.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 8. An Answer. Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell and Lavinia were at breakfast when Sir Hugh entered their parlour the next morning. "Brother," he cried, "I have something of great importance to tell you, which it is very fit my sister should hear too, for which reason, I make no doubt, but my dear Lavinia's good sense will leave the room, without waiting for a hint." Lavinia instantly retired. "Oh, my dear brother," continued the baronet, "do you know, here's a young chap, who appears to be a rather good sort of man, which is so much the worse, who has been falling in love with Eugenia. He then delivered the 2 letters to Mr. Tyrrell. Now the only thing that hurts me in this business, that this young man, whom Miss Margland calls a person of fashion, writes as well as Clement himself would do, though that is what I shall never own to Eugenia, which I hope is no sin, being all for her own sake, that is to say, for Clement's. Mr. Tyrrell, after attentively reading the letters, gave them to his wife, and made many inquiries concerning their writer, and his acquaintance with Eugenia and Miss Margland. "Why, it was all brought about," said Sir Hugh, "by their going to a ball and a public breakfast, which is a thing my little Camilla is not at all to blame for, because if nobody had put it in her head, she would not have known there was a thing of the kind. And indeed it was but natural in poor Lionel neither to set her agog, the chief fault lying in the assizes, to which my particular objection is against the lawyers who come into a town to hang and transport the poor, by way of keeping the peace, and then encourage the rich to make all the noise and riot they can, by their own junketings, for which, however, being generally, I believe, pretty good scholars, I make no doubt but they have their own reasons." "I flatter myself," said Mrs. Tyrrell, scarce deigning to finish the letters, "Eugenia, young as she is, will need no counsel how to estimate a writer such as this. What must the man be, who, presuming upon his personal influence, ventures to claim her concurrence on an application to her friends, though he has seen her but twice, and knows her to be destitute of the smallest knowledge of his principles, his character, or his situation in life?" "Good lack!" cried the baronet, "what a prodigious poor head I must have! Here I could hardly sleep all night, for thinking what a fine letter this jackanapes, which I shall make no more apology for calling him, had been writing, fearing it would cut up poor Clement, in her opinion, for all his grand tour." Perfectly restored to ease, he now bade them good morning, but Mr. Tyrrell entreated him to stay till they had settled how to get rid of the business. "My dear brother," he answered, "I want no more help now, since I've got your opinion, that is, my sister's, which I take it for granted is the same. I make no doubt but Eugenia will pretty near have writ her foul copy by the time I get home, which Dr. Orkborn may overlook for her, to the end that this Mr. Upstart may have no more fault to find against it." They both desired to dine at Cleves, that they might speak themselves with Eugenia. "And how," said Mr. Tyrrell, with a strong secret emotion, "how goes on Edgar with Indiana?" "Vastly well indeed. Not that I pretend to speak for myself, being rather too dull in these matters, owing to never entering upon them in the right season, as I intend to tell other young men doing the same." He then, in warm terms, narrated the accounts given him by Miss Margland of the security of the conquest of Indiana. Mr. Tyrrell fixed his hour for expecting the carriage, and the baronet desired that Lavinia should be of the party, "because," he said, "I see she has the proper discretion when she is wanted to go out of the way, which must be the same with Camilla and Indiana too to day, as well as with young Mr. Edgar, for I don't think it prudent to trust such new beginners with everything that goes on till they get a little older." The anxiety of Mr. Tyrrell concerning Bellamy was now mingled with a cruel regret in relation to Mandelbert. Even his own upright conduct could scarce console him for the loss of his favourite hope, and he almost repented that he had not been more active in endeavouring to preserve it. All that passed in his mind was read and participated in by his partner, whose displeasure was greater, though her mortification could but be equal. "That Edgar," said she, "should have kept his heart wholly untouched, would less have moved my wonder. He has a peculiar, though unconscious delicacy in his nature, which results not from insolence nor presumption, but from his own invariable and familiar exercise of every virtue and of every duty. The smallest deviation is offensive, and even the least inaccuracy is painful to him. Was it possible, then, to be prepared for such an election as this? He has disgraced my expectations. He has played the common part of a mere common young man, whose eye is his sole governor." "My Georgiana," said Mr. Tyrrell, "I am deeply disappointed. Our 2 eldest girls are but slightly provided for, and Eugenia is far more dangerously circumstanced in standing so conspicuously apart as a prize to some adventurer. One of these three precious cares I had fondly concluded certain of protection and happiness, for whichever I might have bestowed upon Edgar Mandelbert, I should have considered as the most fortunate of her sex. Let us, however, rejoice for Indiana. No one can more need a protector, and, next to my own three girls, there is no one for whom I am so much interested. I grieve, however, for Edgar himself, whose excellent judgment will in time assert its rights, though passion at this period has set it aside. I am too angry with him for pity, said Mrs. Thorold, nor is his understanding of a class that has any claim to such lenity. I had often thought our gentle Lavinia almost born to be his wife, and no one could more truly have deserved him. But the soft perfection of her character relieves me from any apprehension for her conduct, and almost all my solicitude devolves upon Camilla. For our poor Eugenia I had never indulged a hope of his choice, though that valuable unfortunate girl, with every unearned defect about her, intrinsically merits him with all its advantages, his accomplishments, and his virtues. But to appreciate her, uninfluenced by pecuniary views, to which he is every way superior, was too much to expect from so young a man. My wishes, therefore, had guided him to our Camilla, that sweet, open, generous, inconsiderate girl, whose feelings are all virtues, but whose impulses have no restraints. I have not a fear for her when she can act with deliberation, but fear is almost all I have left when I consider her as led by the start of the moment. With him, however, she would have been the safest, and with him, next alone to her mother, the happiest of her sex. The kindest acknowledgments repaid this sympathy of sentiment, and they agreed that their felicity would have been almost too complete for this lower world, if such an event had come to pass. Nevertheless, its failure, added Mrs. Thorold, is almost incredible and wholly unpardonable. That Indiana should vanquish where Lavinia and Camilla have failed. I feel indignant at such a triumph of mere external, unintelligent beauty. Eugenia received her parents with the most bashful confusion. Yet they found, upon conversing with her, it was merely from youthful shame, and not from any dangerous prepossession. The observations of Camilla had broken that spell with which a first declaration of regard is apt to entangle unreflecting inexperience, and by teaching her to less value the votary, had made the conquest less an objection of satisfaction. She was gratified by the permission of her uncle to write her own answer, which is now produced. To Alfonso Bellamy, Esquire. Sir, I am highly sensible to the honour of your partiality, which I regret it is not possible for me to deserve. Be not, therefore, offended, and still less suffer yourself to be afflicted, when I confess I have only my poor thanks to offer, and poor esteem to return, for your unmerited goodness. Dwell not, sir, upon this disappointment, but receive my best wishes for your restored happiness, for never can I forget a distinction to which I have so little claim. Believe me, sir, your very much obliged and most grateful humble servant, Eugenia Thorold. Mr. Thorold, who delighted to see how completely in her studies with Dr. Orkborn she had escaped any pedantry or affectation, and even preserved all the native humility of her artless character, returned her the letter with an affectionate embrace, and told her he could desire no alteration but that of omitting the word grateful at the conclusion. Mrs. Thorold was far less satisfied. She wished it to be completely rewritten, protesting that a man who, in all probability, was a mere fortune-hunter, would refer from so gentle a dismission encouragement rather than repulse. Sir Hugh said there was only one thing he desired to have added, which was a hint of a pre-engagement with a relation of her own. Eugenia, at this, coloured and retreated, and Mrs. Thorold reminded the baronet, with some displeasure, of his promise to guard the secret of his project. Sir Hugh, a little disturbed, said it never broke out from him but by accident, which he would take care should never get the upper hand again. He would not, however, consent to have the letter altered, which he said would be an affront to the learning of Eugenia, unless it were done by Dr. Orkborn himself, who, being her master, had a right to correct her first penmanship. Dr. Orkborn, being called upon, slightly glanced his eye over the letter, but made no emendation, saying, "I believe it will do very sufficiently, but I have only concerned myself with the progress of Miss Eugenia in the Greek and Latin languages. Anybody can teach her English." The fond parents finished their visit in full satisfaction with their irreproachable Eugenia, and with the joy of seeing their darling Camilla as happy and as disengaged as when she had left them. But Mandelbert had spent the day abroad, and escaped, therefore, the observations with which they had meant to have investigated his sentiments. Indiana, with whom they conversed more than usual, and with the most scrutinizing attention, offered nothing either in manner or matter to rescue his decision from their censure. Mrs. Tyrrell, therefore, rejoiced at his absence, lest a coolness she knew not how to repress should have led him to surmise her disappointment. Her husband besought her to be guarded. He had no right, he said, to the disposal of his heart, and Indiana, however he may find her inadequate to his future expectations, will not disgrace his present choice. She is beautiful, she is young, and she is innocent. This in early life is sufficient for felicity, and Edgar is yet too new in the world to be aware how much of life remains when youth is gone, and too unpractised to foresee that beauty loses its power even before it loses its charms, and that the season of declining nature sighs deeply for the support which sympathy and intelligence can alone bestow. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 9. An Explication. The visit which Camilla had designed this morning to Mrs. Albury she had been induced to relinquish through a speech made to her by Lionel. "You have done for yourself now," said he, exultingly, "so you may be governed by that scarecrow, Miss Margland, at your leisure. Do you know, you were not once mentioned again at the Grove, neither by Miss Albury nor anybody else, and they all agreed Indiana was the finest girl in the world." Camilla, though of the same opinion with respect to Indiana, concluded Mrs. Albury was offended by her retreat, and lost all courage for offering any apology. Edgar did not return to Cleves till some time after the departure of Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell, when he met Miss Margland and the young ladies strolling in the park. Camilla, running to meet him, asked if he had restored the locket to the right owner. "No," answered he, smiling, "not yet." "What can be done, then? My half-guinea is gone, and, to confess the truth, I have not another I can well spare." He made no immediate reply, but after speaking to the rest of the party, walked on towards the house. Camilla, in some perplexity, following him, exclaimed, "Pray tell me, what must I do? Indeed, I am quite uneasy." "You would really have me give the locket to its rightful proprietor?" "To be sure I would." "My commission, then, is soon executed." And taking a little shagreen case from his waistcoat pocket, he put it into her hand. "What can you mean? Is there still any mistake?" "None but what you may immediately rectify, by simply retaining your own prize." Camilla, opening the case, saw the locket, and perceived under the crystal a light knot of braided hair, but while she looked at it, he hurried into the house. She ran after him, and insisted upon an explanation, declaring it to be utterly impossible that the locket and the half-guinea should belong to the same person. "You must not, then," he said, "be angry if you find I have managed at last, but awkwardly. When I came to the library, the master of the raffle told me it was against all rule to refund a subscription." He stopped. "The half-guinea you put in my hand, then," cried she, colouring, "was your own?" "My dear Miss Camilla, there is no other occasion upon which I would have hazarded such a liberty, but as the money was for a charity, and as I had undertaken what I could not perform, I rather ventured to replace it, than suffer the poor objects for whom it was destined to miss your kind attention." "You have certainly done right," said she, feeling for her purse. but you must not, for that reason, make me a second time do wrong." "You will not so much hurt me," replied he gravely. "You will not reprove me as if I were a stranger, a mere common acquaintance. Where could the money have been so well bestowed? It is not you, but those poor people who are in my debt. So many were the chances against your gaining the prize, that it was an event I had not even taken into consideration. I had merely induced you to leave the shop, that you might not have the surprise of finding your name was not withdrawn. The rest was accident, and surely you will not punish me that I have paid to the poor the penalty of my own ill-weighed officiousness." Camilla put up her purse, but, with some spirit, said, "There is another way to settle the matter which cannot hurt you. If I do not pay you my half-guinea, you must at least keep the fruits of your own." And she returned him the locket. "And what," cried he, laughing, "must I do with it? Would you have me wear it myself?" "Give it," answered she, innocently, "to Indiana." "No," replied he, reddening, and putting it down upon a table. "But you may, if you believe her value will be greater than your own for the hair of your two sisters." Camilla, surprised, again looked at it, and recognized the hair of Lavinia and Eugenia. "And how in the world did you get this hair?" I told them both the accident that had happened, and begged them to contribute their assistance to obtain your pardon. "Is it possible?" cried she with vivacity. "You could add to all your trouble so kind a thought?" And without a moment's further hesitation she accepted the prize, returning him the most animated thanks, and flying to Eugenia to inquire further into the matter, and then to her uncle to show him her new acquisition. Sir Hugh, like herself, immediately said, "But why did he not give it to Indiana?" "I suppose," said Eugenia, "because Camilla had herself drawn the prize, and he had only added our hair to it." This perfectly satisfied the baronet, but Indiana could by no means understand why it had not been managed better; and Miss Margland, with much ill will, nourished a private opinion that the prize might perhaps have been her own, had not Mandelbert interfered. However, as there seemed some collusion which she could not develop, her conscience wholly acquitted her of any necessity to refund her borrowed half-guinea. Camilla, meanwhile, decorated herself with a locket, and had nothing in her possession which gave her equal delight. Miss Margland now became, internally, less sanguine with regard to the preference of Edgar for Indiana, but she concealed from Sir Hugh a doubt so unpleasant, through an unconquerable repugnance to acknowledge it possible she could have formed a wrong judgment. End of Book 2, Chapter 9.
Book 2, Chapter 10 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kath Gard. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 10. A Panic. Upon the ensuing Sunday, Edgar proposed that a party should be made to visit a new little cottage which he had just fitted up. This was agreed to, and as it was not above a mile from the parish church, Sir Hugh ordered that his low garden phaeton should be in readiness after the service to convey himself and Eugenia thither. The rest, as the weather was fine, desired to walk. They went to the church as usual in a coach and a chaise, which were dismissed as soon as they alighted. But before that period, Eugenia, with a sigh, had observed that Melman, the young Oxonian, was strolling the same way, and had seen, with a blush, that Bellamy was by his side. The two gentlemen recognized them as they were crossing the churchyard. The Oxonian bowed profoundly, but stood aloof. Bellamy bowed also, but immediately approached, and as Sir Hugh at that moment accidentally let fall his stick, darted forward to recover and present it him. The baronet, from surprise at his quick motion, dropped his handkerchief in receiving his cane, This also Bellamy, attentively shaking, restored to him; and Sir Hugh, who could accept no civility unrequited, said, "Sir, if you are a stranger, as I imagine, not knowing your face, you are welcome to a place in my pew, provided you don't get a seat in a better, which I'm pretty much afraid you can't, mine being the best." The invitation was promptly accepted. Miss Margland, always happy to be of consequence, was hastening to Sir Hugh to put him upon his guard, when a respectful offer from Bellamy to assist her down the steps induced her to remit her design to a future opportunity. Any attentions from a young man were now so new to her as to seem a call upon her gratitude, nor had her charms ever been so attractive as to render them common. Edgar and Indiana, knowing nothing of his late declaration, thought nothing of his present admission. To Dr. Ogbourne he was an utter stranger, but Camilla had recourse to her fan to conceal a smile, and Eugenia was in the utmost confusion. She felt at a loss how to meet his eyes, and seated herself as much as possible out of his way. A few minutes after, looking up towards the gallery, she perceived in one of the furthest rows young Melmond, his eye fixed upon their pew, but withdrawn the instant he was observed, and his air the most melancholy and dejected. Again a half sigh escaped the tender Eugenia. How delicate, how elegant, thought she, is this retired behaviour! What refinement results from a true literary taste! Oh, such be Clermont! If he resemble not this Oxonian, I must be wretched for life. These ideas, which unavoidably, though unwillingly, interrupted her devotion, were again broken in upon, when the service was nearly over, by the appearance of Lionel. He had ridden 5 miles to join them, merely not to be thought in leading strings, by staying at Etherington to hear his father, though the name and the excellence of the preaching of Mr. Tyrrell attracted to his church all strangers who had power to reach it, so vehement in early youth is the eagerness to appear independent, and so general is the belief that all merit must be sought from a distance. The deeper understanding of Mandlebert rendered him superior to this common puerility, and though the preacher at Cleves Church was his own tutor, Dr. Marchmont, from whom he was scarce yet emancipated, he listened to him with reverence, and would have travelled any distance, and taken cheerfully any trouble, that would in the best and strongest manner have marked the respect with which he attended to his doctrine. Dr. Marchmont was a man of the highest intellectual accomplishments, uniting deep learning with general knowledge, and the graceful exterior of a man of the world, with the erudition and science of a fellow of a college. He obtained the esteem of the scholar wherever he was known, and caught the approbation of the most uncultivated wherever he was seen. When the service was over, Edgar proposed that Dr. Marchmont should join the party to the cottage. Sir Hugh was most willing, and they sauntered about the church while the doctor retired to the vestry to take off his gown. During this interval, Eugenia, who had a passion for reading epitaphs and inscriptions, became so intently engaged in deciphering some old verses on an antique tablet, that she perceived not when Dr. Marchmont was ready, nor when the party was leaving the church, and before any of the rest missed her, Bellamy suddenly took the opportunity of her being out of sight of all others to drop on one knee and passionately seize her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, madam!" When hearing an approaching step, he hastily arose, but parted not with her hand till he had pressed it to his lips. The astonished Eugenia, though at first all emotion, was completely recovered by this action. His kneeling and his "Oh, madam" had every chance to affect her, but his kissing her hand she thought a liberty the most unpardonable. She resented it as an injury to Clermont that would risk his life should he ever know it, and a blot to her own delicacy as irreparable as it was irremediable. Bellamy, who from her letter had augured nothing of hardness of heart, tenderly solicited her forgiveness, but she made him no answer, Silent and offended, she walked away, and, losing her timidity in her displeasure, went up to her uncle and whispered, "Sir, the gentleman you invited into your pew is Mr. Bellamy." The consternation of Sir Hugh was extreme. He had concluded him a stranger to the whole party because a stranger to himself, and the discovery of his mistake made him next conclude that he had risked a breach of the marriage he so much desired by his own indiscretion. He took Eugenia immediately under his arm, as if fearful she might else be conveyed away for Scotland before his eyes, and hurrying to the church porch, called aloud for his phaeton. The phaeton was not arrived. Still more dismayed, he walked on with Eugenia to the railing round the churchyard, motioning with his left hand that no one should follow. Edgar, Lionel, and Bellamy marched to the road, listening for the sound of horses, but they heard none, and the carriages of the neighbouring gentry, from which they might have hoped any assistance, had been driven away while they had waited for Dr. Marchmont. Meanwhile, the eyes of Eugenia again caught the young Oxonian, who was wandering around the churchyard. Neither was he unobserved by Indiana, who, though she participated not in the turn of reasoning or taste for the romantic, which awakened in Eugenia so forcible a sympathy, was yet highly gratified by his apparent devotion to her charms, and had not Miss Margland narrowly watched and tutored her, would easily have been attracted from the cold civilities of Edgar to the magnetism of animated admiration. In these circumstances a few minutes appeared many hours to Sir Hugh, and he presently exclaimed, "There's no possibility of waiting here the whole day long, not knowing what may be the end." Then, calling to Dr. Awkbourne, he said to him in a low voice, "My good friend, here's happened a sad thing. That young man I asked into my pew, for which I take proper shame to myself, is the same person that wanted to make Eugenia give up Clermont Linmere, her own natural relation, and mine into the bargain, for the sake of a stranger to us all, which I hold to be rather uncommendable, considering we know nothing about him, though there's no denying his being handsome enough to look at, which, however, is no certainty of his making a good husband. So I'll tell you a mode I've thought of, which I think to be a pretty good one, for parting them out of hand." Dr. Awkbourne, who had just taken out his tablets in order to enter some hints relative to his great work, begged him to say no more till he had finished his sentence. The baronet looked much distressed, but consented, and when he had done, went on, "Why, if you will hold Eugenia, I'll go up to the rest, and send them on to the cottage, and when they are gone I shall get rid of this young chap by telling him Eugenia and I want to be alone." Dr. Awkbourne assented, and Sir Hugh, advancing to the group, made his proposition, adding, "Eugenia and I will overtake you as soon as the garden chair comes, which I dare say won't be long, Robert being so behindhand already." Then, turning to Bellamy, "I am sorry, sir," he said, "I can't possibly ask you to stay with us, because of something my little niece and I have got to talk about, which we had rather nobody should hear, being an affair of our own. But I thank you for your civility, sir, in picking up my stick and my pocket handkerchief, and I wish you a very good morning and a pleasant walk, which I hope you won't take ill." Bellamy bowed, and saying he by no means intended to intrude himself into the company, slowly drew back. Edgar then pointed out a path through the fields that would considerably abridge the walk, if the ladies could manage to cross over a dirty lane on the other side of the churchyard. The baronet, who was in high spirits at the success of his scheme, declared that if there was a short cut they should not part company, for he could walk it himself. Edgar assured him it could not be more than half a mile, and offered him the use of his arm. "No, no, my good young friend," answered he, smiling significantly. "Take care of Indiana. I have got a good stick which I hold to be worth any arm in Christendom, except for not being alive, so take care of Indiana, I say." Edgar bowed, but with a silence and gravity not unmixed with surprise, and Sir Hugh, a little struck, hastily added, "Nay, nay, I mean no harm." "No, sir," said Edgar, recovering. "You can mean nothing but good when you give me so fair a charge." And he placed himself at the side of Indiana. "Well then now," cried Sir Hugh, "I'll marshal you all, and first for my little Camilla, who shall come to my proper share, for she's certainly the best companion of the whole, which I hope nobody will take for a slight, all of us not being the same, without any fault of our own. Dr. Awkbourne shall keep to Eugenia, because if there should be a want of conversation, they can go over some of their lessons. Lionel shall take the care of Mrs. Margland, it being always right for the young to help people a little stricken; and as for the odd one, Dr. Marchmont, why he may join little Camilla and me, for as she's none of the steadiest, and I am none of the strongest, it is but fair the one over should be between us." Everybody professed obedience but Lionel, who, with a loud laugh, called to Edgar to change partners. "We are all under orders," answered he quietly, "and I must not be the first to mutiny." Indiana smiled with triumph, but Miss Margland, firing with anger, declared she wanted no help and would accept none. Sir Hugh was now beginning an expostulation with his nephew, but Lionel preferred compliance to hearing it. Yet to obviate the ridicule which he was persuaded would follow such an acquiescence, he strided up to Miss Margland with hasty steps, and dropping on one knee in the dust, seized and kissed her hand, but precipitately rising and shaking himself, called out, "My dear ma'am, have you never a little clothes brush in your pocket? I can't kneel again else." Miss Margland wrathfully turned from him, and the party proceeded to a small gate at the back of the church, that opened to the lane mentioned by Edgar, over which, when the rest of the company had passed into a beautiful meadow, Lionel offered his hand for conducting Miss Margland, who rejected it disdainfully. "Then you will be sure to fall," said he. "Not unless you do something to make me. You will be sure to fall," he repeated coolly. Much alarmed, she protested she would not get over before him. He absolutely refused to go first. The whole party stopped, and Bellamy, who had hitherto stood still and back, now ventured to approach, and in the most courteous manner to offer his services to Miss Margland. She looked victoriously around her, but as he had spoken in a low voice, only said, "Sir?" to make him repeat his proposal more audibly. He complied, and the impertinences of Lionel rendered his civility irresistible. "I am glad," she cried, "there is still one gentleman left in the world," and accepted his assistance, though her persecutor whispered that her spark was a dead man, and strutted significantly away. Half frightened, half suspecting she was laughed at, she repeated softly to Sir Hugh the menace of his nephew, begging that, to prevent mischief, she might still retain Bellamy. "Lord be good unto me!" cried he. "What amazing fools the boys of nowadays are grown, with all their learning and teaching and classics at their tongue's end for nothing. However, not to set them together by the ears till they grow a little wiser, which I take it won't be of one while, why you must e'en let this strange gentleman walk with you till t'other boy's further off. However, this one thing pray mind," lowering his voice, "keep him all to yourself. If he does but so much as look at Eugenia, give him to understand it's a thing I shan't take very kind of him." Beckoning then to Dr. Awkbourne, he uneasily said, "As I am now obliged to have that young fellow along with us, for the sake of preventing an affray about nobody knows what, which is the common reason of quarrels among those raw young fry, I beg you to keep a particular sharp look out that he does not take the opportunity to run off with Eugenia." The spirit of the baronet had overrated his strength, and he was forced to sit upon the lower step of a broad stile at the other end of the meadow, while Miss Margland, who leant her tall thin figure against a 5-bar gate, willingly obviated his solicitude about Eugenia by keeping Bellamy in close and unabating conference with herself. A circumstance in the scenery before him now struck Dr. Awkbourne with some resemblance to a verse in one of Virgil's eclogues. which he thought might be happily applied to illustrate a passage in his own work. Taking out therefore his tablets, he begged Eugenia not to move, and wrote his quotation, which, leading him on to some reflections upon the subject, soon drove his charge from his thoughts, and consigned him solely to his pencil. Eugenia willingly kept her place at his side. Offended by Bellamy, she would give him no chance of speaking with her, and the protection under which her uncle had placed her she deemed sacred. Here they remained but a short time, when their ears received the shock of a prodigious roar from a bull in the field adjoining. Miss Margland screamed and hid her face with her hands. Indiana, taught by her lessons to nourish every fear as becoming, shrieked still louder, and ran swiftly away, deaf to all that Edgar, who attended her, could urge. Eugenia, to whom Bellamy instantly hastened, seeing the beast furiously make towards the gate, almost unconsciously accepted his assistance to accelerate her flight from its vicinity, while Dr. Awkbourne, intent upon his annotations, calmly wrote on, sensible there was some disturbance, but determining to evade inquiring whence it arose, till he had secured what he meant to transmit to posterity from the treachery of his memory. Camilla, the least frightened, because the most inured to such sounds from the habits and the instruction of her rural life and education, adhered firmly to Sir Hugh, who began blessing himself with some alarm, but whom Dr. Marchmont reassured by saying the gate was secured and too high for the bull to leap, even supposing it is a vicious animal. The first panic was still in its meridian, when Lionel, rushing past the beast, which he had secretly been tormenting, skipped over the gate with every appearance of terror, and called out, "Save yourselves all, Miss Margland in particular, for here's a mad bull." A second astounding bellow put a stop to any question, and wholly checked the immediate impulse of Miss Margland to ask why she was thus selected. She snatched her hands from her face, not doubting she should see her esquire soothingly standing by her side; but though internally surprised and shocked to find herself deserted, she gathered strength to run from the gate with the nimbleness of youth, and flying to the stile, regardless of Sir Hugh and forgetting all her charges, scrambled over it, and ran on from the noise without looking to the right or the left. Sir Hugh, whom Lionel's information and Miss Margland's pushing past him had extremely terrified, was now also getting over the stile, with the assistance of Dr. Marchmont, ejaculating, "Lord help us! What a poor race we are! No safety for us! If we only come out once in a dozen years, we must meet with a mad bull." He had, however, insisted that Camilla should jump over first, saying, "There's no need of all of us being tossed, my dear girl, because of my slowness, which is no fault of mine, but of Robert's not being in the way, which must needs make the poor fellow unhappy enough when he hears of it, which no doubt I shall let him do, according to his deserts." The other side of the stile brought them to the high road. Lionel, who had only wished to torment Miss Margland, felt his heart smite him when he saw the fright of his uncle, and flew to acquaint him that he had made a mistake, for the bull was only angry, not mad. The unsuspicious baronet thanked him for his good news, and sat upon a bank till the party could be collected. This, however, was not soon to be done, the dispersion from the meadow having been made in every possible direction. End of chapter 10.
Book 2, Chapter 11 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Bell-West. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 11. Two Lovers. Indiana, intent but upon running on, had nearly reached the churchyard without hearkening to one word of the expostulating Mandlebear, when, leaning over a tombstone on which she herself had leant while waiting for the carriage, she perceived the young Oxonian. an instinctive spirit of coquetry made her now increase her pace. He heard the rustling of female approach, and looked up. Her beauty, heightened by her flight, which animated her complexion, while it displayed her fine form, seemed more than ever celestial to the enamoured student, who darted forward from an impulse of irresistible surprise. "Oh, Heaven!" she cried, panting and stopping as he met her. "I shall die! I shall die! I am pursued by a mad bull!" Edgar would have explained that all was safe, but Melman neither heard nor saw him. "Oh, give me then," he cried emphatically, "give me the ecstasy to protect, to save you." His outspread arms shewed his intention to bear her away, but Edgar, placing himself between them, said, "Pardon me, sir, this lady is under my care." "Oh, don't fight about me, don't quarrel," cried Indiana, with an apprehension half simple, half affected. "No, madam," answered Melman, respectfully retreating. "I know too well my little claim in such a dispute. Permit me, however, to assist you, Mr. Mandelbaer, in your search of refuge, and deign, madam, to endure me in your sight till this alarm passes away." Indiana, by no means insensible to this language, looked with some elation at Edgar to see how he bore it. Edgar was not surprised. He had already observed the potent impression made by the beauty of Indiana upon the Oxonian, and was struck, in defiance of its romance and suddenness, with its air of sincerity. He only therefore gently answered that there was not the least cause of fear. "Oh, how can you say so?" said Indiana. "How can you take so little interest in me?" At least," cried Melman, trembling with eagerness, "condescend to accept a double guard. Refuse not, Mr. Mandelbaer, to suffer any attendance." Mandelbaer, a little embarrassed, answered, "I have no authority to decide for Miss Lynmere, but certainly I see no occasion for my assistance." Melman fervently clasped his hands, and exclaimed, do not, madam, command me to leave you till all danger is over." The little heart of Indiana beat high with triumph. She thought Mandelbaer jealous. Miss Margland had often told her there was no surer way to quicken him, and, even independently of this idea, the spirit, the ardour, the admiration of the Oxonian had a power upon her mind that needed no auxiliary for delighting it. She curtsied her consent, but declared she would never go back the same way. They proceeded, therefore, by a little round to the high road which led to the field in which the party had been dispersed. Indiana was full of starts, little shrieks, and palpitations, every one of which rendered her, in the eyes of the Oxonian, more and more captivating; and, while Edgar walked gravely on, reflecting with some uneasiness upon being thus drawn in to suffer the attendance of a youth, so nearly a stranger, upon a young lady actually under his protection, Melman was continually ejaculating in return to her perpetual apprehensions, "What lovely timidity! What bewitching softness! What feminine, what beautiful delicacy! How sweet in terror! How soul-piercing in alarm!" These exclamations were nearly enchanting to Indiana, whose only fear was, lest they should not be heard by Edgar; and whenever they ceased, whenever a pause and respectful silence took their place, new starts, fresh palpitations, and designed false steps again called them forth, while the smile with which she repaid their enthusiastic speaker was fuel to his flame, but poison to his peace. They had not proceeded far when they were met by Miss Margland, who, in equal trepidation from anger and from fear, was still making the best of her way from the bellowing of the bull. Edgar inquired for Sir Hugh and the rest of the party, but she could speak only of Lionel, his insolence, and his ill usage, protesting nothing but her regard for Indiana could induce her to live a moment longer under his uncle's roof. "But where," again cried Edgar, "where is Sir Hugh? And where are the ladies?"
"Tossed by the bull," answered she pettishly, "for aught I know. I did not choose to stay and be tossed myself; and a person like Mr. Lionel can soon make such a beast point at one, if he takes it into his humour."
Edgar then begged they might hasten to their company, but Miss Margland positively refused to go back, and Indiana, always ready to second any alarm, declared she should quite sink with fright if they went within 100 yards of that horrid field. Edgar still pleaded that the baronet would expect them, but Melman, in softer tones, spoke of fears, sensibility, and dangers, and Edgar soon found he was talking to the winds. All that now remained to prevent further separations was, that Edgar should run on to the party and acquaint them that Miss Margland and Indiana would wait for them upon the high road. Melman meanwhile felt in paradise. Even the presence of Miss Margland could not restrain his rapture, upon a causality that gave him such a charge, though it forced him to forbear making the direct and open declaration of his passion, with which his heart was burning and his tongue quivering. He attended them both with the most fervent respect, evidently very gratifying to the object of his adoration, though not noticed by Miss Margland, who was wholly absorbed by her own provocations. Edgar soon reached the bank by the road side, upon which the baronet, Dr. Marchmont, Lionel, and Camilla were seated.
"Lord help us!"
exclaimed Sir Hugh, aghast at his approach,
"if here's not young Mr. Edgar without Indiana! This is a thing I could never have expected from you, young Mr. Edgar, that you should leave her, I don't know where, and come without her."
Edgar assured him she was safe and under the care of Miss Margland, but that neither of them could be prevailed with to come farther. He had therefore advanced to inquire after the rest of the party, and to arrange where they should all assemble.
"Oh, you have done very right, then, my dear Mr. Edgar, as you always do, as far as I can make out when I come to the bottom. And now I am quite easy about Indiana. But as to Eugenia, what Dr. Orkborn has done with her is more than I can devise, unless, indeed, they are got to studying some of their Greek verbs, and so forgot us all, which is likely enough. Only I had rather they had taken another time, not much caring to stay here longer than I can help."
Edgar said he would make a circuit in search of them, but first, addressing Camilla, "You alone," he cried, with an approving smile, "have remained thus quiet, while all else have been scampering apart, making confusion worse confounded." "I have lived too completely in the country to be afraid of cattle," she answered, "and Dr. Marchmont assured me there was no danger." "You can listen, then, even when you are alarmed," said he, expressively, to the voice of reason. Camilla raised her eyes and looked at him, but dropped them again without making any answer. "Can you," she thought, "have been pleading it in vain? How I wonder at Indiana!" He then set out to seek Eugenia, recommending the same office to Lionel by another route. But Lionel no sooner gathered where Miss Margland might be met with, than his repentance was forgotten, and he quitted everything to encounter her. Edgar spent near half an hour in his search, without the smallest success. He was then seriously uneasy, and returning to the party, when a countryman, to whom he was known, told him he had seen Miss Eugenia Tyrrell with a very handsome fine town gentleman going into a farmhouse. Edgar flew to the spot, and through a window, as he advanced, perceived Eugenia seated, and Bellamy kneeling before her. Amazed and concerned, he abruptly made his way into the apartment. Bellamy rose in the utmost confusion, and Eugenia, starting and colouring, caught Edgar by the arm, but could not speak. He told her that her uncle and the whole company were waiting for her in great anxiety. "And where," cried she, "are they? I have been in agonies about them all, and I could not prevail. I could not. This gentleman said the risk was so great, he would not suffer me, but he has sent for a chaise, though I told him I had 1,000 times rather hazard my life amongst them and with them than save it alone." "They are all perfectly safe, nor has there ever been any danger." "I was told, I was assured," said Bellamy, "that a mad bull was running wild about the country, and I thought it therefore advisable to send for a chaise from the nearest inn, that I might return this young lady to her friends." Edgar made no answer, but offered his arm to conduct Eugenia to her uncle. She accepted it, and Bellamy attended on her other side. Edgar was silent the whole way. The attitude in which he had surprised Bellamy, by assuring him of the nature of his pretensions, had awakened doubts the most alarming of the destination in view for the chaise which he had ordered, and he believed that Eugenia was either to have been beguiled or betrayed into a journey the most remote from the home to which she belonged. Eugenia increased his suspicions by the mere confusion which deterred her from removing them. Bellamy had assured her she was in the most eminent personal danger, and had hurried her from field to field with an idea that the dreaded animal was in full pursuit. When carried, however, into the farmhouse, she lost all apprehension for herself in fears for her friends, and insisted upon sharing their fate. Bellamy, who immediately ordered a chaise, then cast himself at her feet, to entreat she would not throw away her life by so rash a measure. Exhausted from her lameness, she was forced to sit still, and such was their situation at the entrance of Edgar. She wished extremely to explain what had been the object of the solicitation of Bellamy, and to clear him, as well as herself, from any further surmises, but she was ashamed to begin the subject. Edgar had seen a man at her feet, and she thought herself it was a cruel injury to Claremont, though she knew not how to refuse it forgiveness, since it was merely to supplicate she would save her own life. Bellamy, therefore, was the only one who spoke, and his unanswered observations contributed but little to enliven the walk. When they came within sight of the party, the baronet was again seized with the extremest dismay. "Why, now, what's this?" cried he. "Here's nothing but blunders. Pray, sir, who gave you the authority to take my niece from her own tutor? For so I may call him, though more properly speaking, he came amongst us to be mine, which, however, is no affair but of our own." "Sir," answered Bellamy, advancing and bowing, "I hope I have had the happiness of rather doing service than mischief. I saw the young lady upon the point of destruction, and I hastened her to a place of security, from whence I had ordered a post-chaise to convey her safe to your house." "Yes, my dear uncle," said Eugenia, recovering from her embarrassment, "I have occasioned this gentleman infinite trouble, and though Mr. Mandlebear assures us there was no real danger, he thought there was, and therefore I must always hold myself to be greatly obliged to him."
"Well, if that's the case, I must be obliged to him too, which, to tell you the truth, is not a thing I am remarkably fond of having happened. But where's Dr. Arkborn? I hope he's come to no harm by his not shoeing himself."
"At the moment of terror," said Eugenia, "I accepted the first offer of assistance, concluding we were all hurrying away at the same time; but I saw Dr. Arkborn no more afterwards."
"I can't say that was over and above kind of him, nor careful neither," cried Sir Hugh, "considering some particular reasons. However, where is he now?"
Nobody could say. No one had seen or observed him.
"Why, then, 10 to 1, poor gentleman!" exclaimed the baronet. "But he's the very person himself who's tossed, while we are all of us running away for nothing."
A suspicion now occurred to Dr. Marchmont, which led him to return over the stile into the field where the confusion had begun, and there, on the exact spot where he had first taken out his tablets, calmly stood Dr. Arkborn, looking now upon his writing, now up to the sky, but seeing nothing anywhere from intense absorption of thought upon the illustration he was framing. Awakened from his reverie by the doctor, his first recollection was of Eugenia. He had not doubted her remaining quietly by his side, and the moment he looked round and missed her, he felt considerable compunction. The good doctor, however, assured him all were safe, and conducted him to the group.
"So here you are," said the baronet, and no more to us than myself, for which I am sincerely thankful, though I can't say I think you have taken much care of my niece, nobody knowing what might have become of her if it had not been for that strange gentleman that I never saw before." He then formally placed Eugenia under the care of Dr. Marchmont. Dr. Orkborn, piqued by this transfer, sullenly followed, and now gave to her pertinaciously his undivided attention. Drawn by a total revulsion of ideas from the chain of thinking that had led him to composition, he relinquished his annotations in resentment of this dismission, when he might have pursued them uninterruptedly without neglect of other avocations. End of chapter 11.
Book 2, Chapter 12 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 12. Two Doctors. A council was now held upon what course must next be taken. Both Sir Hugh and Eugenia were too much fatigued to walk any further. Yet it was concluded that the garden chair, by some mistake, was gone straight to the cottage. Edgar therefore proposed running thither to bring it round for them, while Dr. Orkborn should go forward for Miss Margland and Indiana, and conduct them by the high road to the same place, where the whole party might at length reassemble. Sir Hugh approved the plan, and he set off instantly. But not so Dr. Orkborn. He thought himself disgraced by being sent from one post to another, and though Eugenia was nothing to him, in competition with his tablets and his work, his own instructions had so raised her in his mind, that he thought her the only female worthy a moment of his time. Indiana he looked upon with ineffable contempt. The incapacity she had shewn during the short time he was under his pupilage had convinced him of the futility of her whole sex, from which he held Eugenia to be a partial exception. And Miss Margland, who never spoke to him but in a voice of haughty superiority, and whom he never answered but with an air of solemn superciliousness, was his rooted aversion. He could not brook being employed in the service of either. He stood therefore motionless till Sir Hugh repeated the proposition. Not caring to disoblige him, he then, without speaking, slowly and unwillingly moved forwards. "I see," said the baronet, softened rather than offended. "He does not much like to leave his little scholar, which is but natural, though I took it rather unkind his letting the poor thing run against the very horns of the bull, as one may say, if it had not been for a mere accidental passenger. However, one must always make allowance for a man that takes much to his studies, those things generally turning the head pretty much into a narrow compass." He then called after him, and said if the walk would tire him, he would wait till they came themselves, which no doubt they would soon do, as Lionel was gone for them. Dr. Orkborn gladly stopped, but Dr. Marchmont, seeing little likelihood of a general meeting without some trouble, offered to take the commission upon himself, with a politeness that seemed to shew it to be a wish of his own. Sir Hugh accepted his kindness with thanks, and Dr. Orkborn, though secretly disconcerted by such superior alacrity in so learned a man, was well content to reinstate himself by the side of his pupil. Sir Hugh, who saw the eyes of Bellamy constantly turned towards Eugenia, thought his presence highly dangerous, and with much tribulation said, "As I find, sir, we may all have to stay here, I don't know how long, I hope you won't be affronted, after my best thanks for your keeping my niece from the bull, if I don't make any particular point of begging the favour of you to stay much longer with us." Bellamy, extremely chagrined, cast an appealing look at Eugenia, and, expressing his regret that his services were inadmissible, made his retreat with undisguised reluctance. Eugenia, persuaded she owed him a serious obligation for his care, as well as for his partiality, felt the sincerest concern at his apparent distress, and contributed far more than she intended to its removal, by the gentle countenance with which she received his sorrowful glance. Bellamy, hastily overtaking Dr. Marchmont, darted on before him in search of Miss Margland and Indiana, who, far from advancing, were pacing their way back to the churchyard. Lionel had joined them, and the incensed Miss Margland had encouraged the glad attendance of the Oxonian as a protection to herself. The sight of Bellamy by no means tended to disperse the storm. She resented his deserting her while she was in danger, and desired to see no more of him. But when he had respectfully suffered her wrath to vent itself, he made apologies with an obsequiousness so rare to her, and a deference so strikingly contrasted with the daring ridicule of Lionel, that she did not long oppose the potent charm of adulation. A charm which, however it may be sweetened by novelty, seldom loses its effect by any familiarity. During these contests, Indiana was left wholly to young Melmont, and the temptation was too strong for his impassioned feelings to withstand. "Oh, fairest!" he cried, "fairest and most beautiful of all created beings! Can I resist, no, this one effusion, the first and the last? The sensibility of your mind will plead for me. I read it in those heavenly eyes. They emit mercy in their beauty. They are as radiant with goodness as with loveliness. Alas, I trespass, I blush, and dare not hope your forgiveness." He stopped, terrified at his own presumption; but the looks of Indiana were never more beautiful, and never less formidable. A milder doom therefore seemed suddenly to burst upon his view. Elated and enraptured, he vehemently exclaimed, "Oh, were my lot not irrevocably miserable! Were the smallest ray of light to beam upon my despondence!" Indiana still spoke not a word, but she withdrew not her smiles; and the enraptured student, lifted into the highest bliss by the permission even of a doubt, walked on, transported, by her side, too happy in suspense to wish an explanation. In this manner they proceeded till they were joined by Dr. Marchmont. The task he had attempted was beyond his power of performance. Miss Margland was inexorable. She declared nothing should induce her to go a step towards the field inhabited by the bull, and every assurance of safety the doctor could urge was ineffectual. He next assailed Indiana, but her first terror, soothed by the compassion and admiration of Melmont, was now revived, and she protested, almost with tears, that to go within 100 yards of that dreadful meadow would make her undoubtedly faint away. The tender commiseration of Melmont confirmed her apprehensions, and she soon looked upon Dr. Marchmont as a barbarian for making the proposal. The doctor then commended them to the care of Lionel, and returned with his repulse to Sir Hugh. The baronet, incapable of being angry with any one he conceived to be frightened, said they should be pressed no more, for he would give up going to the cottage, and put his best foot forward to walk on to them himself; adding, he was so overjoyed to have got rid of that young spark, that he had no fear but that he, and poor Eugenia too, should both do as well as they could. They proceeded very slowly, the baronet leaning upon Dr. Marchmont, and Eugenia upon Dr. Orkborn, who, watchful with no small alarm of the behavior of the only man he had yet seen with any internal respect since he left the university, sacrificed completely his notes and his tablets to emulate his attentions. When they approached the churchyard, in which Miss Margland and her party had halted, Sir Hugh perceived Bellamy. He stopped short, calling out with extreme chagrin, "Lord help us! What a thing it is to rejoice, which one never knows the right season to do, on the score of meeting with disappointments." Then, after a little meditation, "There is but one thing," he cried, "to be done, which is to guard from the first against any more mischief, having already had enough of it for one morning, not to say more than I could have wished by half. So do you, good Dr. Marchmont, take Eugenia under your own care, and I'll make shift with Dr. Orkborn for myself; for, in the case he should take again to writing or thinking, it will be nothing to me to keep still till he has done, provided it should happen at a place where I can sit down." Dr. Orkborn had never felt so deeply hurt. The same commission transferred to Edgar or to Lionel would have failed to affect him. He considered them as of an age fitted for such frivolous employment, which he thought as much below his dignity as the young men themselves were beneath his competition. But the comfort of contempt, a species of consolation ever ready to offer itself to the impulsive pride of man, was here an elevation he could not call to his aid. The character of Dr. Marchmont stood as high in erudition as his own, and though his acquaintance with him was merely personal, the fame of his learning, the only attribute to which fame, in his conception, belonged, had reached him from authority too unquestionable for doubt. The urbanity, therefore, of his manners, his general diffusion of discourse, and his universal complaisance, filled him with astonishment, and raised an emotion of envy which no other person would have been deemed worthy of exciting. But though his long and fixed residence at Cleves had now removed the timid circumspection with which he first sought to ensure his establishment, he yet would not venture any positive refusal to the baronet. He resigned, therefore, his young charge to his new and formidable opponent, and even exerted himself to mark some alacrity in assisting Sir Hugh. But his whole real attention was upon Dr. Marchmont, whom his eye followed in every motion, to discover, if possible, by what art unknown he had acquired such a command over his thoughts and understanding, as to bear patiently, nay, pleasantly, with the idle and unequal companions of general society. Dr. Marchmont, who was rector of Cleves, had been introduced to Sir Hugh upon the baronet's settling in the large mansion house of that village; but he had not visited at the house, nor had his company been solicited. Sir Hugh, who could never separate understanding from learning, nor want of education from folly, concluded that such a man as Dr. Marchmont must necessarily despise him; and though the extreme sweetness of his temper made him draw the conclusion without resentment, it so effectually prevented all wish of any intercourse, that they had never conversed together till this morning; and his surprise, now, at such civilities and good humour in so great a scholar, differed only from that of Dr. Orkborn in being accompanied with admiration instead of envy. Eugenia thus disposed of, they were proceeding when Sir Hugh next observed the young Oxonian. He was speaking with Indiana, to whom his passionate devotion was glaring from his looks, air, and whole manner. "Lord help me!" exclaimed he, "if there is not another of those new chaps, that nobody knows anything about, talking to Indiana, and, for aught I can tell to the contrary, making love to her! I think I never took such a bad walk as this before, since the hour I was born. In point of unluckiness, Robert will have enough to answer for, which he must expect to hear, and indeed I'm not much obliged to Mrs. Margland herself, and so I must needs tell her, though it is not what I much like to do." He then made a sign to Miss Margland to approach him. "Mrs. Margland," he cried, "I should not have taken the liberty to beckon you in this manner, but that I think it right to ask you what those two young gentlemen, that I never saw before, do in the churchyard, which is a thing I think rather odd." "As to that gentleman, sir," she answered, bridling, "who was standing by me, he is the only person I have found to protect me from Mr. Lionel, whose behaviour, sir, I must freely tell you."
"Why, certainly, Mrs. Margland. I can't deny but he's rather a little over and above giddy; but I am sure your understanding won't mind it, in consideration of his being young enough to be your son, in the case of your having been married time enough."
He then desired Indiana would come to him. The rapture of the Oxonian was converted into torture by this summons, and the suspense which the moment before had gilded with the gay colors of hope he felt would be no longer supportable when deprived of the sight of his divinity. Scarce could he refrain from casting himself publicly at her feet and pouring forth the wishes of his heart. But when again the call was repeated, and he saw her look another way, as if desirous not to attend to it, the impulse of quick rising joy dispersed his small remains of forbearance, and precipitately clasping his hands, "Oh, go not!" he passionately exclaimed. "Leave me not in this abyss of suffering! Fairest and most beautiful, tell me at least if my death is inevitable, if no time, no constancy, no adoration may ever dare hope to penetrate that gentlest of bosoms." Indiana herself was now, for the first time, sensible of a little emotion. The animation of this address delighted her. It was new, and its effect was highly pleasing. How cold, she thought, is Edgar! She made not any answer, but permitted her eyes to meet his with the most languishing softness. Melmond trembled through his whole frame, despair flew him, and expectation wore her brightest plumage. "Oh, pronounce but one word!" he cried, "one single word! Are are you, oh, say not yes, irrevocably engaged, lost to all hope, all possibility for ever?" Indiana again licensed her fine eyes with their most melting powers, and all self control was finally over with her impassioned lover, who, mingling prayers for her favor with adoration of her beauty, heeded not who heard him, and forgot every presence but her own. Miss Margland, who, engrossed by personal resentment and debates, had not remarked the rising courage and energy of Melmont, had just turned to Indiana upon the second call of Sir Hugh, and became now utterly confounded by the sight of her willing attention. "Miss Lynmere!" cried she, angrily, "what are you thinking of? Suppose Mr. Mandelbert should come, what might be the consequence?" "Mandelbert!" repeated Melmond, while the blood forsook his cheeks. "Is it then even so? Is all over, all decided? Is my destiny black and ireful for ever?" Indiana, still more and more struck with him, looked down, internally uttering, "Ah, were this charming youth but master of Beech Park!" At this instant the rapid approach of a carriage caught their ears, and, eager to avoid making a decisive reply, she ran to the churchyard gate to look at it, exclaiming, "Dear, what an elegant chariot!" When it came up to the party, it stopped, and opening the door himself, Edgar jumped hastily out of it. The Oxonian stood aghast, but Indiana, springing forward and losing in curiosity every other sensation, cried, "Dear! Mr. Mandelbert, whose beautiful new carriage is that?" "Yours," answered he, gallantly, "if you will honor it with any commands." She then observed his crest and cipher were on the panels, and another entire new set of ideas took instant possession of her mind. She received literally an answer which she had made in gay courtesy, and held out her hand to be helped into the chariot. Edgar, though surprised and even startled at this unexpected appropriation of his civility, could not recede, but the moment he had seated her, hastily turned round to inquire who else was most fatigued. The Oxonian now felt lost, suddenly, abruptly, but irretrievably lost. The cipher he saw, the question, "Whose carriage is that?" he heard the answer, "Yours," made him gasp for breath, and the instantaneous acceptance stung him to the soul. folly in desperation, he rushed to the opposite window of the chariot, and calling out, "Enough! Cruel, cruel, enough! I will see you no more!" hurried out of sight. Indiana, who for the first time thought herself mistress of a new and elegant equipage, was so busily employed in examining the trappings and the lining, that she bore his departure without a sigh, though but an instant before it might have cost her something near one. Eugenia had been touched more deeply. She was ignorant of what had passed, but she had seen the agitation of Melmoth, and the moment he disappeared, she ejaculated secretly, "Ah, had he conceived the prepossession of Bellamy, where had been my steadiness? Where, O Clement, thy security?" The scrupulous delicacy of her mind was shocked at this suggestion, and she rejoiced she had not been put to such a trial. Edgar now explained that when he arrived at the cottage, he found, as he had foreseen, the garden chair waiting there, by mistake, and Robert in much distress, having just discovered that an accident had happened to one of the wheels. He had run on, therefore, himself to Beech Park for his own new chariot, which was lately arrived from town, making Robert follow with Sir Hugh's horses, as his own were out at grass. It was dinner time, and Sir Hugh, equally vexed and fatigued, resolved to return straight home. He accepted, therefore, a place in the chariot, bid Eugenia follow him, and Robert make haste, solemnly adding to the latter, "I had fully intended making you the proper lecturer upon your not coming in time; but as it has turned out not to be your fault, on account of an accident, I shall say no more, except to give you a hint not to do such a thing again, because we have all been upon the point of being tossed by a mad bull, which would certainly have happened, but for the lucky chance of its turning out a false alarm." The remainder of the party proceeded without further adventure. Edgar attended Camilla. Miss Margland adhered to Bellamy. Lionel, who durst not venture at any new frolic, but with whom time lingered when none was passing, retreated. Dr. Marchmont, who was near his home, soon also made his bow; and Dr. Orkborn, who was glad to be alone, ruminated with wonder upon what appeared to him a phenomenon, a man of learning who could deign to please and seem pleased where books were not the subject of discourse, and where scholastic attainments were not required to elucidate a single sentence. End of chapter 12. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 2, Chapter 13 and 14 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 13. Two Ways of Looking at the Same Thing. When the party arrived at Cleves, Camilla, who had observed that Edgar seemed much disappointed by the breaking up of the cottage expedition, proposed that it should take place in the evening; and her uncle, though too much fatigued to venture out again himself, consented, or rather insisted, that the excursion should be made without him. Before they set out, Edgar desired to speak with Sir Hugh in private. Sir Hugh concluded it was to make his proposals of marriage for Indiana, and had no patience to step into his own apartment, but told them all to retire, with a nod at Indiana, which prepared not only herself, but Miss Margland, Camilla, and Eugenia to join in its expectation. Indiana, though a good deal fluttered, flew to a window to see if the new chariot was in sight, and then, turning to Miss Margland, asked, "Pray, should I refuse him at first?" Miss Margland spared not for proper instructions, and immediately began a negotiation with the fair questioner for continuing to live with her. Eugenia was occupied in reflecting with pity upon the idleness of Indiana, which so ill had fitted her for becoming the companion of Mandelbert. Camilla, unusually thoughtful, walked alone into the garden, and sought a path least in sight. Sir Hugh, meanwhile, was most unpleasantly undeceived. Edgar, without naming Indiana, informed him of the situation in which he had surprised Bellamy, and of his suspicions with regard to the destination of the chaise, but for his own timely arrival at the farmhouse, adding that his gratitude to Mr. Tyrrell, his respect for himself, and his affection for all the family, made him think it his duty to reveal these circumstances without delay. The baronet shuddered with horror, and declared he would instantly send an express to bring Clermont home, that Eugenia might be married out of hand, and, in the meantime, that he would have every window in the house barred, and keep her locked up in her room. Edgar dissuaded him from so violent a measure, but advised him to speak with his niece upon the danger she had probably escaped, and of which she seemed wholly unconscious, to prevail with her not to go out again this evening, and to send for Mr. Tyrrell and acquaint him with the affair. Sir Hugh thanked him for his counsel, and implicitly acted by his opinion. He then ordered the coach for Miss Margland, Indiana, and Camilla. Dr. Orkborn, finding neither Sir Hugh nor Eugenia of the party, declined joining it. Lionel was returned to Etherington, and Edgar rode on before, to invite Dr. Marchmont, with the consent of the baronet, to take the fourth place in the carriage. Arrived at the rectory, he went straight, by prescriptive privilege, into the study of Dr. Marchmont, whom he found immersed in books and papers, which immediately, at the request of Edgar, he put aside, not without regret to quit them, though wholly without reluctance to oblige. Edgar had ridden so hard that they had some time to wait for the coach, but he did not appear anxious for its arrival, though he wore a look that was far from implying him to be free from anxiety. He was silent, he hemmed, he was silent again, and again he hemmed, and then gently laying his hand upon the shoulder of the doctor, while his eyes full of meaning were fixed upon his face. "Doctor," he cried, "you would hardly have known these young ladies? They are all grown from children into women since you saw them last." "Yes," answered the doctor, "and very charming women. Indiana has a beauty so exquisite, it is scarce possible to look away from it a moment. Eugenia joins so much innocence with information, that the mind must itself be deformed that could dwell upon her personal defects after conversing with her. Camilla—" He paused, and Edgar hastily turned another way, not to look at him, nor be looked at, while he proceeded. "Camilla," he presently continued, "seems the most inartificially sweet, the most unobtrusively gay, and the most attractively lovely of almost any young creature I ever beheld." With a heart all expanded, and a face full of sensibility, Edgar now turned to him, and seizing involuntarily his hand, which he eagerly shook. "You think her, then—" he cried, but suddenly stopped, dropped his hand, coughed 2 or 3 times, and taking out his pocket handkerchief, seemed tormented with a violent cold. Dr. Marchmont affectionately embraced him. "My dear young friend," he cried, "I see the situation of your mind, and think every possible happiness promises to be yours. Yet, if you have taken no positive step, suffer me to speak with you before you proceed." "Far from having taken any positive step, I have not yet even formed any resolution." Here the carriage stopped for the doctor, who repeated, "Yes, I think every possible happiness promises to be yours," before he went on to the ladies. Edgar, in a trepidation too great to be seen by them, kept behind till they drove off, though he then galloped so fast that he arrived at the cottage before them. The words, "I think every possible happiness promises to be yours," vibrating the whole time in his ears. When the coach arrived, Edgar handed out Miss Margland and Indiana, leaving Camilla to the doctor, willing to let him see more of her, and by no means displeased to avoid his eyes at that moment himself. Indiana was in the most sprightly spirit she had ever experienced. She concluded herself on the verge of becoming mistress of a fine place and a large fortune. She had received adulation all the morning that had raised her beauty higher than ever in her own estimation, and she secretly revolved with delight various articles of ornament and of luxury which she had long wished to possess, and which now, for her wedding clothes, she should have riches sufficient to purchase. Miss Margland, too, was all smoothness, complacency, and courtesy. Camilla alone was grave, Camilla, who by nature was gay. "Dear, is this the cottage we have been coming to all this time?" cried Indiana upon entering. "Lord, I thought it would have been something quite pretty." "And what sort of prettiness," said Edgar, "did you expect from a cottage?" "Dear, I don't know, but I thought we were come on purpose to see something extraordinary." Camilla, who followed, made an exclamation far different, an exclamation of pleasure, surprise, and vivacity, that restored for an instant all her native gaiety, for no sooner had she crossed the threshold than she recognized, in a woman who was courtesying low to receive her, and whom Indiana had passed without observing, the wife of the poor prisoner for whom she had interceded with Mandelbert. "How I rejoice to see you!" cried she, "and to see you here, and how much better you look, and how comfortable you seem! I hope you are now all well?" "Ah, madam," answered the woman, "we owe everything to that good young gentleman. He has put us in this nice new cottage, and employs us in his service. Blessings on his head! I am sure he will be paid for it." Edgar, somewhat agitated, occupied himself with jumping the little boy. Camilla looked round with rapture. Indiana seemed wonderstruck, without knowing why. Dr. Marchmont narrowly watched them all, and Miss Margland, expecting a new collection would be next proposed for setting them up, nimbly recrossed the threshold to examine the prospect without. The husband, now in decent garb, and much recovered, though still weak and emaciated, advanced to Camilla, to make his humble acknowledgments that she had recommended them to their kind benefactor. "No," cried Camilla, "you owe me nothing. Your own distress recommended you, your own distress and Mr. Mandelbert's generosity." Then going up to Edgar, "It is your happy fate," she said, in an accent of admiration, "to act all that my father so often plans and wishes, but which his income will not allow him to execute." "You see," answered he, gratefully, "how little suffices for content. I have scarce done anything; yet how relieved, how satisfied are these poor people! This hut was fortunately vacant." "Oh, madam," interrupted the poor woman, "if you knew but how that good gentleman has done it all, how kindly he has used us, and made everybody else use us, and let nobody taunt us with our bad faults, and what good he has done to my poor sick husband, and how he has clothed my poor little half naked children, and, what is more than all, saved us from the shame of an ill life." Camilla felt the tears start into her eyes. She hastily snatched the little babe into her arms, and while her kisses hid her face, happy and thrice happy Indiana, with a soft sigh, was the silent ejaculation of her heart. She seated herself on a stool, and without speaking or hearing anything more, devoted herself to the baby. Indiana, meanwhile, whose confidence in her own situation gave her courage to utter whatever first occurred to her, having made a general survey of the place and people, with an air of disappointment, now amused herself with an inspection more minute, taking up and casting down everything that was portable, without any regard either to deranging its neatness or endangering its safety, exclaiming as she made her round of investigation, "Dear! Crockery ware! How ugly! Lord, what little mean chairs! Is that your best gown, good woman? Dear, what an ugly pattern! Well, I would not wear such a thing to save my life. Have you got nothing better than this for a floor cloth? Only look at those curtains! Did you ever see such frights? Lord, do you eat off these platters? I am sure I could sooner die. I should not mind starving half as much." Miss Margland, hoping the collection was now either made or relinquished, ventured to re-enter and inquire if they never meant to return home. Camilla unwillingly gave up the baby, but would not depart without looking over the cottage, where everything she saw excited a sensation of pleasure. "How neat is this! How tidy is that!" were her continual exclamations. "How bright you have rubbed your saucepans! How clean everything is all round! How soon you will get all well in this healthy and comfortable little dwelling!" Edgar, in a low voice, then told Dr. Marchmont the history of his new cottagers, saying, "You will not, I hope, disapprove what I have done? Their natures seemed so much disposed to good, I could not bear to let their wants turn them again to evil." "You have certainly done right," answered the doctor. "To give money without inquiry or further aid to those who have adopted bad practices is to them but temptation, and to society an injury; but to give them both the counsel and the means to pursue a right course is to them perhaps salvation, and to the community the greatest service." Indiana and Miss Margland, quite wearied, both got into the carriage. Edgar, having deposited them, returned to Camilla, who kissed both the children, poured forth good wishes upon the father and mother, and then gave him her hand. Enchanted he took it, exclaiming, "Ah, who is like you, so lively, yet so feeling?" Struck and penetrated, she made no answer. "Alas," she thought, "I fear he is not quite satisfied with Indiana." Dr. Marchmont was set down at his own house, where he begged to have a conference with Edgar the next morning. The whole way home the benevolence of Edgar occupied the mind of Camilla, and not in the present instance the less that its object had been originally of her own pointing out. Chapter 14. Two Retreats. Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell had obeyed the summons of Sir Hugh, whom they found in extreme tribulation, persuaded by his fears not only of the design of Bellamy, but of its inevitable success. His brother, however, who knew his alarms to be generally as unfounded as his hopes, and Mrs. Tyrrell, who almost undisguisedly despised both, no sooner heard his account, than, declining to discuss it, they sent for Eugenia. She related the transaction with a confusion so innocent that it was easy to discern shame alone had hitherto caused her silence, and with a simplicity so unaffected that not a doubt could rest upon their minds but that her heart was as disengaged as her intentions had been irreproachable. Yet they were not the less struck with the danger she had incurred, and while her father blessed Mandelbert for her preservation, her mother was so sensible to his care for the family welfare and honour, that the anger she had conceived against him subsided, though the regret to which it had owed its birth increased. Mr. Tyrrell gave his daughter some slight cautions and general advice, but thought it wisest, since he found her tranquil and unsuspicious, not to raise apprehensions that might disturb her composure, nor awaken ideas of which the termination must be doubtful. Her mother deemed the matter to be undeserving the least serious alarm. The man had appeared to her from the beginning to be a despisable adventurer, and her lofty contempt of all low arts made her conclude her well-principled Eugenia as superior to their snares as to their practice. This conference completely quieted the fears of Sir Hugh, who relinquished his design of sending for Clermont, and imagined Edgar to have been too severe in his judgment of Bellamy, who had only knelt in pure compassion to prevail with Eugenia to take care of her life. The rector and his lady were already gone before the cottage group came home. Edgar was anxious to inquire of Sir Hugh what had passed. The three females, concluding he had still something to say relative to his proposals, by tacit agreement retired to their own rooms. They were not, however, as concurrent in their eagerness to reassemble. Miss Margland and Indiana watched the moment when they might appease their burning curiosity by descending, but Eugenia wished to prolong her absence, that she might recover from the embarrassment she had just suffered, and Camilla determined not to appear again till the next morning. For the first time in her life, after the shortest separation, she forbore to seek Eugenia, who she supposed would have gathered all the particulars of the approaching nuptials. She felt no desire to hear them. It was a period to which, hitherto, she had looked forward as to a thing of course, but this day it had struck her that Edgar and Indiana could not be happy together. She had even surmised from his last speech that he lamented in secret the connection he had formed. The gentlest pity took possession of her breast, and increasing admiration succeeded to her pity. She could not bear to witness so unequal a scene, as the full satisfaction of Sir Hugh contrasted with the seriousness, perhaps repentance, of Edgar. She pleaded a headache, and went to bed. The morning did not find her less averse to hear the confirmation of the suspected news. On the contrary, her repugnance to have it ascertained became stronger. She did not ask herself why. She did not consider the uselessness of flying for 1 hour what she must encounter the next. The present moment was all she could weigh, and to procrastinate any evil seemed to her ardent and active imagination to conquer it. Again, therefore, she planned a visit to Mrs. Arbury, though she had given it up so long, from the discouragement of Lionel, that she felt more of shame than of pleasure in the idea of making so tardy an apology. But she could think of no other place to which the whole party would not accompany her, and to avoid them and their communications for however short a space of time was now her sole aim. Before breakfast she repaired to the apartment of her uncle. Her request was granted as soon as heard, and she ordered the chaise. Indiana and Miss Margland meanwhile had learned from the baronet that the proposals were not yet made. Miss Margland softened the disappointment of Indiana by suggesting that her admirer was probably waiting the arrival of some elegant trinket that he destined to present her upon his declaration. But she was by no means free from doubt and suspicion herself. She languished to quit Cleves, and Sir Hugh had almost thought her accountable for the slowness of Mandelburgh's proceedings. To keep up her own consequence, she had again repeated her assurances that all was in a prosperous train, though she had frequently, with strong private uneasiness, observed the eyes of Edgar fixed upon Camilla, with an attention far more pointed than she had ever remarked in them when their direction was towards her fair pupil. Camilla hurried over her breakfast in expectation of the chaise, and in dread continual, lest her cousin should call her aside to acquaint her that all was arranged. Edgar perceived with surprise that she was going out alone, and no sooner gathered whither, than, drawing her to one of the windows, he earnestly said, "Is it by appointment you wait upon Miss Orbury?" "No." "Does she at all expect you this morning?" "No." "Would it then be asking too much if I should entreat you to postpone your visit for a short time?" The whole design of Camilla was to absent herself immediately, yet she hated to say no. she looked disturbed and was silent. "Have you made any further acquaintance with her since the morning of the raffle?" "No, none; but I wish excessively to know more of her." "She is certainly very agreeable," said he, with some hesitation; "but whether she is all Mrs. Tyrrell would approve—" "I hope you know no harm of her? If you do, pray keep it to yourself, for it would quite afflict me to hear anything to her disadvantage." "I should be grieved indeed to be the messenger of affliction to you, but I hope there may be no occasion. I only beg a day or two's patience, and in the meanwhile I can give you this assurance: she is undoubtedly a woman of character. I saw she had charmed you, and I made some immediate inquiries. Her reputation is without taint." "A thousand thanks," cried Camilla gaily, "for taking so much trouble, and 10,000 more for finding it needless." Edgar could not forbear laughing, but answered he was not yet so certain it was needless, since exemption from actual blemish could only be a negative recommendation. He should very soon, he added, see a lady upon whose judgment he could rely, and who would frankly satisfy him with respect to some other particulars, which, he owned, he considered as essential to be known before any intimacy should be formed. Wishing to comply with this request, yet impatient to leave the house, Camilla stood suspended till the chaise was announced. "I think," cried she, with a look and tone of irresolution, "my going this once can draw on no ill consequence?" Edgar only dropped his eyes. "You are not of that opinion?" "I have a very particular engagement this morning," he replied, "but I will readily give it up, and ride off instantly to make my application to this lady. If it is possible, you can defer only till to morrow your visit. Will you suffer me to ask such a delay? It will greatly oblige me." "Why, then, I will defer it till to morrow, or till to morrow week," cried she, wholly vanquished. "I insist, therefore, that you do not postpone your business." She then desired the servant who was taking away the breakfast equipage to order the chaise to be put up. Edgar, subdued in his turn, caught her hand, but instantly recollecting himself, hastily let it go, and throwing up the window sash, abruptly exclaimed, "I never saw such fine weather. I hope it will not rain." He then rapidly wished them all good morning, and mounted his horse. Miss Margland, who, sidling towards the window on pretence of examining a print, had heard and seen all that had passed, was almost overpowered with rage, by the conviction she received that her apprehensions were not groundless. She feared losing all weight both with the baronet and with Indiana if she made this acknowledgment, and retreated, confounded, to her own room, to consider what path to pursue at so dangerous a crisis, wearing a scowl upon her face that was always an indication she would not be followed. Camilla also went to her chamber, in a perturbation at once pleasing and painful. She was sorry to have missed her excursion, but she was happy to have obliged Edgar. She was delighted he could take such interest in her conduct and affairs, yet dreaded more than ever a private conversation with Indiana. Indiana, who every moment appeared to her less and less calculated to bestow felicity upon Edgar Mandelbert. She seated herself at the window, and soon through the trees perceived him galloping away. Too amiable Edgar!" she cried earnestly, looking after him, with her hands clasped and tears starting into her eyes. Frightened at her own tenderness, she rose, shut the window, and walked to another end of the apartment. She took up a book, but she could not read. Too amiable Edgar again escaped her. She went to her pianoforte; she could not play. Too amiable Edgar broke forth in defiance of all struggle. Alarmed and ashamed, even to herself, she resolved to dissipate her ideas by a long walk, and not to come out of the park till the first dinner bell summoned her to dress. End of chapter 13 and 14. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 17 of Camilla by Fanny Burney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Camilla by Fanny Burney. Book 2, Chapter 15. Two Sides of a Question. The intention of Edgar had been to ride to Mrs. Needham, the lady of whom he meant to ask the information to which he had alluded. But a charm too potent for resistance demanded his immediate liberation from the promise to Dr. Marchmont, which bound him to proceed no further till they had again conversed together. He galloped, therefore, to the parsonage house of Cleves, and entering the study of the doctor, and taking him by the hand with the most animated gesture, "My dear and honoured friend," he cried, "I come to you now without hesitation and free from every painful embarrassment of lurking irresolution. I come to you decided, and upon grounds which cannot offend you, though the decision anticipates your counsel. I come to you and find, my dear doctor, my good and kind friend, to confess that yesterday you saw right, with regard to the situation of my mind, and that today I have only your felicitations to beg upon my confirmed, my irrevocable choice." Dr. Marchmont embraced him. "May you then," he cried, "be as happy, my dear young friend, as you deserve. I can wish you nothing higher." "Last night," continued Edgar, "I felt all doubt die away, captivating as I have ever thought of her, so soft, so gentle, so touchingly sweet, as last night I had never yet beheld her. You witnessed it, my dear doctor. You saw her with the baby in her arms. How beautiful, how endearing a sight!" The doctor looked assentingly, but did not speak. "Yet even last night was short of the feelings she excited this morning. My dear friend, she was upon the point of making an excursion from which she had promised herself peculiar pleasure, and to see a lady for whom she had conceived the warmest admiration. I begged her to postpone, perhaps relinquish entirely the visit. She had obtained leave from Sir Hugh. The carriage was at the door. Could you believe such sweetness with such vivacity? She complied with my request, and complied with a grace that has riveted her, I own it, that has riveted her to my soul." Dr. Marchmont smiled, but rather pensively than rejoicingly, and Edgar, receiving no answer, walked for some time about the room, silently enjoying his own thoughts. Returning to the doctor, "My dear friend," he cried, "I understood you wished to speak with me." "Yes, but I thought you disengaged." "So, except mentally, I am still." "Does she not yet know her conquest?" "She does not even guess it." Dr. Marchmont, now rising with much energy, said, "Hear me, then, my dear and most valued young friend. Forbear to declare yourself. Make no overtures to her relations. Raise no expectations even in her own breast, and let not rumour surmise your passion to the world, till her heart is better known to you." Edgar, starting and amazed with great emotion, exclaimed, "What do you mean, my good doctor? Do you suspect any prior engagement, any fatal prepossession?" "I expect nothing. I do not know her. I mean not, therefore, the propensities alone, but the worth also of her heart. Deception is easy, and I must not see you thrown away." "Let me then be her guarantee," cried Edgar with firmness, "for I know her well. I have known her from childhood, and cannot be deceived. I fear nothing except my own powers of engaging her regard. I can trace to a certainty, even from my boyish remarks, her fair, open, artless, and disinterested character." He then gave a recital of the nobleness of her sentiments and conduct when only 9 years old, contrasting the relation with the sullen and ungenerous behaviour of Indiana at the same age. Dr. Marchmont listened to the account with attention and pleasure, but not with an air of that full conviction which Edgar expected. "All this," he said, "is highly prophetic of good, and confirms me in your opinion I expressed last night, that every possible happiness promises to be yours." "Yet still," said Edgar, a little chagrined, "there seems some drawback to your entire approbation." "To your choice I have none." "You perplex me, doctor. I know not to what you object, what you would intimate, nor what propose. All I have to suggest may be comprised in 2 points. First, that you will refuse confirmation even to your own intentions, till you have positively ascertained her actual possession of those virtues with which she appears to be endowed; and secondly, that if you find her gifted with them all, you will not solicit her acceptance till you are satisfied of her affection." "My dear doctor," cried Edgar, half laughingly, "from what an alarm of wild conjecture has your explanation relieved me! Hear me, however, in return, and I think I can satisfy you, that, even upon your own conditions, not an obstacle stands in the way of my speaking to Mr. Tyrrell this evening." With regard to your first article, her virtues, I have told you the dawning superiority of her most juvenile ideas of right, and though I have latterly lost sight of her by travelling during our vacations, I know her to have always been under the superintendence of one of the first of women, and for these last 3 weeks which I have spent under the same roof with her, I have observed her to be all that is amiable, sweet, natural, and generous. What then on this point remains? Nothing. I am irrefragably convinced of her worth. With respect to your second condition, I own you a little embarrass me. Yet how may I inquire into the state of her affections without acknowledging her mistress of mine?" "Hold," interrupted the doctor. "You proceed too rapidly. The first article is all unsettled, while you are flying to the last. It is true, and I again repeat it, every promise is in your favour, but do not mistake promise for performance. This young lady appears to be all excellence. For an acquaintance, for a friend, I doubt not you have already seen enough to establish her in your good opinion. But since it is only within a few hours you have taken the resolution which is to empower her to colour the rest of your life, you must study her, from this moment, with new eyes, new ears, and new thoughts. Whatever she does, you must ask yourself this question: should I like such behaviour in my wife? Whatever she says, you must make yourself the same demand. Nothing must escape you. You must view as if you had never seen her before. The interrogatory, were she mine, must be present at every look, every word, every motion. You must forget her wholly as Camilla Tyrrell. You must think of her only as Camilla Mandelbert. Even justice is insufficient during this period of probation, and instead of inquiring, is this right in her, you must simply ask, would it be pleasing to me? You are apprehensive then of some dissimilitude of character prejudicial to our future happiness? Not of character. You have been very peculiarly situated for obviating all risk upon that first and most important particular. I have no doubt of her general worthiness. But though esteem hangs wholly upon character, happiness always links itself with disposition. You gratify me, doctor, by naming disposition, for I can give you the most unequivocal assurance of her sweetness, her innocence, her benevolence, joined to a spirit of never dying vivacity, an animation of never ceasing good humour. I know you, my dear Mandelbert, to be, by nature, penetrating and minute in your observations, which, in your general commerce with the world, will protect both your understanding and your affections from the usual snares of youth. But here, to be even scrupulous is not enough. To avoid all danger of repentance, you must become positively distrustful. Never, doctor, never. I would sooner renounce every prospect of felicity than act a part so ungenerous, where I am conscious of such desert. Upon this article, therefore, we have done. I am already and fully convinced of her excellence. But with respect to your second difficulty, that I will not seek her acceptance, till satisfied of her regard. There, indeed, you start an idea that comes home to my soul in its very inmost recesses. Oh, doctor, could I hope, however distantly, durst I hope, the independent, unsolicited, involuntary possession of that most ingenuous, most inartificial of human hearts? And why not? Why, while so liberally you do justice to another, should you not learn to appreciate yourself?" A look of elation, delight, and happiness conveyed to Dr. Marshmont his pupil's grateful sense of this question. "I do not fear making you vain," he continued. "I know your understanding to be too solid, and your temperament too philosophic, to endanger your running into the common futility of priding yourself upon the gifts of nature, any more than upon those of fortune. 'Tis in their uses only you can claim any applause. I will not, therefore, scruple to assert, you can hardly any where propose yourself with much danger of being rejected. You are amiable and accomplished, abounding in wealth, high in character, in person and appearance unexceptionable. You can have no doubt of the joyful approbation of her friends, nor can you entertain any reasonable fear of her concurrence. Yet with all this, pardon me, when I plainly, explicitly add, it is very possible you may be utterly indifferent to her." "If so, at least," said Edgar, in a tone and with a countenance whence all elation has flown, "she will leave me master of myself. She is too noble to suffer any sordid motives to unite us." "Do not depend upon that. The influence of friends, the prevalence of example, the early notion which every female imbibes that a good establishment must be her first object in life, these are motives of marriage commonly sufficient for the whole sex." "Her choice, indeed," said Edgar thoughtfully, "would not perhaps be wholly uninfluenced. I pretend not to doubt that the voice of her friends would be all in my favour." "Yes," interrupted Dr. Marchmont, "and be she noble as she may, Beech Park will also be in your favour. Your mansion, your equipage, your domestics, even your table, will be in your favour." "Doctor," interrupted Edgar in his turn, "I know you think ill of women." Do not let that idea weaken what I urge. I have not had reason to think well of them, yet I believe there are individuals who merit every regard. Your Camilla may be one of them. Take, however, this warning from my experience. Whatever is her appearance of worth, try and prove its foundation, ere you conclude it invulnerable. And whatever are your pretensions to her hand, do not necessarily connect them with your chances for her heart. Mandelbert, filled now with a distrust of himself and of his powers, which he was incapable of harboring of Camilla and her magnanimity, felt struck to the soul with the apprehension of failing to gain her affection, and wounded in every point both of honor and delicacy, from the bare suggestion of owing his wife to a situation in the world. He found no longer any difficulty in promising not to act with precipitance. His confidence was gone, his elevation of sentiment was depressed. A general mist clouded his prospects, and a suspense of discomfort inquieted his mind. He shook Dr. Marchmont by the hand, and assuring him he would weigh well all he had said, and take no measure till he had again consulted with him, remounted his horse, and slowly walked it back to Cleves. End of chapter 15, and end of book 2.
Book 3, Chapter 1 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 3, Chapter 1, A Few Kind Offices. With deep concern, Edgar revolved in his mind the suggestions of Dr. Marchmont, and meditation, far from diminishing, added importance to the arguments of his friend. To obtain the hand of an object he so highly admired, though but lately his sole wish, appeared now an uncertain blessing, a suspicious good, since the possession of her heart was no longer to be considered as its inseparable appendage. His very security of the approbation of Mr. and Mrs. Tyrrell became a source of solicitude, and, secret from them, from her, and from all, he determined to guard his views till he could find some opportunity of investigating her own unbiased sentiments. Such were his ruminations when, on re-entering the park, he perceived her wandering alone amidst the trees. Her figure looked so interesting, her air so serious, her solitude so attractive, that every maxim of tardy prudence, every caution of timid foresight, would instantly have given way to the quick feelings of generous impulse, had he not been restrained by his promise to Dr. Marchmont. He dismounted, and giving his horse to his groom, retraced her footsteps. Camilla, almost without her own knowledge, had strolled towards the gate, whence she concluded Edgar to have ridden from the park, and, almost without consciousness, had continued sauntering in its vicinity. Yet she no sooner descried him than, struck with a species of self-accusation for this appearance of awaiting him, she crossed over to the nearest path towards the house, and for the first time was aware of the approach of Edgar without hastening to meet him. He slackened his pace to quiet his spirits, and restore his manner to its customary serenity, before he permitted himself to overtake her. "Can you," he then cried, "forgive me when you hear I have been fulfilling my own appointment, and have postponed my promised investigation?" "Rather say," she gently answered, "could I have forgiven you if you had shown me you thought my impatience too ungovernable for any delay?" To find her thus willing to oblige him was a new delight, and he expressed his acknowledgments in terms the most flattering. An unusual seriousness made her hear him almost without reply, yet peace and harmony revisited her mind, and, in listening to his valued praise, she forgot her late alarm at her own sensations, and, without extending a thought beyond the present instant, again felt tranquil and happy, while to Edgar she appeared so completely all that was adorable, that he could only remember to repent his engagement with Dr. Marchmont. Her secret opinion that he was dissatisfied with his lot gave a softness to her accents that enchanted him, while the high esteem for his character, which mingled with her pity, joined to a lowered sense of her own, from a new-born terror lest that pity were too tender, spread a charm wholly new over her native fire and vivacity. In a few minutes they were overtaken by Mandelbaer's gardener, who was bringing from Beech Park a basket of flowers for his master. They were selected from curious hothouse plants, and Camilla stopped to admire their beauty and fragrance. Edgar presented her the basket, whence she simply took a sprig of myrtle and geranium, conceiving the present to be designed for Indiana. "If you are fond of geraniums," said he, "there is an almost endless variety in my greenhouse, and I will bring you tomorrow some specimens." She thanked him, and while he gave orders to the gardener, Miss Margland and Indiana advanced from the house. Miss Margland had seen them from her window, where in vain deliberation she had been considering what step to take. But upon beholding them together, she thought deliberation and patience were hopeless, and determined, by a decisive stroke, to break in its bud the connection she supposed forming, or throw upon Camilla all censure, if she failed, as the sole means she could devise to exculpate her own sagacity from impeachment. She called upon Indiana, therefore, to accompany her into the park, exclaiming in an angry tone, "Miss Lindenmere, I will shew you the true cause why Mr. Mandelbaer does not declare himself. Your cousin, Miss Camilla, is wheedling him away from you." Indiana, whose belief in almost whatever was said was undisturbed by any species of reflection, felt filled with resentment and a sense of injury, and readily following, said, "I was sure there was something more in it than I saw, because Mr. Melmond behaves so differently. But I don't take it very kind of my cousin, I can tell her." They then hurried into the park, but as they came without any plan, they were no sooner within a few yards of the meeting than they stopped short, at a loss what to say or do. Edgar, vexed at their interruption, continued talking to the gardener to avoid joining them, but seeing Camilla, who less than ever wished for their communications, walk instantly another way, he thought it would be improper to pursue her, and only bowing to Miss Margland and Indiana, went into the house. "This is worse than ever," cried Miss Margland, "to stalk off without speaking, or even offering you any of his flowers, which, I dare say, are only to be put into the parlour flower pots for the whole house." "I'm sure I'm very glad of it," said Indiana, "for I hate flowers; but I'm sure Mr. Melmont would not have done so, nor Colonel Andover, nor Mr. Macdercy, more than all." "No, nor anybody else, my dear, that had common sense, and their eyes open; nor Mr. Mandeville neither, if it were not for Miss Camilla. However, we'll let her know we see what she's about, and let Sir Hugh know too; for as to the colonels, and the ensigns, and that young Oxford student, they won't at all do. Officers are commonly worth nothing, and scholars, you may take my word for it, my dear, are the dullest men in the world. Besides, one would not give such a fine fortune as Mr. Mandelbaer's without making a little struggle for it. You don't know how many pretty things you may do with it. So let us shew her we don't want for spirit, and speak to her at once." These words reviving in the mind of Indiana her wedding clothes, the train of servants, and the new equipage, gave fresh pique to her provocation; but finding some difficulty to overtake the fleet Camilla, whose pace kept measure with her wish to avoid them, she called after her, to desire she would not walk so fast. Camilla reluctantly loitered, but without stopping or turning to meet them, that she might still regale herself with the perfume of the geranium presented to her by Edgar. "You're in great haste, ma'am," said Miss Margland, "which I own I did not observe to be the case just now." Camilla, in much surprise, asked what she meant. "My meaning is pretty plain, I believe, to anybody that chose to understand it. However, though Miss Lindmere scorns to be her own champion, I cannot, as a friend, be quite so passive, nor help hinting to you how little you would like such proceeding to yourself from any other person." "What proceeding?" cried Camilla, blushing from a dawning comprehension of the subject, though resenting the manner of the complaint. Nay, only ask yourself, man, only ask yourself, Miss Camilla, how you should like to be so supplanted if such an establishment were forming for yourself, and everything were fixed, and everybody else refused, and nobody to hinder its all taking place but a near relation of your own, who ought to be the first to help it forward. I should like to know, I say, Miss Camilla, how you would feel if it were your own case. Astonished and indignant at so sudden and violent an assault, Camilla stood suspended, whether to deign any vindication or to walk silently away. Yet its implications involuntarily filled her with 1,000 other and less offending emotions than those of anger, and a general confusion crimsoned her cheeks. "You cannot but be sensible, ma'am," resumed Miss Margland, "for sense is not what you want, that you have seduced Mr. Mandlebear from your cousin. You cannot but see he takes hardly the smallest notice of her, from the pains you are at to make him admire nobody but yourself." The spirit of Camilla now rose high to her aid at a charge thus impertinent and unjust. "Miss Margland," she cried, "you shock and amaze me. I am at a loss for any motive to so cruel an accusation; but you, I hope at least, my dear Indiana, are convinced how much it injures me." She would then have taken the hand of Indiana, but disdainfully drawing it back, "I shan't break my heart about it, I assure you," she cried. "You are vastly welcome to him for me. I hope I am not quite so odious, but I may find other people in the world besides Mr. Mandlebear." "Oh, as to that," said Miss Margland, "I am sure you only have to look in order to choose. But since this affair has been settled by your uncle, I can't say I think it very grateful in any person to try to overset his particular wishes. Poor old gentleman, I'm sure I pity him. It will go hard enough with him when he comes to hear it. Such a requital, and from his own niece!" This was an attack the most offensive that Camilla could receive. Nothing could so nearly touch her as an idea of ingratitude to her uncle, and resting upon that, the whole tide of those feelings which were, in fact, divided and subdivided into many crossing channels, she broke forth with great eagerness into exclaiming, "Miss Margland, this is quite barbarous! You know, and you, Indiana, cannot but know, I would not give my uncle the smallest pain to be mistress of 1,000 universes." "Why then," said Miss Margland, "should you break up a scheme which he has so much set his heart upon? Why are you always winning over Mr. Mandlebear to yourself by all that flattery? Why are you always consulting him, always obliging him, always of his opinion, always ready to take his advice?" "Miss Margland," replied Camilla with the extremest agitation, "this is so unexpected, so undeserved an interpretation. My consultation or my acquiescence have been merely from respect, no other thought, no other motive. Good God, what is it you imagine? What guilt would you impute to me?" "Oh dear," cried Indiana, "pray don't suppose it signifies. If you like to make compliments in that matter to gentlemen, pray do it. I hope I shall always hold myself above it. I think it's their place to make compliments to me." A resentful answer was rising to the tongue of Camilla, when she perceived her 2 little sprigs, which in her recent disorder she had dropped, were demolishing under the feet of Indiana, who, with apparent unmeaningness, but internal suspicion of their giver, had trampled upon them both. Hastily stooping, she picked them up, and with evident vexation was blowing from them the dust and dirt, when Indiana scoffingly said, "I wonder where you got that geranium." "I don't wonder at all," said Miss Margland, "for Sir Hugh has none of that species, so one may easily guess." Camilla felt herself blush, and letting the flowers fall, turned to Indiana and said, "Cousin, if on my account it is possible you can suffer the smallest uneasiness, tell me but what I shall do. You shall dictate to me, you shall command me." Indiana disclaimed all interest in her behaviour, but Miss Margland cried, "What can you do, ma'am, is this, and nothing can be easier nor fairer. Leave off paying all that court to Mr. Mandlebear, of asking his advice, and follow your own, whether he likes it or not, and go to see Mrs. Albury and Mrs. Everybody else when you have a mind, without waiting for permission or troubling yourself about what he thinks of it." Camilla now trembled in every joint, and with difficulty restrained from tears, while timidly she said, "And do you, dear Indiana, demand of me this conduct, and will it at least satisfy you?" "Me? Oh dear, no. I demand nothing, I assure you. The whole matter is quite indifferent to me, and you may ask his leave for everything in the world, if you choose it. There are people enough ready to take my part, I hope, if you set him against me ever so much." "Indeed, indeed, Indiana," said Camilla, overpowered with conflicting sensations, "this is using me very unkindly." And without waiting to hear another word, she hurried into the house, and flew to hide herself in her own room. This was the first bitter moment she had ever known. Peace, gay though uniform, had been the constant inmate of her breast, enjoyed without thought, possessed without struggle, not the subdued gift of accommodating philosophy, but the inborn and genial produce of youthful felicity's best alignment, the energy of own animal spirits. She had, indeed, for some time past thought Edgar of too refined and too susceptible a character for the unthinking and undistinguishing Indiana, and for the last day or two her regret at his fate had strengthened itself into an averseness of his supposed destination, that made the idea of it painful and the subject repugnant to her. But she had never, till this very morning, distrusted the innoxiousness either of her pity or her regard, and, startled at the first surmise of danger, she had wished to fly even from herself rather than venture to investigate feelings so unwelcome. Yet still and invariably she had concluded Edgar the future husband of Indiana. To hear there were any doubts of the intended marriage filled her with emotions indefinable. To hear herself named as the cause of those doubts was alarming both to her integrity and her delicacy. She felt the extremest anger at the unprovoked and unwarrantable harshness of Miss Margland, and a resentment nearly equal at the determined petulance and unjustifiable aspersions of Indiana. Satisfied of the innocence of her intentions, she knew not what alteration she could make in her behaviour, and after various plans concluded that to make none would best manifest her freedom from self-reproach. At the summons, therefore, to dinner, she was the first to appear, eager to shew herself unmoved by the injustice of her accusers, and desirous to convince them she was fearless of examination. Yet too much discomposed to talk in her usual manner, she seized upon a book till the party was seated. Answering then to the call of her uncle, with as easy an air as she could assume, she took her accustomed place by his side, and began, for mere employment, filling a plate from the dish that was nearest to her, which she gave to the footman without any direction whither to carry, or inquire if anybody chose to eat it. It was taken round the table, and though refused by all, she heaped up another plate with the same diligence and speed as if it had been accepted. Edgar, who had been accidentally detained, only now entered, apologizing for being so late. Engrossed by the pride of self-defence and the indignancy of unmerited unkindness, the disturbed mind of Camilla had not yet formed one separate reflection, nor even admitted a distinct idea of Edgar himself, disengaged from the accusation in which he stood involved. But he had now amply his turn. The moment he appeared, the deepest blushes covered her face, and an emotion so powerful beat in her breast, that the immediate impulse of her impetuous feelings was to declare herself ill, and run out of the room. With this view she rose, but ashamed of her plan, seated herself the next moment, though she had first overturned her plate and a sauce-boat in the vehemence of her haste. This accident rather recovered than disconcerted her by affording an unaffected occupation in begging pardon of Sir Hugh, who was the chief sufferer, changing the napkins and restoring the table to order. "What on earth can be the matter with Miss Camilla, I can't guess," exclaimed Miss Margland, though with an expression of spite that fully contradicted her difficulty of conjecture. "I hope," said Edgar, surprised, "Miss Camilla is not ill?" "I can't say I think my cousin looks very bad," said Indiana. Camilla, who was rubbing a part of her gown upon which nothing had fallen, affected to be too busy to hear them, which Sir Hugh, concluding her silent from shame, entreated her not to think of his cloths, which were worth no great matter, not being his best by 2 or 3 suits. Her thoughts had not waited this injunction, yet it was in vain she strove to behave as if nothing had happened. Her spirit instigated, but it would not support her. Her voice grew husky. She stammered, forgot as she went on what she designed to say when she began speaking, and frequently was forced to stop short with a faint laugh at herself, and with a colour every moment increasing. And the very instant the cloth was removed, she rose, unable to constrain herself any longer, and ran upstairs to her own room. There all her efforts evaporated in tears. "Cruel, cruel Miss Margland!" she cried. "Unjust, unkind Indiana! How have I merited this treatment? What can Edgar think of my disturbance? What can I devise to keep from his knowledge the barbarous accusation which has caused it?" In a few minutes she heard the step of Eugenia. Ashamed, she hastily wiped her eyes, and before the door could be opened, was at the further end of the room, looking into one of her drawers. "What is it that has vexed my dearest Camilla?" cried her kind sister. "Something, I am sure, has grieved her?" "I cannot guess what I have done with. I can nowhere find," stammered Camilla, engaging in some apparent search, but too much confused to name anything of which she might probably be in want. Eugenia desired to assist her, but a servant came to the door to tell them that the company was going to the summer house, whither Sir Hugh begged they would follow. Camilla besought Eugenia to join them and make her excuses, but fearing Miss Margland would attribute her absconding to guilt or cowardice, she bathed her eyes in cold water, and overtook her sister at the stairs of the little building. In ascending them, she heard Miss Margland say, "I dare believe nothing's the matter but some whim; for, to be sure, as to whims, Miss Camilla has the most of any creature I ever saw, and Miss Lindmere the least; for, you may imagine, Mr. Mandlebear, I have pretty good opportunity to see all these young people in their real colours." Overset by this malignancy, she was again flying to the refuge of her own room, and the relief of tears, when the conviction of such positive ill will in Miss Margland, for which she could assign no reason but her unjust and exclusive partiality to Indiana, checked her precipitancy. She feared she would construe to still another whim her non-appearance, and resuming a little fresh strength from fresh resentment, turned back. But the various keen sensations she experienced as she entered the summer house rendered this little action the most severe stretch of fortitude her short and happy life had yet called upon her to make. Sir Hugh addressed her some kind inquiries, which she hastily answered, while she pretended to be busy in preparing to wind some sewing silk upon cards. She could have chosen no employment less adapted to display the cool indifference she wished to manifest to Miss Margland and Indiana. She pulled the silk the wrong way, twisted, twirled, and entangled it continually, and while she talked volubly of what she was about, as if it were the sole subject of her thoughts, her shaking hands shewed her whole frame disordered, and her high colour betrayed her strong internal emotion. Edgar looked at her with surprise and concern. What had dropped from Miss Margland of her whims he had heard with disdain, for, without suspecting her of malice to Camilla, he concluded her warped by her prejudice in favour of Indiana. Dr. Marchmont, however, had bid him judge by proof, not appearance, and he resolved therefore to investigate the cause of this disquiet before he acted upon his belief in its blamelessness. Having completely spoilt one skein, she threw it aside, and saying, "The weather's so fine, I cannot bear to stay within," left her silk, her winders, and her work-bag on the first chair, and skipped down the stairs. Sir Hugh declined walking, but would let nobody remain with him. Edgar, as if studying the clouds, glided down first. Camilla, perceiving him, bent her head, and began gathering some flowers. He stood by her a moment in silence, and then said, "To-morrow morning, without fail, I will wait upon Mrs. Needham." "Pray take your own time. I am not in any haste." You are very good, and I am more obliged to you than I can express for suffering my officious interference with such patience." A rustling of silk made Camilla now look up, and she perceived Miss Margland leaning half out of the window of the summer house from earnestness to catch what she said. Angry thus to be watched, and persuaded that both innocence and dignity called upon her to make no change in her open consideration for Edgar, she answered in a voice that strove to be more audible, but that irresistibly trembled, "I beg you will impartially consult with your own judgment, and decide as you think right." Edgar now became as little composed as herself. The power with which she invested him possessed a charm to dissolve every hesitating doubt, and when, upon her raising her head, he perceived the redness of her eyes, and found that the perturbation which had perplexed him was mingled with some affliction, the most tender anxiety filled his mind, and though somewhat checked by the vicinity of Miss Margland, his voice expressed the warmest solicitude as he said, "I know not how to thank you for this sweetness, but I fear something disturbs you. I fear you are not well, or are not happy." Camilla again bent over the flowers, but it was not to scent their fragrance. She sought only a hiding place for her eyes, which were gushing with tears, and though she wished to fly 1,000 miles off, she had not courage to take a single step, nor force to trust her voice with the shortest reply. "You will not speak, yet you do not deny that you have some uneasiness? Could I give it but the smallest relief, how fortunate I should think myself." "And is it quite impossible? Do you forbid me to ask what it is? Forbid me the indulgence even to suggest—" "Ask nothing, suggest nothing, and think of it no more," interrupted Camilla. "If you would not make me quite—" She stopped suddenly, not to utter the word unhappy, of which she felt the improper strength at the moment it was quivering on her lips, and leaving her sentence unfinished, abruptly walked away. Edgar could not presume to follow, yet felt her conquest irresistible. Her self-denial with regard to Mrs. Albury won his highest approbation, her compliance with his wishes convinced him of her esteem, and her distress, so new and so unaccountable, centered every wish of his heart in a desire to solace and to revive her. To obtain this privilege, hastened at once, and determined his measures. He excused himself therefore from walking, and went instantly to his chamber, to reclaim by a hasty letter to Dr. Marchmont his procrastinating promise. End of chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Camilla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Camilla, or A Picture of Youth by Fanny Burney. Book 3, Chapter 2. A Pro and a Con. With a pen flowing quick from feelings of the most generous warmth, Edgar wrote the following letter. To Dr. Marchmont. Accuse me not of precipitance, my dear doctor, nor believe me capable of forgetting the wisdom of your suggestions, nor of lightly weighing those evils with which your zeal has encompassed me. Though I write at this instant to confess a total contrariety of sentiment, to call back every promise of delay, and to make an unqualified avowal that the period of caution is past. Camilla is not happy. Something, I know not what, has disturbed the gay serenity of her bosom. She has forbid me to inquire the cause. One way only remains to give me a claim to her confidence. O doctor, wonder not if cold, tardy, suspicious, I had nearly said unfeeling, caution shrinks at such a moment from the rising influence of warmer sympathy, which bids me soothe her in distress, shield her from danger, strengthen all her virtues, and participate in their emanations. You will not do me the injustice to think me either impelled or blinded by external enchantments. You know me to have withstood their yet fuller blaze in her cousin. Oh no, were she despoiled of all personal attraction by the same ravaging distemper that has been so fierce with her poor sister, were a similar cruel accident to rob her form of all symmetry, she would yet be more fascinating to my soul by one single look, one single word, one sweet beaming smile, diffusing all the gaiety it displays, than all of beauty, all of elegance, all of rank, all of wealth, the whole kingdom, in some wonderful aggregate, could oppose to her. Her face, her form, however penetrating in loveliness, aid, but do not constitute her charms. No, 'tis the quick intelligence of soul that mounts to her eyes. 'Tis the spirit checked by sweetness, the sweetness animated by spirit, the nature so nobly above all artifice, all study. O doctor, restore to me immediately every vestige, every trait of any promise, any acquiescence, any idea the most distant that can be construed into a compliance with one moment's requisition of delay. Edgar Mandlebear, Cleves Park, Friday evening. Camilla, meanwhile, shut up in her room, wept almost without cessation from a sense of general unhappiness, though fixed to no point, and from a disturbance of mind, a confusion of ideas and feelings that rendered her incapable of reflection. She was again followed by Eugenia, and could no longer refuse to her tender anxiety a short detail of the attack which occasioned her disorder, happy at least in reciting it that by unfolding the cause there no longer remained any necessity to repress the effects of her affliction. To her great surprise, however, Eugenia only said, "And is this all, my dear Camilla?" "All!" exclaimed Camilla. "Yes, is it all? I was afraid some great misfortune had happened." "And what could happen more painful, more shocking, more cruel?" "A thousand things, for this is nothing but a mere mistake, and you should not make yourself unhappy about it, because you are not to blame." "Is it then nothing to be accused of designs and intentions so criminal?" "If the accusation were just, it might indeed make you wretched, but it is Miss Margland only who has any reason to be afflicted, for it is she alone who has been in the wrong." Struck with this plain but incontrovertible truth, Camilla wiped her eyes and strove to recover some composure, but finding her tears still forced their way, "It is not," she cried with some hesitation, "it is not the aspersions of Miss Margland alone that give me so much vexation. The unkindness of Indiana—" "Indeed, she is highly reprehensible, and so I will tell her; but still, if she has any fears, however ill-founded, of losing Edgar, you cannot but pardon, you must even pity her." Struck again, and still more forcibly, by this second truth, Camilla, ashamed of her grief, made a stronger and more serious effort to repress it, and receiving soon afterwards a summons from her uncle, her spirit rose once more to the relief of her dejection. Upon seeing him seated between Miss Margland and Indiana, and discerning that they had been making some successful complaint by the air of triumph with which they waited her approach, "My dear Camilla," he cried, with a look of much disturbance, "here's a sad ado, I find, though I don't mean to blame you, nor young Mr. Mandlebear neither, taste being a fault one can't avoid. Not but what a person's changing their mind is what I can't commend in any one, which I shall certainly let him know, not doubting to bring him round by means of his own sense. Only, my dear, in the meanwhile, I must beg you not to stand in your cousin's way." "Indeed, my dear uncle, I do not merit this imputation. I am not capable of such treachery," indignantly answered Camilla.
"Treachery! Lord help us, treachery!" cried Sir Hugh, fondly embracing her. "Don't I know you are as innocent as the baby unborn, and more innocent too, from the advantage of having more sense to guide you by. Treachery, my dear Camilla! Why, I think there's nobody so good in the wide world. by which I mean no reflections, never thinking it right to make any." Indiana, sullenly pouting, spoke not a word, but Miss Margland, with a tone of plausibility that was some covert to its malice, said, "Why, then, all may be well, and the young ladies as good friends as ever, and Mr. Mandlebear returned to the conduct of a gentleman, only just by Miss Camilla's doing as she would be done by, for nothing that all of us can say will have any effect if she does not discourage him from dangling about after her in the manner he does now, speaking to nobody else, and always asking her opinion about every trifle, which is certainly doing no great justice to Miss Lindmere." Indiana, with a toss of the head, protested his notice was the last thing she desired. "My dear Indiana," said Sir Hugh, "don't mind all that outward shew. Mr. Mandlebear is a very good boy, and as to your cousin Camilla, I am sure I need not put you in mind how much she is the same. But I really think, whatever's the reason, the young youths of nowadays grow backwarder and backwarder. Though I can't say but what in my time it was just the same, witness myself, which is what I have been sorry for often enough, though I have left off repenting it now, because it's of no use, age being a thing there's no getting ahead of." "Well, then, all that remains is this," said Miss Margland. "Let Miss Camilla keep out of Mr. Mandlebear's way, and let her order the carriage, and go to Mrs. Albury's to-morrow, and take no notice of his likings and dislikings, and I'll be bound for it he will soon think no more of her, and then, of course, he will give the proper attention to Miss Lindmere." "Oh, if that's all," cried Sir Hugh, "my dear Camilla, I am sure will do it, and as much again too, to make her cousin easy. And so now I hope all is settled, and my two good girls will kiss one another and be friends, which I assure I am myself with all my heart." Camilla hung her head in speechless perturbation at a task which appeared to her equally hard and unjust; but while fear and shame kept her silent, Sir Hugh drew her to Indiana, and a cold yet unavoidable salute gave a species of tacit consent to a plan which she did not dare oppose, from the very strength of the desire that urged her opposition. They then separated, Sir Hugh delighted, Miss Margland triumphant, Indiana half satisfied, half affronted, and Camilla with a mind so crowded, a heart so full, she scarcely breathed. Sensations the most contrary of pain, pleasure, hope, and terror at once assailed her. Edgar, of whom so long she had only thought of as the destined husband of Indiana, she now heard named with suspicions of another regard to which she did not dare give full extension, yet of which the most distant surmise made her consider herself, for a moment, as the happiest of human beings, though she held herself the next as the most culpable for even wishing it. She found Eugenia still in her room, who, perceiving her increased emotion, tenderly inquired if there were any new cause. "Alas, yes, my dearest Eugenia, they have been exacting from me the most cruel of sacrifices. They order me to fly from Edgar Mandlebear, to resist his advice, to take the very measures I have promised to forbear, to disoblige, to slight, to behave to him even offensively. My uncle himself, lenient, kind, indulgent as he is, my uncle himself has been prevailed with to inflict upon me this terrible injunction." "My uncle," answered Eugenia, "is incapable of giving pain to anybody, and least of all to you, whom he loves with such fondness. He has not therefore comprehended the affair. He only considers in general that to please or displease Edgar Mandlebear can be a matter of no moment to you, when compared to its importance to Indiana." "It is 1,000 and 1,000, a million and a million times more important to me than it can ever be to her," exclaimed the ardent Camilla, "for she values not his kindness, she knows not his worth, she is insensible to his virtues." "You judge too hastily, my dear Camilla. She has not indeed your warmth of heart, but if she did not wish the union to take place, why would she shew all this disquiet in the apprehension of its breach?" Camilla, surprised into recollection, endeavoured
to become calmer. You, indeed, continued the temperate Eugenia, if so situated, would not so have behaved. You would not have been so unjust, and you could not have been so weak. But still, if you had received, however causelessly, any alarm for the affection of the man you meant to marry, and that man were as amiable as Edgar, you would have been equally disturbed. Camilla, convinced yet shocked, felt the flutter of her heart give 1,000 hues to her face, and walking to the window, leaned far out to gasp for breath. Weigh the request more coolly, and you cannot refuse a short compliance. I am sure you would not make Indiana unhappy. Oh no, not for the world, cried she, struggling to seem more reasonable than she felt. Yet how can she be otherwise, if she imagines you have more of a notice and esteem of Edgar than herself? Camilla now had not a word to say. The subject dropped, she took up a book, and by earnest internal remonstrances commanded herself to appear at tea time with tolerable serenity. The evening was passed in spiritless conversation, or in listening to the pianoforte, upon which Indiana, with the utmost difficulty, played some very easy lessons. At night the following answer arrived from Dr. Marchmont. To Edgar Mandlebear, Esquire, Parsonage House, Cleves, Friday night. My dear friend, I must be thankful in a moment of such enthusiasm that you can pay the attention of even recollecting those evils with which my zeal only has, you think, encompassed you. I cannot insist upon the practice of caution which you deem unfounded, but as you wait my answer, I will once more open upon my sentiments and communicate my wishes. It is now only I can speak them. The instant you have informed the young lady of your own silences them forever. Your honour and her happiness become then entangled in each other, and I know not which I would least willingly assail. What in all men is base would to you, I believe, be impossible. To trifle with such favour as may be the growth of your own undisguised partiality. Your present vehemence to ascertain the permanent possession of one you conceive formed for your felicity obscures to your now absorbed faculties the 1,000 nameless but tenacious delicacies annexed by your species of character to your powers of enjoyment. In 2 words, then, let me tell you what, in a short time, you will daily tell yourself. You cannot be happy if not exclusively loved, for you cannot excite, you cannot bestow happiness. By exclusivity I do not mean to the exclusion of other connections and regard, far from it. Those who covet in a bride the oblivion of all former friendships, all early affections, weaken the finest ties of humanity, and dissolve the first compact of unregistered but genuine integrity. The husband who would rather rationally than with romance be loved himself should seek to cherish, not obliterate, the kind feelings of nature in its first expansions. These, where properly bestowed, are the guarantees to that constant and respectable tenderness which a narrow and selfish jealousy rarely fails to convert into distaste and disgust. The partiality which I mean you to ascertain injures not these prior claims. I mean but a partiality exclusive of your situation in life, and of all declaration of your passion, a partiality, in fine, that is appropriate to yourself, not to the rank in the world with which you may tempt her ambition, nor to the blandishments of flattery, which only soften the heart by intoxicating the understanding. Observe, therefore, if your general character and usual conduct strike her mind. If her esteem is yours without the attraction of assiduity and adulation, if your natural disposition and manners make your society grateful to her, and your approbation desirable. It is thus alone you can secure your own contentment, for it is thus alone your reflecting mind can snatch from the time to come the dangerous surmises of a dubious retrospection. Remember, you can always advance, you can never in honor go back, and believe me when I tell you that the mere simple avowal of preference, which only ultimately binds the man, is frequently what first captivates the woman. If her mind is not previously occupied, it operates with such seductive sway, it so soothes, so flatters, so bewitches her self-complacency, that while she listens, she imperceptibly fancies she participates in sentiments which, but the minute before, occurred not even to her imagination. And while her hand is the recompense of her own eulogy, she is not herself aware if she has bestowed it where her esteem and regard, unbiased by the eloquence of acknowledged admiration, would have wished it sought, or if it has simply been the boon of her own gratified vanity. I now no longer urge your acquiescence, my dear friend. I merely entreat you twice to peruse what I have written, and then leave you to act by the result of such perusal. I remain your truly faithful and obliged Gabriel Marchmont. Edgar ran through this letter with an impatience wholly foreign to his general character. "Why," cried he, "will he thus obtrude upon me these fastidious doubts and causeless difficulties? I begged but the restitution of my promise, and he gives it to me in words that nearly annihilate my power of using it." Disappointed and displeased, he hastily put it into his pocket-book, resolving to see Camilla and commit the consequences of an interview to the impulses it might awaken. He was half-way downstairs, when the sentence finishing with "You cannot excite, you cannot bestow happiness," confusedly recurred to him. If in that, thought he, I fail, I am a stranger to it myself, and a stranger forever. And, returning to his room, he reopened the letter to look for the passage. The sentence lost nothing by being read a second time. He paused upon it dejectedly, and presently reread the whole epistle. "He is not quite wrong," cried he, pensively. "There is nothing very unreasonable in what he urges. True, indeed, it is that I can never be happy myself if her happiness is not entwined around my own." The first blight thus borne to that ardent glee with which the imagination rewards its own elevated speculations, he yet a third time read the letter. "He is right," he then cried. "I will investigate her sentiments, and know what are my chances for her regard, what I owe to real approbation, and what merely to intimacy of situation. I will postpone all explanation till my visit here expires, and devote the probationary interval to an examination which shall obviate all danger of either deceiving my own reason, or of beguiling her inconsiderate acceptance." This settled, he rejoiced in a mastery over his eagerness, which he considered as complete, since it would defer for no less than a week the declaration of his passion. End of chapter 2.